Head coach Dan Quinn on the next steps.
The one thing that we know, we have a really good process for this. Like we had said it last year, if you remember, like protecting the player is protect the team. And so we follow it, we believe in it, and we also know that it works. Sometimes it's just a short time, sometimes it's longer. So once we get all the information, we'll put the whole plan in place for him.
Veterans that had the day off, Laramie Tunsil, Von Miller, Zach Ertz, Marshawn Lattimore, and Cleveland Farrell. Wide receiver Deebo Samuel, I still got a lot in the tank, he told John Keim. Buccaneers David Walker is out for the season with an ACL tear. Cowboys guard Rob Jones has a broken neck bone. He'll be out 2 to 3 months. Browns quarterback Kenny Pickett has a hamstring injury. Nationals beat Minnesota Twins 7-2. Jake Irvin went 7 strong innings, and C.J. Abrams homered.
Sands will work out of the stretch, third base side of the rubber. The right-hander kicks and fires the first pitch of the day, and it's swung on and hit in the air to deep right center field. Way back, going, and gone. Goodbye. Into the upper deck in right center field. A game leadoff home run for C.J. Abrams.
The call on 106.7 The Fan. Tonight at the Houston Astros at 7:40 on The Fan. Mercury beat the Mystics 88-72. The Royals are keeping Seth Lugo 2 years, $46 million. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right, what's going on with this damn email?
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, west. We're west, Ashburn, Virginia.
Way west.
Commanders training camp. I'm going to be honest, I don't know what day it is.
It's Monday.
I know that. I mean, what day of camp is it? 4, 5?
I don't know.
Yeah, me
I
either.
know it was a quick day. I know that.
It was definitely quick. First day in pads today for the boys.
That was an hour and about 15 minutes.
I almost had it an hour 10.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, they calling them up. But you know what? I was talking with Jason, the pass game coordinator defense.
Simmons.
And he was like, he said, man, people don't understand. Cliff never holds. So he said they're getting the exact same amount of plays because he just constantly goes.
Well, have you even noticed how they do the QB wide receiver warm-ups? Like, a lot of teams in years past, sometimes you'll have all 3 guys drop back together. Sometimes you just have one dude, and it just goes like one dude, one receiver, and Cliff's got 5 dudes throwing.
And they got,
The 4 quarterbacks, the 4 actual quarterbacks on the camp roster, and an equipment guy.
Yeah.
And they've got receivers going constantly. So it's like, I mean, there's a reason they led the NFL in up-tempo last year. Like,
they know what they're doing. Like I will tell you about Andy, how Andy has you in practice. They get ready for the games because they do a lot of stuff in a short period of time.
Yeah.
So Andy gets them right, man.
A lot of veterans.
Well, Cliff gets them right just like Andy does.
Sure. A lot of vets got the day off today. I wouldn't read a lot into that. The biggest story here was yesterday, and it was Terry McLaurin's arrival. He's holding in, not holding out. I think a number of things. I think on some human level, it was a little bit of chicken soup for Terry's soul. Just coming out, seeing the fans, being with his teammates. I do think there's an element of kind of PR, like let this thing unfold a little publicly with how much the fans love him, how much they want to see him. I don't know. I don't know that they're much closer in contract conversations. Mm-hmm. And from people I've talked to, they're not. You wonder kind of which side will blink first. If the delta is as significant as we think it may be, like if there's a $10 million gap.
If it's a $10 million gap, then that's atrocious. If it's a $10 million gap, that's BS, straight up. Let's be real.
What do you think? Where do you think that you've been extremely chill about it, and Terry is now here, which is something you and I kind of thought might happen. Where do you think this thing is, or has your concern level, any of it changed at all?
It still hasn't changed. I think what happens, as you watch things get closer is when things begin to happen. And I think you saw a few things happening yesterday where when they were Terry, who was leading the chant with them?
Jaden.
Yeah. And all those things can begin to work, because I believe that the people that are making decisions, they look at all that. And I don't listen. I don't think anybody truly has animosity. I don't think Terry has animosity. I don't think they have animosity. I just think that they are trying to do this thing not in just a one-time thing. They're thinking about what has to come behind it.
Totally.
And I think just like a player, we say stuff about agents, but the agent job is to get your guy as much as he can. And that player understands that this could be my last big one. So I got to at least fight for it. You know, he may have a number he's already willing to settle for, but you fight for it a little bit.
Yeah.
Everybody does it.
And I think for Adam Peters, he's trying to set the tone of how he's going to run his operation. And I think Buddy Baker, Terry's agent, who has been here, and, Terry walked back out on the field again today. I was really impressed yesterday. I think they made wherever the decision was made, whether it was just Terry on his own, Terry and the agent, maybe Terry talked with coaching staff, whatever, it was very important that he didn't walk out during practice yesterday, because that would have distracted the actual football operation.
Yeah,
There's no way it wouldn't have.
Yeah, it would.
And I think they handled that well. I mean, he came out probably like 20 minutes after practice had ended.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that allows him to see the fans, sign a bunch of autographs.
And people want that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And
I just had people telling me what to say. I said, bro, I don't have any control over this stuff.
what you hope, and what I think, but certainly what you hope, B, is that it doesn't become like an ego thing. Like, well, I won't budge because you won't budge. Something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't know that it will. I don't believe that it will.
I think it's been a lot of good things happening at camp, and I still believe this is a better football team with 17 on it. I think we see a lot of things going on, and I think Jaden is on point, but I also know what 17 is capable of. And I'm not knocking people, but I'm saying ain't nobody on the roster like 17.
Totally. And dude, I do think – I think, one, you're completely correct. And I think for a few days the offense has looked kind of stalled, and you wonder what 17 would do. But I will say today, Jaden was –
Oh, he's cooking.
He was – I mean, that's the best I've seen him so
The
far.
pass he threw yesterday to Jalen Lane,
Yeah.
that ball went over the tip of two defenders.
Three.
By about that much. But to be able to go up and catch it, now he didn't get both feet in.
Right.
But still, to make that catch, he put a toe down and was able to flip it to the heel and drag that thing. He just missed the right foot. Jalen Lane's a bad dude.
That play yesterday, the catch was incredible, but it wouldn't have been 6. To me, the throw's even better. Jaden's rolling right on the move, and you talk about a drop in the bucket throw. I mean, that is exactly the only place it could go. You had two defenders right there and a safety in front of them. What was really funny is as they were leaving the field, I asked Lattimore and Mikey, I was like, was that a touchdown? They're like, hell nah. And then I saw Jalen. I was like, was that a touchdown? He's like, definitely.
Hey, we know defensive players and offensive players do not think alike. Look, the
100%.
offensive player is always being pass interfered, and the defensive player, I have never touched it.
Right.
While he has his shirt in his damn hands.
Right.
I didn't interfere. And you got a piece of his jersey in your hand. Come on, dog.
I do think there were a bunch of veterans that got the day off today. That's just kind of normal. Von Miller got the day off. Ertz got the day off. Tunsil got the day off. Conerly was in his spot, which was interesting to see. Jaden made a couple of throws, man, that the little – so we're really not supposed to say much of what they're doing. But Lane had a nice kind of chunk play where I think he lined up on the outside and then ended up kind of just sitting soft in the zone. Ball was a little high. He went up and high-pointed it. Would have been a nice, 20, 25-yard gain. Jaden had this throw to Ben Sinnott. Just an absolute bullet. And Sinnott made a nice play after the catch. The throw, though, was just a laser, B.
Oh, yeah.
And, I wonder if it's pads were on today. You feel that pass rush a little bit more. And like the weather's gotten hot, and James was like, all right, today's my day. And just, as much as this Terry McLaurin situation is lingering, like, you still have 5.
Yeah.
And I've said it, like, part of the team's comfort level was slow playing this. One, Terry's under contract, and I don't think Terry's the type of dude that's going to hold out in season. So if this goes the wrong way and they don't get a deal done, he's under contract, right?
Yep.
They could tag him, all that stuff. I also think part of what lets the team be a little more comfortable, the offense is not the same without 17, period.
Yep.
But I
you
think,
get to get other guys' experience, though.
I think with Jaden and Cliff, you can manufacture some offense. And another guy that's looked really good is Debo, dude.
Yeah.
For all the talk of Debo
Bruh,
being overweight.
We know that was stupid talk. You knew that
He said it.
They were putting in they were implementing stuff at that moment. So you can say what you want. It's just that's stupidity. It was fans from San Fran that were pissed that he's no longer there. That happens a lot. You know, so you just move on past that.
I thought Debo just spoke, and I do think he's approaching this.
You just let him take your chair like that?
Yeah.
You didn't try to challenge him? Debo is built like a running back, dog. You look at him,
Debo
all the
actually
receivers are
Debo'd
sleek.
me. Yeah.
He is not – that dude is not built like no receiver. He's built like a running back,
His shoulders, dude, he is built like a running back. All right, so I'll tell everyone what happened. We have assigned seats in the media room, and a lot of times I'm on air, so I'm not in my chair all that often because Ben Standig sure likes to take it too. But I came into the podium because I really wanted to listen to Debo and just get a chance to hear from him and ask him a couple questions, whatever. And I walk in, and Debo's just in my chair. And
You didn't say, yo, dog, it's my chair. Come on, JP, man, drop a set.
You know what I said? Absolutely nothing.
Hey, Mr. Debo, you can have that chair.
Hey, do you need some water, sir? If it was a player I knew better, I might like kind of bust balls about it. But I don't know Debo that well yet, and
You gotta take a chance and figure it out, dog. You should have said, yo, dog, you're in my chair. What's up with that? And if you walked in here with like an eye that's half closed, I was oh, you said something about your chair.
I think Jeff's here somewhere. I wonder.
Yeah, Jeff sent you a question. There was a practice at 8 or 9. I say he'll be late.
I mean, what time did he send that?
Around 7:02.
7 a.m. And
Which mean he will not be here at 8.
Right.
Maybe that should have come out like 6.
Yeah, or last
Probably
night.
he was just walking in at the time, so you know what I'm saying.
It's been fun because a lot of the radio boys are out here. Toby's been out here. Our guy Bennett was out here yesterday.
I didn't see him. Hell, I didn't see you yesterday.
I didn't see you.
I was working, dog.
Yeah, you were working
They had
hard.
me working yesterday.
How was Vegas?
So. I did a thing with Frankie yesterday, which was very, very good.
That's a heck of a mix-up.
Nah, well,
Vaughn and Frankie.
well, I talked to him about Vaughn a lot, but Frankie is. Oh no! This is where Frankie killed me at. I said, "Yo, man, I've been here since 1990." He said, "Damn." I say, "Damn, dog, you?" He said, "No, I'm just joking." No, I said, "No, you're not." He said, "You." When we got off air, he said, 1990? Dude, I wasn't born. I know, bastard.
Frankie's just such a good dude. One thing I have noticed is, throughout OTAs and minicamp, we kind of heard about more 3 linebacker sets and Jordan McGee getting more of a role. Mm-hmm. Pretty much all we've seen so far is Bobby and Frankie.
Yeah, I think I was very, very pleased to see the NFL top 10 linebackers. Bobby was 1 and Frankie was 10.
Yeah.
That says a lot. Now, I asked him, I say, how much have you learned from Bobby? He said, man, I learned so much about, how the game comes easier. We talking about being young, being old. Like Von Miller still at, 35, 36?
Yeah.
I can wake up and brush past him.
I love that
because he
line.
understands how to set people up. And I'm thinking about Frankie. When Frankie's starting to hit his stride, how about these young guys? That having those 2 guys as your sounding boards per se.
Sure.
The coach can preach and talk all day. Players probably won't get it because it's just this thing where when your boss is telling you something, like your coach, your boss, You don't
Parents,
just accept it.
right.
It's a natural thing that we kind of, we avoid that at some point. But when another player that you know, that you were a fan of, you probably watch, is telling you how it's done, and you see this dude's still playing at this level, you immediately just accept what he says, no matter what the hell it is.
Totally. The D-line situation.
Yeah, you ain't bringing nobody else no readers, Jeff.
Jeff walking in with Italian ice.
Come on, Jeff, you got to go
Solo.
get another one of them.
One-way Joe right there. The D-line situation is really interesting because I thought Jalen Holmes was good for them late last year. I think Holmes has had a good camp. You think about Armstrong, Farrell are on the team. Obviously, Wise, I think Sheldon Day, Kinlaw, Johnny Newton, Deron Payne. Deron got a day off today. Now, they're able to use the practice squad way more efficiently now. Like, that's some of the best rule changes that COVID implemented. Big Carl Davis has been good for them. Like, that's going to be really interesting when they get to the finish line on what the 53 is on the defensive front. And you can just see
I'm digging on you, you digging on me.
how much bigger anyway. I'm holding off on better until I see it in person. But
They're bigger.
they're definitely bigger, and I think they'll be better, and I think they will be more suited to what DQ and Joe Witt want to run. Did get a couple little pops today, which was fun. Like, they're in pads. Bill Merritt, not scared to lower the shoulder. Him and Tyler Owens.
Bill Merritt is going to be a bad boy.
He can play.
The thing about him, he has vision out the yin yang. He has great balance. Dude can scoot. I think we were talking about, I don't know what people were saying. This guy, he can run, dog. He not slow.
Sure.
He might be quicker than he is fast, but I'm telling you, he's not slow.
He looks like he can really play. That running back room has some serious depth. A lot of really fun, interesting things to watch unfold over the next month here. Pretty awesome day yesterday with Santana Moss finding out he's going into the Ring of Fame. I want to ask you about that. Tana's going to join us at 11, I believe, which should be a ton of fun. Ben Standig just launched his own Substack. He's out here every day stealing my chair. He's going to – if Debo's not in it, then Ben's in it. Somebody's always
I
in
think
it.
you could take Ben.
I think I could take Ben,
Yeah.
too. At noon,
Unless he has Debo as his sport. So.
At noon, Standig will join us. Got some player sound you're going to hear from a couple different guys as the program rolls on. B, I did go to the tennis yesterday. If you're watching on the stream, you can see my dope lid.
I haven't gotten on yet. I don't know what's going on, man.
Well, we'll figure that out in the break. Thank you to our guy, Danny Frank. I think this lid is pretty dope, don't you?
Yeah, that's sweet.
I like it a lot.
I'm going to wear mine when you wear yours when we play again. I'm going to beat you by 12 strokes.
In tennis? What's your tennis game like?
I think I could beat you.
I haven't played much tennis lately, but when you and I competed in racket sports is my only victory over you.
Yeah, but you haven't come back. So that means that you're weird. You won't defend your championship.
I will play you. I'll play another game of ping pong, and I'll play you in tennis, and I'll definitely play you in paddle.
Paddle, what is that?
It's some bougie stuff.
I play you in racquetball.
I think you'll beat me up.
That's part of the game.
But we went to the tennis yesterday, and it was really cool. I wanted my girls to go see the women's final because I don't know, I got young daughters. I want them to see women playing sports at the highest level, right? And, my little one's a lefty. And when you're a little kid, being a lefty is just a little disorienting at times because most things are like righty-driven. And so the woman that won, Layla Fernandez,
Was left-handed?
she's left-handed. So Ainsley
All
thought
right.
that was really neat. And, Layla was good, man. She was really
Ainsley, you're special, baby.
That's
Just
what I
stay like that. You're special.
So at the end of the match, they do the trophy, and then they put these streamers out. Mark Iron gives a nice speech. And I don't think my girls knew anybody's name. Everybody's cheering, and Shelby just stands up and shouts, "Let's go tennis!" It was so fun, man. Really great event there at Rock Creek Tennis Center. They do a great job with it, man.
They do.
And it was funny so I've been the last couple of years, and you can kind of party there. They got that tequila tent with a DJ and stuff. But it was cool to go with the family and see it through a different lens.
Kept you from that tequila team.
It did until I got home. But it was a blast, man. So we got plenty to do here. Busy day here in Ashburn. First day with pads. I want to hear B. Mitch's version of telling Santana Moss he was going in the Ring of Fame. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Commanders fans, I know a lot of you all are listening right now. You told me you listen to the show every day, and so you're in your car. So it's B. Mitch here, and I'm ready to take the excitement global. Join me and True Fan Travel this November for the ultimate fan getaway as Washington takes over Spain. Complete with game tickets, all-inclusive tailgate parties, 5 nights at the Western Madrid Cusco, and curated local events across Madrid. Spots are limited, so head to truefantravel.com and lock in your seat. True Fan Travel, they handle everything and you make the memories. Be part of history for the first NFL game in Madrid. That's truefantravel.com. Hope to see you all in Spain.
This update brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Commanders practiced in pads today at training camp at the Command Center. Veteran days off for Laramie Tunsil, Von Miller, Zach Ertz, Marshawn Lattimore, and Cleveland Farrell. Head coach Dan Quinn this week on wide receiver Terry McLaurin.
First word that comes to mind with him when I think of him is like, this is an awesome competitor. Like, at his core, that's who he is. That's what I think of. Like, sometimes you think of somebody and a word comes into your mind or a thought, and that's what comes to mind with me. That's one of those traits. There's good, and then there's excellent at something, and that's what I think of with Terry.
Nationals win a series in Minnesota, 7-2 over the Twins. C.J. Abrams, a homer, and 3 stolen bases. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Knows how to party.
Yep, I agree, Jay.
For the record, me and B-Mitch agree on the text thread, landfill. Of L.A. in the city of good old Watts. Go to the Watts Towers if you're ever in Los Angeles. Pretty interesting. All right, Brian. Yesterday, because of the Terry Mania, not that anything got, the Santana Moss thing. So I saw it first thing in the morning, I guess, when the team announced it via social media that Tana was going into the Ring of Fame, Ring of Honor. Is it Ring of Fame or Honor? I always mix that up.
I think it's Ring of Fame. I don't know.
Okay, great. You're in it. You should know.
Ring of Fame.
Okay, there you have it. Tana absolutely deserves it, undoubtedly. And, all right, Ring of Fame, officially. And I mean this, on PFT's podcast, they kind of do this running bit where it's like, are you a better player or person? And most people that make it to be a pro athlete are probably better players than they are people because you're in the 1% of the universe as an athlete. Whereas even if you're a good dude, you're probably only, you got the Dalai Lama and stuff out there, right? Tana might be a better person than he was as a player. And I'm just so happy for him, and you got to tell him. And I'm curious if you could tell me your side of it when you found out, how you kept it a secret, and then kind of.
I keep secrets.
I know.
So, Ryan called me on Tuesday, and he said, so when we're doing the show, we're going to make this announcement. I said, what's the announcement? And he said, Tana's going in the Ring of Fame. I say, who announcing it? I said, because I could do that. He said, what would you say? And right off the top, I said, look, I'll talk to him about how the fact that we hang, and people always ask me, are Tana and I related? We're always hanging out, especially when we're on the road and stuff like that. Then I say I'll lead it into, well, we're going to be hanging for the rest of our lives, dog, because you're going up in the fame.
Oh, that's cool.
And I said it just like that. And Santana's the type of dude where he is trying to figure out everything at all times. So when I start talking, now you can see his mind is working. Because there's some ESPN people right here. Is one of the commanders.
You guys are in the Commanders'
in the suite. So one of the
tent,
Commanders' videographers was sitting right there, and the photographer was right there telling, he's telling me later, he said, man, why all these damn people in here? And as soon as I said it, Ryan had, Tana didn't know, so he had been calling his boy Bub and Bo and his brother Lloyd. And he had been calling all these dudes. They're sitting there together, but they're moving around to make sure they don't talk to him because Tana's so alert into stuff that he'll listen to the background noise and figure out they're together. They were here. He didn't even know they were in town.
That's awesome.
So they all flew. They had flown him here to celebrate with him. And when Ryan had them all run on the set, and he got a little choked up, and he had some little tears in his eyes. So, I was laughing. We were hanging out last night because Ryan basically took everybody to DC Prime, and I had some food and drink with him, and it was a lot of fun last night. But I was happy to hear because Bo knew. So Bo was like, "Yo, man." So he kind of like threw a little hint at him, and now he never got it. He was like, "Yeah, man, that Ring of Fame that tells him, man, that'll happen whenever it happens." And he was like, "Yeah, man, that'd be great if you were to go in that thing, bro. That'd be something great because, you get a chance to see
funny.
this stuff."
Messing with him a
He
little
knew
bit.
the whole time, but Tanner didn't know. So, and he was like, last night, he was like, "All you bastards do this. How y'all keep this from me?"
I love it.
Everybody knew but him.
So shout out to DC Prime. Me and the boys are going to be there at 4 o'clock. So if you're listening, DC Prime, get ready.
I'm one of the boys?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So Tana did a press conference with us after everything yesterday.
Yeah.
And
He said, "Man, I forgot about that." He said, "I was doing a press conference. I was kind of lost for a bit because I hadn't done it since I played."
so he had a lot of great answers, and he's clearly touched by all of it. But I asked him because I didn't know you did it live on the air.
Yeah.
I did not know.
Yeah.
And I thought what the team has been doing, like the Art Monk video.
When they posted, that was after the fact.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they wanted it to happen because
Sure.
somebody would have called him
would've
and
texted
said
him.
something. Yeah.
So, I thought they did such a great job with the Art Monk video, keeping that a surprise. And so I just asked Tana, I was like, "Tana, how did you find out? What was the situation? Were you surprised?" And he's like, "Man, it was yo boy, B-Mitch." And dude, so he had 2 answers yesterday that I thought were just phenomenal. And he's like, "Yeah, we're doing the show. Everything's cool. B-Mitch up there rambling. I'm not really sure what he's talking about." And then I realized, I think he just said I went in the Ring of Fame, which was just so great. And then I don't remember who asked him this, but somebody asked, what's it like to be able to share this moment with some of your former teammates and friends and family? And he's like, "Man, it's so special, but Fred wants me to hurry up out of here so we can go start drinking."
Fred's a fool. Fred talked till I think we were trying to leave out there about 10 something last night when the people closed. We walked out there around 11 something. The Fred was still talking.
I think it was cool too. So yesterday was the first fan day, and they had a big kind of production. DQ talked to the crowd before practice, and then after, team president Mark Klaus talked to them, and then Fred got the mic. You know what? In another life, Fred was obviously a very good football player, but in another life, Fred would have been, like wrestlers, right?
Yeah.
You know how some of them have a manager that's just like the hype man that just occasionally.
What's the guy that does the boxing?
Don King?
No, the one that if you say let's get ready to roll,
Michael Buffer.
Fred should do stuff like that.
Michael Buffer.
But he talks. I don't think he knows half the things he says.
Right. So Fred gets the mic to introduce Tana. And I don't know how long Fred talked, but say it was 5 minutes. And it was loud, and it was Fred, and it was, you know what I mean? And it gets up there maybe 90 seconds. Just cool, calm. Really special, though.
Yeah, it was.
I'm really glad. I'm really glad for Tana. Absolutely deserves it. I hope this is a receiver run because I think Ricky Sanders has got to get up in that Ring of Fame, and maybe they can do that one next year. Is it right that it's going to be week 1 when they?
Yeah, it's the first game.
That's going to be so cool. People will
Yeah.
go nuts. And dude, for younger guys, Ethan that worked with us at NBC and now is at Monumental.
I think I know who you're talking about.
He's been out here. You recognize him. Yesterday we recorded the podcast, and I was like, Ethan, what's it mean for you to see Tana go in? And he's like, if you're 25, 27,
Yeah.
Santana's there aren't not a lot of bright spots for these younger fans, and Tana's absolutely one of them.
Yeah.
Because even as much as these young guys love Sean Taylor, that ended so tragically.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just think it's well-deserved, well done by the team. I couldn't be happier for Santana to get that honor, man.
Totally, man. Totally.
Just such a good dude. Tana's going to join us in a few minutes. Landy, I did want to ask you, you've always said Tana's your favorite player. What was your reaction when you saw he was going in the Ring of Fame?
It's about time. I was actually kind of surprised he wasn't there already. He should have been.
Yeah.
There was a period of time where just not a lot got done, frankly. Yeah. And I think that period of time is over. And I think that's, really good for the team and for the organization. And it's funny when – so Tana, I saw, did a Sports Center hit.
Yeah.
And, ESPN posted a clip, and they're like, asked about Terry, and he's like, respectfully,
Pay the man.
pay the man.
Yeah. I'll tell you that. I say, Tana, I say, so you went in the Ring of Fame, and it's 148,000 different, whatever. I say, but just right now, I think the respectfully pay the man is about 300,000 right now.
Oh, views or whatever?
He said, oh, what? I said, nah. I said, I listened to it. You didn't say anything that was wrong. You talked about the guy. You talked about how good he is for this team, and you just said that. I said, but they were going to just take that one part, and that's all they put out. But if you listen to it, you can see that you were respectful in what you said. You didn't try to knock nobody or whatever. Sure. So, and Ryan was right there with us last night. He was like, yeah, man, it's cool. He's like, but guess what? Command Center got announced on everything yesterday.
Right.
We're trending.
Yeah, dude. That's awesome.
Ryan, like, the hell with all that. We trended, homie. That's what's happening.
Just really happy for Tana, and I think it's crazy to watch Santana Moss going in the Ring of Fame, because I think by far the most loved receiver until Terry. You know what I mean? And now you see Terry kind of going through this stuff and how it's all unfolding.
And you've talked with Tanner sometime about when he was here and how Shanahan, how he tried to handle him and talk to him. Like, he kind of like a little spat about money for a little bit at that point.
Sure.
So he understands exactly what he's going through.
Yep.
He talked about his time up there in New York. So all those things happen, and hell, you look back to Art Monk. And those three guys are very similar, where they performed and didn't say a damn thing. They just performed. I think that right there is they have a connect. You know what I mean?
Totally. It is a really interesting time for the Burgundy and Gold and for fans, because it's like, Bobby Ingram, the receivers coach, was walking down to the field today, and some fan yells over, "Hey, Bobby, pay Terry." And he's like, "What, out of my pocket?" And it was just a funny response. But I was thinking about this. When I was a kid, now they were playing at Camden Yards at that point. But I don't remember the specifics. But I remember going to an Orioles game, and everybody, they were, in Baltimore, they're always selling the T-shirts and the hot dogs and stuff outside. And everybody was buying these Pay Cal T-shirts. And I guess Cal Ripken was going into the last year of his contract, whatever was going on, right? But the fan base was so overwhelmingly supportive of Cal, of keeping him there. And I was thinking about this morning. I don't think I have seen a similar situation where the fan base is as locked in support of the player until this Terry situation. Can you think of one?
No, I can't. And I've seen – so a guy told me, man, sign a petition. I'm like, what petition you say to get Terry signed? I'm like, what you talking about? His shirt. His shirt was the petition.
His shirt was a petition?
That was funny as hell to me.
Well, dude, it's one of those things. I mean, hell, somebody listening will probably do this now. If you could set up these online petitions, put them out on social media, they'll get 100,000 people to sign that thing.
That is totally cray-cray.
I mean, you know what would happen. Whatever. We're going to just assume. So I had a theory. I can tell you my theory when we return. What we do need to do, though, is as people are coming and going, Ring of Fame going up, Terry maybe getting a new deal, as your life advances, sometimes you got to move. And if you got to move, you got to buy or sell a home, nobody better to do it with than John Leahy. Just
like this recent seller, they were thrilled to receive an offer for $20,000 over the asking price. John went out there and made everything smooth. There was no stress, no setbacks, and the sale closed quicker than they thought it could. Listen, if you want the same type of treatment, go to John Leahy and get that guaranteed offer right there on his website. They'll go to John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if you need it, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
And that's just part of what John can do for you. But the biggest part, Moving is stressful. The market has shifted. Buyers have the advantage right now. You need an expert that can help you manage the stress. Whatever's going on, say you got a promotion, say you got fired, whatever it is you need to move for, it's a stressful time, and John Leahy and the Fine Living Group can get you through that with the least amount of stress possible. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. Got to hear the drums. A little AC/DC get you moving, B. You know what else will get you moving? So it's been raining and storming in the D.C. area, and we're in a tent in a field in Ashburn, Virginia, training camp. And so the water all pooled up in the corner of the tent, and our esteemed engineering staff of Chris Kerwin, Derek Cheston, and Greg Abernathy correctly said, hey, we got to move this water, otherwise at some point it's going to come in here, and we got a ton of radio, computers.
Equipment.
There's a lot of television equipment in here. We can't just have this deluge of water.
What I thought was going to happen happened.
And the water all ended up coming right where my chair is.
Well, it went on Greg.
Yeah, Greg is
When I
soaked.
saw him pushing it, I'm like, okay, it's going to go where he's standing.
How the hell did it get over here?
I don't know.
Landfill, you will be unhappy to know, but I can happily report I did not get soaked. My dumbass, for once, actually thought, hey, I might stand up and just kind of see how this all shakes out rather than stay in this chair.
But guess who got soaked?
Greg is soaked. But just go stand outside. You'll dry out in 2 minutes.
Yeah, that sucks. I mean, if there's a bunch of water that's going to completely ruin somebody's day, it should be JP.
You know the ride at King's Dominion where you get in that big-ass boat? It's like 4 rows of people.
Yeah.
And you go down that big hill.
The big like log?
Yeah. Not the little log, the big joint.
Yeah.
It looks like Greg just rode that.
Yeah. But I'm looking at him when he was doing it, I'm like, does he not know that's going to come that way?
I think we've known Greg Abernathy a long time. I think he took one for the team. I think he knew it was coming and just kind of –
Or he didn't take a bath last night. He figured he'll get one in right now.
Listen, man, after these days, we could all use a shower, man. I did want to play this Santana Moss talking about Terry McLaurin audio. We mentioned it a minute ago. I believe, Landy, this is from SportsCenter, correct, when Tana went on SportsCenter? Yeah. Santana Moss talking about the McLaurin situation.
How absolutely critical is he for this team, in your estimation?
Respectfully, just pay him. I just want to see him here, man. It's nothing like seeing 1-7 out there. I think, you talking about me getting him to the Raptors, man. By the time he's left, he leaves here, he'll be in those Raptors with us. And it's just one of those things. This guy came in, not highly sought out. It's a third-round pick. They talked about how good he was because his team mostly. And from day one, he's showing us, man, that he's going to go out there and make sure he get the job done. So he has that same kind of, I guess you can say, he has a little bit of 89 in him when it comes to just how he goes about his business. And I love that about him. Always humble. He's always going to go out there and give it his all. And he's a hard worker. And so, to me, that's a testament to anybody who plays this game that should give anybody who has that bag, hey, they want to share it with him. So when it comes to ownership, I understand it's deeper than just paying somebody, but I know that these guys think the world of Terry like I do.
That's what makes this so tricky. Well, dude, and let's set the scene here. Terry's agent is here.
Yeah.
Adam Peters is here. Like, clearly the no communication days are over.
Those days are over, yeah.
They're within 15 yards of one another.
Yep.
So they're at least speaking on some level.
Yep.
But they're also clearly not making a ton of progress.
It may not be making a ton of progress. I think what happens in this thing where we might not hear the incremental moves, it just happens when it's something this big. And this group, from the post I saw the other day when they showed the new locker room, okay, they've been doing a lot of work at the stadium, so I can imagine the locker room at the stadium now for the guys. These people have been doing a lot of stuff. But I think this is one where it's like, okay, and the age thing pops up. But I think the age thing pops up when you got 2 people on defense that's older than him,
right,
that they really kind of put on the pedestal.
Right.
The ultimate thing is they are trying to figure it out. And I think sometimes, players, we get to that point where when we have to deal with the side of business that other guys have dealt with, but we never been through it, we don't really understand until we have to really go through it. And, yes, Terry signed a deal a couple of years ago, but it ain't like this. You know what I'm saying? So now they're trying to make sure they can figure out the now and later. And that's where the difficulty comes in. And I think the agent has to come out there and work for the player.
Sure.
But I hope the agent gives him all of the proper information instead of letting information to instigate.
Sure.
That can happen as well.
Sure. The other part of this that I think is relevant is when Terry got the last extension, the organization was an absolute dumpster fire.
Yeah.
And if we know one thing that the previous administration and previous ownership liked to do was
do things to get all the negative stuff out the press.
Yeah, dude. And so when Terry, not that he didn't earn the last deal, he absolutely did, but he was able to, I think the organization was very quick, and it's my understanding Snyder was like, get this done now. And they got it done.
Yeah.
And you don't want Harris to do that. You don't want AP to have to operate in that fashion. Clearly the organization's in a much different place now. So I just think it's a really complex thing.
It is.
Because you mentioned the age, you mentioned the money. He is under contract this year. You know what I mean? And then,
you got all that, but the thing about it, you cannot deny that he's been everything you expected and way more.
Totally.
And I think that's what you look at. And I know people try to say what he is, top this, top that. All I say is put his numbers up against everybody, and you'll see where he falls. And I think the possibility of what we talked about, that three starting off with a 3, he's there.
Well, dude, even beyond the where he ranks around the league, right? A lot of that is kind of subjective, just content plays. To me, one thing we've said repeatedly with Jaden, I think 4 quarterbacks have separated themselves in the NFL. Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, Allen, right? Those dudes are in their own category. You can rank them however you'd like. I'm not really big in the ranking business, but those guys have separated. And to me, Jaden's next. Jaden's in the next tier, and could he, get into the higher one this year? Hell yeah, he could. Among receivers in the NFL, I think Chase and Jefferson have separated from the rest of the league.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond that, whatever that next tier is, maybe you want to put CD in there. He just gets so many targets. Whatever the next tier is with Amon Ra, A.J. Brown, to me, McLaurin is in that tier. And eventually it's just what the market is. The market to me is 30. Now, maybe does this thing land at 29 and they flip some guarantees this year to make it more advantageous? Maybe. I think the market is the market, and eventually you just got to get this darn thing done.
Yeah.
We are working to track down Mr. Santana Moss. He's got his own responsibilities, programming, everything else. Tana's going to join us. Ben Standig's going to join us at noon. Nobody go anywhere.
Washington Commanders practicing in pads today at training camp. Wide receiver Terry McLaurin on the PUP list with that ankle, taking it day by day. Head coach Dan Quinn on these 3 days at camp.
The playbook expands, and you want to see who can stay locked, who can stay in it. There's going to be some mistakes, no doubt about it, but do want to see who can handle the amount of the install as it goes. So, yeah, it'll be a fun 3-day block, one of them that will include padded, and that's a different evaluation for the big guys.
Veteran off days for Laramie Tunsil, Von Miller, Zach Ertz, Marshawn Lattimore, and Cleveland Farrell. Santana Moss is going to be inducted into Washington's Ring of Fame. Nationals take the road show on to Houston after winning a series in Minnesota, beating the Twins 7-2. Jake Irvin, 7 strong innings. C.J. Abrams a homer, and Alex Call a big hit.
That's trying to add to a 4-2 lead. Here's the pitch. Call swings, rounds it up the middle, gets a good hop over the second baseman into center field, a base hit. Garcia scores from third, Bell around third, he'll come in to score, and over to third goes Nathaniel Lowe. Alex Call delivers with a shot up the middle that took a high hop over the glove of the second baseman Lee. It's a single to center, 2 runs batted in for Alex Call.
The Call on 106.7 The Fan. Tonight, 7:40 on The Fan with the pregame show in Houston. Mercury beat the Mystics 88-72. More baseball, the Royals signed Seth Lugo 2 years, $46 million. The Braves have acquired former Nationals hurler Eric Fetty from the Cardinals. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Shout out to Aerosmith. Derek's a big Aerosmith fan. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're live in Ashburn, Virginia. All of our training camp coverage brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. Paul Henry is our guy. I was talking with some guys this morning. You know the dude Bulls Hardwood that makes all the wooden flags and the wooden W's and all that stuff? I was talking with him. He's just such a good dude. I might try to get this flag made, but I got to run it by Lauren first. But it was I wanted to talk to you. So we're waiting for Tana. Whenever Tana shows up, that's when we're going to talk to him. Jeff, Tana's walking in right now. Jeff, get up. All right. I will tell you the story about Friday later.
Information, the thing?
Yeah, give him that. I will turn this microphone on. Actually, it might be on. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We have new Ring of Fame member, Santana Moss, joining us now. Give that a mic check, B. Let me see if I hear it.
Test.
Landville, you hear that, Mike? Okay, great. Santana Moss joining us now. Tana, man, thank you for making time. How are you, buddy? How are you, dude?
Oh, I'm good, man. My bad. I thought you still talking.
Yeah, hold on. I think Toby messed something up. Give me 2 seconds. Santana Moss is here. As soon as we get him a microphone, we will be in business. Talk to me now, Tana.
Testing. 1, 2.
There we
There
go. Now we got him.
Yeah.
What's up, fellas? Been a whirlwind 24 hours for you? From yesterday morning to today, knowing you're going in the Ring of Fame?
I'm just soaking it up, man. Honestly, it's good to be surprised, you know what I mean? Because I had no clue of this. And like I said before, I didn't even expect, don't get me wrong, I feel like my play was worthy of it. But you never know, you know what I'm saying? I've seen plenty of guys that played well, that, they recognized enough, but, they didn't get up in the ring. So to honestly finally get that kind of recognition that I have probably ever got nowhere. I mean, University of Miami, I got recognized being a Hall of Famer. And that felt good, but I didn't know how to feel. I was still playing at the time. This feels different, This feels like, man, you're finally getting something that it goes deeper than just, playing ball. Yeah. I look back at my career as a whole, how it started, and I'm like, to finally say that you can put that on there and say this is what he ended up doing after all of that, that's why it feels different. It feels good, though.
You were shocked because you had your brothers, your boys, me. Nobody told you. You couldn't figure it out, but you kind of figured when it got close yesterday, something was going on.
Yeah, man, I just, you know me, I'm observing everything. I'm like, ESPN sitting right there watching us. This young lady back in the back with her camera on, who never in our tent.
Yep.
And then you get to talking about me. I'm like, man, what's going on? And then when you said that forever, I was like, oh, don't tell me. And you said going to be up in the ring. I say, dang. See, I just kind of like put my head down. I didn't know how to feel, but I know them tears was coming. You know what I'm saying? So, nah, man, it just feels great. Like I say, man, I'm one of them cats, bro. I can be all right with it or without it. But to actually have it, I don't know how to feel, man. I'm walking with a different step. Like, you know, I had a pep in my step this morning. I got out of bed, feeling that I hung out late, but I still had a pep in my step. You know.
You had the water bottle working.
Water bottle. I remember what he told me. He said anytime I had like to drink, man, I make sure before I go to sleep I start drinking water. I was drinking some more water last night. I said, I work. When I woke up good this morning, I said, that boy B-Mitch got something going on. He know what he's talking about, you know?
Our friend Santana Moss sitting in with us here in Ashburn at Commanders Training Camp. A very well-deserved honor for Santana Moss going in the Washington Ring of Fame. That'll happen week 1 this season. Who all reached out to you? Because I'm guessing some old teammates from Miami or old teammates from...
His phone, man, it's dead because it's just been... Bro, I can't even get to everybody. Like, it's been crazy. Lavernius Coles hit me up, said he going to try to be in the building.
That's cool.
I had a lot of my old teammates and coaches from the Jets, college, high school. Man, it's just people I don't even know got my number. Like, Tanner, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be in the building. I'm like, dang. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, hey, I appreciate it. But that's why I say it's like I don't know how to feel because I never experienced this, you know? So, but like I was just telling those guys on Command Center, man, I'm going to enjoy it. I feel like whenever you get recognized this way, it's for a reason. So I'm not finna sit up there and act shy and act like, nah, it ain't that time for that. I'm going to embrace it. I'm going to be smiling. I'm going to be cheesing. And my family going to be up. And my mom and my dad, I think they deserve more of the credit than anything. So I'm going to make sure that we all enjoy it together.
Lloyd was talking about how your dad may be right now.
Yeah.
How you think he feeling?
Boy, stop! Look, I told folks, man, when I was playing ball, people used to be like, man, who that man is cussing his son down the sideline? I ain't say nothing because that's me. He cussing me out. And I get to high school, and he called me a star one day, and I said, I got it. I must be did something well. And ever since then, I ain't looked back. But that you don't know how that feels to a kid to be called something that, you know, that's all you want. You want your parents to appreciate what you're doing and to give you that, I guess you could say that extra motivation to want to be out there and be great at it. My mom and dad worked so hard, man, that's all I know. And they didn't tell me. I watched them. Yep. So when people say Tanner worked so hard, I had good teachers. You know what I'm saying? I had great teachers. So this is what I want to do. I didn't want to do what they did. I want to do this. So I'm going to do the same thing that they did in their profession and mine and make sure that I can have the same kind of career.
Well, you just got another person reached out to you. Lamont Jordan told me to tell you, well deserved.
Yeah, what up? My guy.
You know, we've all spent some time together, some late nights, a couple trips on Air Ahmet.
Yeah.
And, you know, I've heard some of your stories, and
we got to get that book, man. Let's go ahead and put it out there.
Let's do it.
I'm going to let you be that guy. You say you want to write it. Let's do it.
I absolutely do, because some of the stories you've told me are just incredible. And you mentioned your father and the impact he had, not just on you, but on lots of folks down in South Florida.
Yeah.
Nothing ever came easy for you.
No.
And I wonder if it did. Say Miami, say the Hurricanes just gave you a football scholarship.
Yeah.
You didn't have to come in via track and then walk on and everything. Do you ever wonder if there was a different break if you'd be in the same spot?
You know what? That's a great question, but I'm going to tell you like this. Being that I had other scholarships for football, other places, I could have easily just went on and said, I want that. I want to experience it that way. What made me do it in Miami is because, one, I just didn't want to go away from home. I didn't want to go to the cold. So I honestly put myself in that pressure. You know, I didn't have to go out there and say, I'm going to be a walk-on. I did it because, you know how we say you can't get everything your way? Mm-hmm. I said to myself, that's how my life been. I get one thing, but I gotta go around, above, beyond to get it. Mm-hmm. My friend get it just off the rip. Damn, why you got it so easy? It's always been like that for me. So when that opportunity came, I had that talk with myself. I say, Tanner, you could go to Pittsburgh. You can go to Utah. You can go to Western Michigan. Western Michigan was my first choice because my friends was going there. So I'm like, I'm going to be there with my guy Bo. I'm going to be there with my guy Scrap Iron. Man, Miami, we're going to take over Western Michigan. You know, they highly recruited a lot of us. So, yeah, I might do that. Then I was like, you know what? If you go there and knowing you had this opportunity to stay home and play at the University of Miami, you'll be mad at yourself. You'll be kicking yourself in the behind. And so I said, you know what? I know it's odd. I know I might not look like the other guys who got scholarships to go play football, but what the heck, man? Let me take it this time and let me go this route. And to tell you the truth, getting there, it got worse. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't just like, okay, you're gonna be a walk-on. They turned that football scholarship over in week 4, week 5, but I still couldn't be a football scholarship athlete. I still had to act as if I was running track. I was on that scholarship, and so I didn't have the training table that the other guys was eating steak. I had to go eat elsewhere. You know what I mean?
Right.
I didn't have the thing we had a cane card where you get like $130 or $140 a month. I didn't have that money, so I had to call home like, Mom, I need a couple dollars.
Right.
You know, and I remember a guy, Tony Gator, man. He was in the NFL. He had played receiver at the University of Miami before I got there. He was a free agent pickup by the New England Patriots, and he made the squad. And he would come home and work out. And he found a liking to me. He saw me. He said, hey, man, you got something in you. And he started working out with me and started telling me about Terry Glenn. I told him how much I was a fan of Terry Glenn. So he went back and told Terry Glenn, hey, got a young guy down there, love you, named Santana Moss. So now those guys watching me. And he would bring back little nuggets to me, man, and say, hey, man, them guys say you can play on this level. You don't know what that did for me, because now I'm talking to a guy that's over there, and I know how he got in the door. And then he told me, he said, low-key, man, I'm going to tell you why I started hanging around you. He said, bro, I used to be upset when I saw you couldn't eat with the football players. And he said, I saw it like you took it on, like it didn't bother you, but it bothered me. And, bro, I broke down in front of that dude. And he said, I know. And from there, man, it just was like, everything just took off from there, you know what I'm saying? And he saw me, he would call me and say, bro, you done changed that number. It's a different man out there on that field. And it was just, everything was history from there, man. So
That Fred told you, just Fred told 48 going
48 going in the Raptors. That's my first number in college, man. That gave me 48. That's a true walk-on number. Like,
yeah, for sure.
Let's backpedal. How did your friend get that nickname, Scrap Iron?
Scrap Iron?
That is a hell of a nickname.
Hey, he was a fullback for us, big old fullback. And our coach said, man, you know what? Screw that. We finna make him do more of the carrying. And he used to bulldoze over people, man. I'm talking about every highlight you saw him in high school, somebody pulling his shirt is getting torn off, and he running out of the tackle. Scrap Iron, man. I love it. Running guys over. He averaged like, man, I told you we had a wing T offense. We slid the wing guy out to the receiver, so my other homeboy, Pat, he was now he's the receiver out there with me. And our fullback, running back, and the quarterback had 1,200 yards rushing.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Now you see why we want to throw the ball.
Not the best way for a receiver to get recruited, though.
Kind of like Calvin Johnson at Georgia Tech.
Right. They were an option team. Santana Moss joining us after the news of his name going up in the Washington Ring of Fame. Tana, I'm curious because I see you walk through the crowds and just how much love you get from this fan base all the time. But, like, I am just about the tail end age-wise of people that saw the Super Bowl era, right? That, like, experienced Gibbs when this thing was rocking. And I think, I mean, you've heard Landfill said it 100 times. Remember Pete that we all used to work with? He's told me 100 times. For younger fans, if you're 35, if you're 30, if you're 25, you are so many people's favorite player during what were some tough times, but you always toughed it out, always performed well, and always did right by the fans. What does it mean for you to be so beloved by that younger generation of
I tell you, man,
fans?
I'm not saying this just to say it. If I never got any other kind of recognition, they give me everything I need. Bro, like, I mean, I can't go nowhere without hearing about that Cowboy game and just all the other games and all the other memories. And so the fans make sure I know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say, first and foremost, man, like, D.C., they don't owe me nothing. because when I walk them streets, they show me every time. They give me the gratitude. I be having kids that I know you ain't watched me play no football. You Santana Moss? Well, my mama got your jersey. My mama said you did. And, like, I be sitting there dying laughing because I'm like, kid, I know you ain't watched me. You know, my youngest son, he's 16 this year. He caught the tail end of me. And he didn't even really know the magnitude of what I had did prior to that. You know, he be talking about, hey, Dad, you remember when Pierre gave me that football? He remember that. And I'm like, boy, he don't even. And so his older brother and sister be like, man, you missed some years, man. Right. You missed a lot of years. Yeah. He be like, man, shut up. Be like, he don't care. But he see the highlights. You know, they get to go to YouTube and see all that stuff. So it's like now he's playing receiver down there at Sunset High down in Miami. And, you know, this is going to be his real first year of football, of high school football. You know, 9th grade he couldn't play because he had jumper's knee. Last year he got diagnosed on childhood diabetes, so he couldn't play that year. So this is the year. So I'm hoping and I'm praying that it gets off to a good start, you know, for him, because I know he wants it real bad. But it's just great, man, to know that so many people that grew up with us. You know what I mean? Some of these guys be the same age as me. Talking about, boy,
I used to watch you when I was young.
I used to watch you when I was young. I'm like, how old are you? You know, I'm 46. I'm with you, man.
Right.
But it just feels good, man, just to know that I was one of those guys that they can say, that's who I have memories of. When I watched football, it was Santana Moss. It was a guy like Santana. It was number 89.
Man, 8 to the 9,
That's it,
Tana man. I remember, I mean, you know, because you and I are about the same age.
Yeah.
And I'd be coming to games. I was long before I had this job or any of this, and I'd just be, you know, the drunk guy in the upper decks. And when it got to be around Christmas time and you'd make a first down or whatever and you hit it, I'd always yell, Santana Claus!
Yes, Lord.
Is there like a favorite moment, favorite memory? I'm sure there's a ton of them, so maybe it's hard to pick one.
I got a lot, but I think the one that I hold near and dear is that Jacksonville game, man. That Christmas Eve game, too, 2005, I'm a big-time giver, so Christmas is like, you know, it's like, boy, I had so many people up, and I was giving presents.
Santana Claus.
You know what I'm saying? I'm looking forward to making the other people. I'm always the one that want to make everybody else's day. You know what I mean? So Christmas is big. That's when I show, and I express a lot, you know, Christmas time. So I had all my cousins and friends and family up. So to have that kind of performance on Christmas Eve, bro, you just know how my house was. It was rocking. You know what I mean? It was a big moment. But that Jacksonville game in 2006, man, to grow up in Miami, and I remember when Jacksonville became a franchise, to see the whole evolution of Jacksonville with Mark Brunell as the quarterback, Jimmy Smith, Keenan McCardell.
They were balling.
I watched them, Fred Taylor at running back. I watched them, man, and I would have never thought in a million years that I'd be beating Jacksonville the way we beat them that night with Mark Brunell throwing me the football. Come on, man. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Come on. So to have moments like that come true as a kid, from being a kid, watching those guys and being on that stage with them, that's why it meant so much, man. And you got to think about it. Miami, when I played Miami, Tampa, and Jacksonville, it was like your friends, your family, they get to see that. Yeah. Damn, this dude beating up on the teams that we grew up watching.
Right.
You know, I could walk to the Dolphin Stadium. That's how close I lived. You know what I mean? I remember when they was playing in the Super Bowl, they had the Super Bowl game at that stadium. It was Jerry Rice, and he was up against, the 49ers was up against the Cincinnati Bengals. Wow. And my dad asked me, who you got in the game? I say 49ers. I was a 49er fan. And I remember watching Jerry Rice tear them apart. You know what I'm saying? And I remember we sit outside just because we just wanted to hear the roar from the stadium.
Yeah.
That's how close I was. You see what I'm saying?
That's so cool.
Bro, you can't tell a kid that grew up watching that and wanting to be that, now you're that. You know what I'm saying? So I have so many memories, but that Jacksonville moment, man, it stood out because that's a hometown team, man, and you doing that. And I had so many fans, I mean, my bad, not fans, but friends that live in Jacksonville. So every time we would come and play them during the preseason, they would come and see me, you know what I mean, or Tampa, they would come and come to the hotel and holler at me. So I knew they was front and center watching that game back at home.
That's so cool.
So when you finally see the cover come off and you see your name up there, will any tears come out?
Oh, my God. Don't talk about it now. I'm about to cry now. Come on now. Damn, I'm trying to go home. Not crying again, man.
Did
I
you
know
cry,
it is,
B?
man.
Oh yeah, I was trying my best to hold it.
I know it is,
and
man.
then like you hold it and then you wink and then you can't stop it.
I'm gonna have my towel, bro. Cause I'm gonna cry. I don't care. Boo-hoo,
care.
man. I'm gonna boo-hoo. I'm gonna let it out.
There you go, baby.
How many? I have people hitting me up. How many people have hit you up to get one of those Moss hats? You guys were-
Everybody and their mama. You hear me? Hey, I just told Ryan. I say, Ryan, I know I can't call this, but it won't be a bad idea for the team to say that's what we're gonna give for the fans that day.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that would
That'd
be a
be
great.
hot item.
That would be a
Yep.
great,
Oh, yeah.
thing,
Oh, yeah.
something to take away, man. Like, I got this on the night they put Tanner up in the rafters.
There you go.
Here's what I can tell you: if they don't maybe do a giveaway or maybe make them for sale and some of it goes to charity, however you make that work. If they're not available, if you walk around the parking lot, there's gonna be some dudes selling Moss '89 hats.
You know it.
They might not be official, but they'll be for sale.
Yeah. I'd rather them get the official one.
You know it's gonna be selling. Hey, somebody else just decided. Oh, I'm on some of these right now.
It'll be the dude that walks around with cigars in a bag and then just a whole rack of hats. Tana, you're the best, man.
Appreciate you, bro.
I am truly so
Congrats
happy
once
for
again,
you, man.
man.
Thank y'all, man. I appreciate it.
I said this when you were coming on. You were an elite player, and I think you're a better person, man.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate. Hey, get that book.
Let's do it.
Let's do it,
Let's
baby.
do it. We got a
Y'all
lot
heard
of
it.
it. Santana Moss, 8 to the 9 on Instagram, getting his number, name put up in the Ring of Fame. Well earned. Tana, thank you for joining us. Nobody go anywhere. Quick break. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Purchase tickets at baysox.com. Washington Commanders training camp continues. Terry McLaurin returned this weekend. He's on the pup list now, though, with the ankle. Head coach Dan Quinn on the next steps.
The one thing that we know, we have a really good process for this.
One 067 the fan. Landfill just playing the vibes right now. Bro, I'm getting so many tweets and reaction to Tana. If people want to call in 800-636-1067 and just tell us what Santana Moss means to you and how happy you are he's going in the Ring of Fame, I think we definitely take those.
Go for it, yeah.
Becoming friends with Santana Moss is one of the joys of my life. There's a lot of joys in my life, but that is certainly one of them. B, how happy are you, like, knowing what that feels like to watch your name go up there? How happy are you for him?
I'm thrilled. You know, actually being together last night and just watching him as you know. This is the thing about it. Just when you know someone is genuinely happy and pleased by something. When his brothers and stuff were talking and his friends were talking last night, actually we could have did a podcast last night. We probably have like 18 million views right now because the conversation last night with Tanner and his Bo and Bub and then Lloyd and Sonoras, and then Fred walks in.
I ran into some of them at Wawa. Wawa was popping yesterday afternoon.
Let me tell you, dog, the conversation last night was interesting.
Oh, I bet.
And the drinks were flowing, but the ultimate thing is, you can hear Tanner even talking then. When someone starts to get choked up a little bit, you know it's special to him, man. And it's just like he said, as a little kid, you go through life thinking about what you want to do. And then when you start as an adult, you can relive those thoughts, and you basically accomplish the things you wanted to and more. You know, it's a great feeling. So I'm looking for the tears because, you know, the tears are not about sadness. That's joy, brother.
Yeah,
100%.
Jeff Walker decided to hang out with us for a couple minutes. Jeff, how old are you? 30?
I am 31.
31. Reggie Miller. Yeah. What does Tana mean to you?
Can't shoot threes, though.
Well, when you were interviewing him, you said you were a lot of people's favorite players. He was one of mine. I remember at one point I used to have his jersey, but I was a big kid back then, you know?
That jersey was tight.
And hey, so look, all my brothers and cousins, when we would get together and play, play football in the back, I would put my jersey on, and they used to call me Fat Tana Moss. So we used to, everything. I used to hit the little ball spin, shake my fist, point to the first down, and like, it's cool to see one of the players that you watched growing up receiving this recognition, because Tana. It's just like with you, B. Mm-hmm. You walk around, B-Miss, da-da-da. You have a Super Bowl, you feel me? Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, Tanner wasn't able to get that, but he get that same love, man. Mm-hmm. Like, it's amazing. I'm happy for him, and I can't wait to the ceremony.
That was well put, that, Jeff.
Well said, Fat Tana.
We're going to get him a shirt, Fat Tana Moss.
I got a bunch of tweets.
Number 0. Just have a big old 0 on there.
890. I'm getting tweets and texts about it. Like the boys that I'm on the text.
My man hit me. He's like, man, tell Tanner congrats. My wife got his jersey.
I love it, man.
8-9, baby.
I got a tweet from our boy Cody Betts. Said, I'm 29 years old. First jersey I had was Santana Moss. Scarence Terrence tweeted me, said, Santana Claus was a core childhood memory. Santana was my first Redskin. Got to meet him soon. Cowboy killer.
Yep.
Our guy, Chris Kerwin, is here, and Kerwin's been covering this team a long time. Kerwin covered B. To give you an idea, Chris Kerwin.
Kurt, how old are you?
he's still
his dirt.
He's still throwing real weight around. I know that. Kurt, what was it like covering Tana?
Tana was. I remember when he came. I think at the press conference they had shirts that said "Got Moss" because "Got Milk" was a big campaign.
Yeah.
It "Got Moss" instead. So I remember that. I was like, that's kind of cute. Who is this guy? And then I was like, oh, that's who this guy is. And he's this electric guy. And as far as covering him, he had a locker in the locker room that was next to the door.
Yep.
So almost like where Terry is, but I think on the other side of the door.
No, I think it's the same spot.
It was the same spot? Yeah, same spot. Dude would, not unlike B. Mitch, would always talk. What you got today? What you got? I'm like, even on like some terrible teams, I'm like, ugh, I got to go talk to Tan about this. And like, he would always talk. And as a photographer, as a journalist, you can always appreciate those guys. Like, yep, this is my job. I got to come talk to you knuckleheads. And they give you good sound bites and thoughtful things and don't run away from you.
Always a
don't
pro.
Hide.
So, I mean, I covered Tan at the tail end of his career. You know, I started coming out here Robert's rookie year and then more and more from there. And same thing, Tana was always a pro, man.
Yeah.
And you think about that 2013 season, that was some ugly, ugly times, man. And Tana was always a pro about it, always had Outcast playing in his locker, and just you get to realize what a special person he is. Let's hit these phones. Let's go to Malachi.
Malachi, what up?
Malachi, what's it mean for Tana to go in the Ring of Fame?
Man, it means everything to me, man. Coming up as a kid, man, watching them whoop on the Cowboys is great, man. I had the chance to meet Santana and Brian at Mr. Brian Mitchell at the NFC Championship game. What was it? I think it was at like one of the rest stops or something. I was real amped up to meet him, man. Got to take.
Oh yeah, we were driving back.
Yeah, man. I was an Anthony child, man. But man, it means that's
appreciate
great,
that, man.
No
Thanks
problem.
for the call, dude.
Yeah.
Santana,
We were driving back. We stopped trying to get some Popeyes, and they said they had no chicken. I'm like, well, why the hell y'all open? I mean, how you go to a Popeyes if they have no chicken? I'm coming here. Yo, give me some red beans and rice.
Right.
It's like I want some biscuits.
So the game Tana was talking about, the Christmas Eve game 2005 against the Giants at FedEx, 5 catches for $160 and 3 touchdowns. That year, dude, listen to this run. Week 4 against the Broncos in Denver, 8 for 116. Week 6 in Kansas City, 10 for 173 with 2 touchdowns.
Damn.
Following week, Niners at home, 5 for 112 and a touchdown. I mean, just ball game.
That dude was cooking.
And then, of course, everybody remembers week 2 in Dallas, 5 for 159 and 2 touchdowns. We're going to keep these phone lines going. If you want to tell us what it means to you that Santana Moss is going in the Ring of Fame, hit us. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067.
Hi, everyone. I'm calling all dads out there to tell you about a big event. It's the Dad Games, the Olympics for dads. You can compete for $500 first prizes in events like trash can basketball, the dad joke talents. JP will probably lose that one. Wiffle ball, home run derby, and more. And JP and I will be there cheering you on. Saturday, August 9th in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. To register, visit dadgames.com. Use codes 1067 for 50% off registration. Bring the whole family, and we'll see you at the Dad Games, the Olympics for dads. Make sure you bring some awful jokes. Bum, 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 bum.
Writing on the wall. It's Santana Moss Appreciation Hour. If you want to call in, tell us what Tana means to you, do it. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Tyler. Tyler, Tana's going in the Ring of the Fame. How excited are you?
What's going on, JP?
How you doing, bud?
Well, long time listener, first time caller.
Appreciate it, man.
I just wanted to give you my favorite memory. My favorite memory was Monday Night Football, down 13-0 against Dallas, 2 touchdowns in the final 6 minutes, and we win the game.
All right, that was fantastic,
man.
right there.
The Cowboy Killer. Got this tweet from Redskins fan forever. Said Santana Moss Monday night game at Dallas. Cowboy Killer. Long overdue for 89 to be up in the Ring of Honor. Let's go. Love that, man. We'll keep these phone lines going. Jonesy is in D.C. Jonesy, what's it mean for you to have Tana go in?
Man, it's real big, man. It's very special to me. I mean, after losing to Dallas like 8 seasons straight, I mean, it's terrible, man. 8 games straight. I mean, you know, it's just super, man. I mean, you know, I got a chance to hang with him and Ken Harvey when they did a grand opening up at the pizza spot up there on Rhode Island Avenue. And, man, Santana got some stories, too, fellas. So this is great, and I'm happy for Santana. Have a good day, fellas. And it's VO season, B-Mitch. Birthday is Friday, baby. I'm out.
All right, baby.
Happy birthday, dude.
Happy birthday to you.
Tana definitely has some stories. He's done it all.
Yep.
Our boy Tay tweeted me, said, Santana's Cowboy destruction felt like a playoff win.
Oh,
Back
bro.
then, that's about all we could celebrate.
Yeah.
It was, he did a lot for fans of this team, man, and meant a whole heck of a lot. I'm really, really happy for Tana. Like, when I saw that, man, I was so happy. Was that part of – so remember, I asked because you were, like, coming back from Vegas and had this Sunday morning show, and I'm like, damn, you got an 8:30 Sunday morning show after Vegas? And you're like, yeah, I'll be good. I want to do this. So you clearly knew when I was asking why you wanted to
I had to do that, yeah.
You ended up coming back Saturday night anyway?
Yeah.
Just make it a little easier?
Yep.
How was Vegas, by the way? We never got to talk about it. You play all
All
right?
right. Played 78. That was it.
Oh, you only played the one day?
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to play on.
Oh, okay. I mean, you played some pretty good golf, it sounds like.
Yeah. I'm hitting it good.
I got just a little bit of a question for you, Brian. We're obviously out in the heat in training camp, right? And that's exciting. There's not the amount of media that comes out here for training camp is pretty significant. There's probably 50 people a day media-wise, something like that. They build out these tents and stuff. But there's not outdoor plumbing out here. It's porta potties.
Yeah.
You know? Not that nature doesn't call and there aren't situations, but I am always shocked by going in those porta potties and the amount of people that go number 2 in there.
Let it go?
Like,
why you shocked?
To me, that is an avoid at all possible ways. You know how Wegmans, Chick-fil-A, like there are places way close.
Yeah, sometimes you can't get all the way over there. Let me ask you a question. The worst thing in the world to have to use the bathroom on an airplane.
You think an airplane's worse than a porta potty?
That's the worst because you got to walk out of that thing and the
everybody
people right
knows.
There. So have you ever gone on the plane? If you got to go, you got to go.
I don't.
Remember, they got to go.
You know, I told you this before, I think. I got food poisoning. I was leaving DuPont Circle, taking the cheap bus up to New York, and I got a sandwich at this little deli right where
you get, keep always buying them little things, man.
19th Street comes off of DuPont Circle. Dog, and I ate like half of it, and it just started feeling like there were gears grinding in my stomach. I'm like, oh, hell. And I'm on a bus to New York, 5-hour ride, and there's a bathroom in the bus. And I'm like, oh, boy.
You got to do it.
I mean, I didn't have to sit down. It came northward instead of down southward. But a bus a bus bathroom is pretty damn terrible too. I don't understand the people, like, just go to Wegmans. It's 5 minutes away.
But Jay, you can't get to Wegmans sometimes. You know how far some of these people are parked. So I'm telling you, bro. People will find a way. When nature calls, you do what you gotta do, bro.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm telling you. So I had this Tom Ford cologne, and I bought this bottle. I was like, man, I'm gonna be using this, and I'm gonna ration this out because it was so expensive. Get on the airplane, and I normally hit the bathroom before I get on the plane just to make sure.
Sure.
But I don't know. I got one of those little boxes they have, and I ate something and my stomach. I'm like, oh boy. I wasn't embarrassed when I came out the bathroom because I probably left half of that Tom Ford bottle in there. I was
trying to cover it up.
I was, and then I flush, then I flush. When I walk
that
out,
airplane flush is loud too.
The
man.
bathroom smelled better when I walked out of it than it did while I was in it. I promise you that. Whoever went there after me was like, "Damn, he smelled good." But bro, man, let me tell you. And that's embarrassing. Like, but when you sit there, you like, damn. If I walk out here and open this door, because I know sometimes I've seen people on the plane, they open that door, you like, damn, did something die?
The airplane stuff, I think porta potty in the heat is just the worst. Like, you imagine, I don't want to spend much time in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that thing is like a sweat box. Might as well be a sauna in there, man.
Well, when you go in there, it's an emergency. And normally when you have to go wherever you got to go, that one don't take that long.
Here's my advice.
So you in and out, though.
Right. For fans coming to Ashburn to watch training camp, I got young kids. And anytime we leave the house, I always encourage them to go to the bathroom before we leave, right? So we don't have to stop. If you're coming to training camp, use the bathroom before you get here, because it's not an ideal situation. You're just standing around outside. Now you've been warned. You've been properly told what to expect should nature call. Here's what we are going to do. Our guy Ben Standig launched his own Substack. He's going to join us next. He's been out here every day, stealing my chair, covering the Commanders. See what he thinks about the Terry McLaurin situation. Nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Purchase your tickets at baysox.com. Commanders training camp continuing as they get ready for the 2025 regular season. Wide receiver Terry McLaurin in camp on the PUP list with an ankle injury. Head coach Dan Quinn describes his elite wide receiver.
First word that comes to mind with him when I think of him is like, this is an awesome competitor. Like, at his core, that's who he is. That's what I think of. Like, sometimes you think of somebody and a word comes into your mind or a thought, and that's what comes to mind with me. That's one of those traits. There's good, and then there's excellent at something, and that's what I think of with Terry.
Veteran Day off, Jeremy Tunsil, Von Miller, Zach Ertz, Marshawn Lattimore, and Cleveland Farrell. Santana Moss is going to be inducted into Washington's Ring of Fame. Nationals baseball, a sweet series win in Minnesota, beating the Twins 7-2. Jake Irvin, 7 strong innings, and Josh Bell, a big hit.
Bell stands in. Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive into left field. That's a base hit. Abrams scores from third. Wood to third being held up. As on it quickly is Castro to get the throw in, cut off by the third baseman Lewis.
The call on 106.7 The Fan. Tonight against the Houston Astros at 7:40 on The Fan with Brad Lord against Framber Valdez. Not the time to face Houston. They've lost 5 in a row at home. Mercury defeat the Mystics 88-72, so Washington goes 1-1 over the weekend in the back-to-back. Wide receiver Cordarrelle Patterson of the Pittsburgh Steelers says he was released on his day off. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
If you think you're having a bad day, trust me, Cordarrelle Patterson is having a worse one. I'll explain what I'm talking about a little later in the program. Right now, though, excited to be joined by our friend, Mr. Ben Standig. Just launched his own Substack. Benny, what's up, man?
JP, B-Mitch, thank you for having me in your very cold tent. The Fan is the big MVP today.
All right, should we start with the elephant in the room? Oh, my God. Let's start with the elephant in the room.
Okay.
So Deebo Samuel stole my chair today, and I didn't say anything. And B-Mitch has been calling me a wimp because I didn't stand up to Deebo.
Yeah, he's standing up to you.
But you've been stealing my chair nonstop, and this is me standing up to you.
Nah,
Stop stealing my chair.
Tell him if you don't stand up to Deebo, don't say nothing to you.
I mean, I think B-Mitch makes a fair point. Yeah, JP's saying that in the media room, I have a seat next to his, but mine is like closer to the baking sun. And when he's not in there, I kind of slide in a little bit. And then he shows up. He's like, "Well, dude," I'm like, kind of already here.
Just squatters' rights.
Yeah, that's kind of how I see it.
All right, let's talk practice, dude. I think Jaden was damn near phenomenal today. He was really, really good. What stood out for you in Jaden's performance?
Yeah, I mean, I think what has stood out in general in camp of how it hasn't stood out in the sense of like, I already expect this to be the case now that he's going to be lights out because of what we saw last year. And I'm not even looking at it as like overhyping it or like being like seeing everything through burgundy and gold colored glasses. There wasn't much to ding last year, and he's just come out and continued to be that guy. And also it's just, the demeanor, the poise, the calm. He just looks like he's been doing this forever already. And so I'm not like, wow, look at that play, although I guess I did on the very first one of the camp when he threw to Deebo for that touchdown. I went a little nuts. But yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think today was a pretty good day. After a couple days ago, the offense looked a little shaky. But yeah, he just looks the part. I have no notes.
I think a lot of times we look at people, but his mental makeup is what I hear everyone discuss. And I think that right there sets him apart from most guys because other guys are trying to get to where he came into this place at. So I don't suspect him having any kind of fallback. I just think that he can win 11 games, 10 games, and still be as good as he was last year. But people will automatically say, "Oh, sophomore slump," because they didn't win the same amount of games.
Right. Yeah, I think this team in general can be a better team and win less games because of the tougher schedule. And, obviously kudos to them for getting the breaks and taking advantage of them, but there were also a lot that went their way. I was just doing an interview with somebody else, and they asked about Jaden, and I was like, look, here's the thing. If I tell you at the end of this season that he was the same guy last year, that's not a plateau. That's awesome.
Right.
Like if he can replicate that, then the sky's the limit. And that's the thing. We, right now, obviously we've got the Terry McLaurin drama, and we're all kind of waiting to see some of the, how's Marshawn Lattimore hold up and Tunsil, and every year there will be stories. As long as Five is out there and doing what he's doing and building off what he did last year, this team is going to have a puncher's chance to be a contender, and that is where you absolutely want to be in this league, and a lot of teams can't get there.
When you get into the quarterback club, when you've got a dude, you've got a chance, and it's. They're still building. I mean, they've only had 2 drafts with this leadership group. Like, there's still a lot more to come. But having Jaden just gives them a chance. And it's pretty interesting because you wonder if they recognize that, and that's a factor in these McLaurin conversations.
Well, first off, to the point of having a chance, he's also letting the rest of the league know this is the place to be. My buddy, who's a crazy Wizards fan, said Von Miller – coming here reminded him of when Paul Pierce went to the Wizards after Bradley Beal and John Wall had started to bubble up, and Paul Pierce.
I called game.
Right, and he had a great year, and they almost made the Eastern Conference Finals and blah, blah. But point is, Von Miller's not coming here if they were just 7-10 and Jaden was Midland.
Yep.
Okay, so there's that. But in terms of, the McLaurin part, I think in general, I am a firm believer that receiver is a position I'm not going to look to spend a ton of money on. Sure, have a stud. But then I'm, having a guy on a rookie contract or some other guys who are making solid money but nothing amazing, because I have a quarterback that makes people better. I mean, I'm not comparing Jaden to necessarily these quarterbacks quite yet, but look what Josh Allen has to work with in Buffalo. Look what Mahomes has in Kansas City at receiver. I know he has Travis Kelce. Look what Tom Brady had most of his career. They didn't have to spend a ton of money on receiver because their guy makes everybody better. You still need the one guy at least to be that sort of fulcrum, and Terry obviously can do that. But I do wonder, to what degree are they going, hey, man, Terry, we love you, but we kind of think this guy, look what happened last year with De'Ami Brown, who had done nothing in 3 years, and now he got a contract this year. Olamide Zaccheaus had a bounce-back year. Noah Brown. We believe in you, but we have a guy that we can believe in.
Yeah, but they ain't make him to Terry, though.
Yeah.
As good as they were, all of them together wasn't Terry.
Yeah.
So you still got to have somebody special to help it.
Yeah. Spend on the one guy, absolutely, and then go from there. So, yeah, that's why there's a lot of reasons why the Terry thing feels weird at this stage as it keeps going on. But, yeah, I do wonder about that long picture. Do they think, hey, we have Jaden, we don't need to really spend a ton on this position?
Talking with our friend Ben Standig here. You can give him a follow at Ben Standig. Check out the Last Man Standig podcast. So I do want to talk about you launching your own Substack, right? And, a lot of people have read your work, watched your podcast, listened to the podcast over the years. But tell people what the Substack means and how they find it and such.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I mean, basically it's me taking the work I've already been doing, and now I'm the boss. This boss is going to let me slack when I need to. He's also going to say, "Hey, buddy, if you don't get motivated here, you're going to be in some big trouble because there's nobody else to fill in the gap." All the things I do over the years.
Nobody else to feed that cat.
Lenny lives a good life. He's not looking to go back. He wants to poop in a box, not live in one.
Got a lot of poop talk.
So, yeah, I mean, look, all the stuff I've done, coverage of this team, inside analysis. Obviously, when we get to the draft season, I'll be doing mock drafts up the wazoo. I'm going to get going with my agent survey. And, really also just to try to build a community. I think that, you guys do obviously a great job here. You have loyal fans who come back to you day after day after day. And that's kind of what I want to try to build on this end. And, honestly, it's been a great start. We already have over 1,000 subscribers after just 4 days, which to my eyes is pretty good. So, yeah, if you go to lastmanstandig.substack.com/subscribe, you can get in there. And by the way, today is the last day for a discounted rate. So if either of you two haven't joined yet, I would just, I'd encourage you and everybody else.
You're going to make B charge you? You're going to charge B, Mitch?
Well, I mean,
I'm just saying, if you're going to give one out, I'd give one to him.
Fair enough.
I think you wrote a story kind of checking in with people around the league for your Substack about what they thought was going on with this Terry situation.
Right.
What was who all did you talk to? I mean, obviously it's anonymous, but like, tell me the type of people you spoke with and kind of what their reaction was.
Yeah, I mean, look, this thing has gone on longer than I thought. I obviously talked to people around it about it over the course of the off season, but as the last day or two, I was like, okay, let me circle back. So I talked to one GM and kind of went through the scenarios here and how the DK Metcalf number, roughly 33 million, seems like a target for the Terry side, which makes sense. Same draft class, and he. The GM was kind of like, well, I'm sure that's what they would like. I don't know he's getting 33 million by this team or by anybody. But then I also talked to somebody who's a former executive who would be a kind of person who would be in rooms for contract negotiations, and he was just sort of flabbergasted that this thing is still going on, that for who Terry is, for what he represents.
Sure.
And the fact that, look, whatever the Jaden contract deal be, it's 2 years removed, and this is a team that doesn't have a lot of guys you really have to pay. So why make an example of him? Sure, maybe even if you have to slightly quote-unquote overpay, if you think he's only worth 28, get him to 30. It doesn't seem like it's a big deal. So it's been interesting because I think there's more people on the side of Terry may have to at some point concede, but a lot of people don't get why we're even here. Why is this guy being,
But I think just when you look at it, though, you can make every excuse you want, but a lot of their own words is why they're in this situation, too. You talk about being a commander. You talk about how you want certain people. Hell, he fits every bill of what you've been preaching.
I was joking earlier. That
and then that person, when he say, okay, I want to be treated fairly, you say no, then what you telling everybody else? That we're blowing smoke?
Right. No, I mean, everybody's getting into AI these days. I was joking that if you went to AI and said, hey, here's all the things that Dan Quinn and Adam Peters says of what they're looking for. Now, make a poster for the season and pick one player to be on that poster based on that. A reasonable chance it's going to be Terry. So it's like, I don't get what we're doing here. Plus, it's still, like you said, it's still early in this process.
Yeah,
They're still establishing the culture. Who better exemplifies that than the guy who had to slog through a lot of tough quarterbacks, a lot of down years.
You only want to listen to the person who's been through something.
Yeah.
So Terry's been through hell. And now when he gets to the other side, it's like, oh, we don't need you anymore. That doesn't seem like, I don't think that's what's being said. It's just that I think negotiations get a little tricky sometimes.
100%. I mean, obviously you had to, go through these things and how do you tell a guy, hey, we want you, we value you, we covet you, but we just don't think you're worth as much as you think. I mean, we've all been in negotiations, whatever jobs we all have. We're like,
Yeah, we may not think they work what they think they are, but you better make sure it's not too far away. Because basically you tell me we don't think you're much.
All right. Well, and that's the thing. At least I don't know how far apart they are. It seems like it's got to be a pretty sizable gap, though, because otherwise I don't think we're having to have Terry and his agent come out here 2 days in a row to, walk around and be seen and, sign autographs. And if it was closer, you'd think they'd be inside the building talking to Adam Peters and saying, okay, how do we...
or practicing.
We're practicing, yeah, 100%.
Talking with our friend Ben Standig here. You can give him a follow at Ben Standig, Standig. Check out his podcast, Last Man Standing. As this thing continues...
How many people think you spelled it wrong?
My last name?
When you put last man.
Oh, I mean...
man, you forgot the end.
Right.
I mean, it's been this way my whole life, so I'm just used to it at this point. But, this is an important one. Don't misspell this name, otherwise I don't know what you're getting.
Have you seen Marcus Mariota the last 2 days?
So I think he was out there today for drills, but he wasn't out there for team. They had Sam Hartman, and it seemed like he was going second over Josh Johnson. So, I mean, not sure. Obviously, with all these vets,
a lot of vets got a day off today.
A lot of vets get a day off. It was weird to me that they brought Josh Johnson in the sense of, like, the third-string quarterback. I would like that player to be, like, somebody who could be the second string next year.
Right.
And that's not going to be the 39-year-old. But, I also figured it's like, hey, how much are they going to use Jaden and Mariota in preseason games? And maybe with Mariota specifically, how much are you going to have to you run him out there in practices? So I don't know if there's something specific yet. I'm aiming to find out. Hopefully we will, but I haven't gotten there yet.
Chick Hernandez always making us laugh.
Chick is crazy.
How much you think Jaden plays in the preseason overall?
I mean, if you set the over-under at 2.5 series, I think I'd go under. I mean, look, is there a world where like it's like they go have a 3 and out and they're like, okay, go back in again? Sure, but I mean, in general, as long as they have a productive couple series, I don't see why they would risk that. I mean, that's the thing with the joint practices. You can specifically design what you want to work on, and he's not getting hit.
Right.
Or in the game, there's no non-contact jersey.
Right.
So you don't want to risk that. I whether that's the right move to build a football team overall, I don't know. But like for him specifically, I don't think much. And then I kind of think the same thing with Mariota. I don't see why he's playing more than 2 or 3 series either. You got Johnson, let Hartman play.
You got to play football to get ready for football. I know we always say that, but we can't just have people go from practice to a game.
Sure.
Because you were going there with the wrong sense of security. They got to play at least eventually. I mean, you don't want to play them in too many games, but if you don't play them at all, I don't think football is going to a safe spot. While we practice for an hour and 15 minutes a day, okay, and then you get in preseason and you're in there for a smidget,
right?
Then you go play the game, and we noticed in the first week or 2, 3 weeks, like tops, people start getting banged up because all of a sudden it's being ramped up. You got to ramp it up a little bit to try to get there.
And also just teams
and make plays that protect them.
Right. And also teams are coming in those first 2-3 weeks in general, they're a little behind. And all of a sudden, look, we all forget, or maybe we don't forget, but last year, if the Giants had a kicker,
right,
they probably win week 2. The Commanders are 0-2.
Right.
And, I'm not saying the season's over, but, it's a different world then. They win that one and then the surge from there. And, you got to start off hot. Every game counts.
Yeah.
So, but again, this is where I leave it up to someone like you. Like, it definitely seems like the NFL has gotten very nervous that they make these huge investments in these players and are just petrified that they don't even make it out to week 1. So I get.
Are we looking for a future where they're going to be playing with the pads on, the whole body?
Or
flags?
I mean, the reality is.
But what's the stuff they call it? Bubble wrap. Yeah, we're going to put them all in bubble wrap.
Well, it's just interesting because I think we've reached a point where so many coaches are just totally giving up on the preseason and counting more on the joint practices. But the league, because they force season ticket sales to include preseason, and they've got television deals, and then local teams have television deals, like that's revenue. Like it's not. Eventually they get to 18, then it's only 2 preseasons. I get it, but like everybody hates the preseason, and yet it's not going anywhere.
I mean,
for guys fighting to make a roster spot, you don't hate it, but
yeah, they're gonna have some level of it. I just think that you gotta. You gonna play football. Eventually, people gonna get hit.
Yeah.
And I know people go, well, it's preseason. If a guy get hurt in the preseason game or the first week of the season, what really is the big difference?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, like I said, it is purely the investment. You're just the second the guy signs that contract, you are just petrified that something happens. And but like I said, it's football. I mean, look, they can in the preseason games, you can sit out your top, say 25, 30 guys. You still have 60 guys to go play, so you can still have a game, and there's people wearing the jersey. And maybe it's not the stars, but there'll be people. And like you said, for the roster bubble guys, it's a huge deal. But yeah, it is an interesting dynamic. How do you decide how much is too much? I always just kind of wonder, can you just skip the OTAs and that part of it and just make this part larger and maybe try to build on that, maybe find more ways to get padded practices or things like that?
Content machine, bro. They want OTAs. They want us all out here putting it on TV.
The league want
They want it year round, man.
Yeah.
Talking with our friend Ben Standig here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Who's standing out for you? Who you feel like's having a really good camp?
Well, this is going to be a very cliche because doesn't everybody sing Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt? I mean, I'd like to say that I was on this train like way back weeks ago. And look, it's a train that admittedly, it may be going too fast. He was this last running back picked in the draft. If it was, if he was a better prospect, he would have gone earlier. He had obviously the weird situation where he basically didn't play last year. But this team, after the last season, it was pretty obvious to me that they lacked big-time playmaking out of the backfield. And I think getting Debo maybe was part of that, specifically him, because he could play out of the backfield. But, look, B-Rob is a powerful guy who's good in short yardage, but not going to really break one. Austin Eckler could, but he's limited, and with the amount of touches you probably want to give him. And this kid, there was a play today, I assume you guys saw it. where Krosky Merritt takes a handoff. He's sort of looking for a lane, immediately sees it, one cut, plant foot, cuts upfield. There's Tyler Owens waiting for him, and those two just go at it. Those are young guys.
It's a good collision.
They're not afraid right now of anything, and I just think that guy. I don't know. I don't want to get too far and say he could be the starter on this team, but I think the upside is there because again that ability is something they just don't have in this group. Otherwise, if you add that to Jaden on the ground, I think that's going to make a nightmare for defenses. But let's see. There's a lot more than just simply running the ball. How does he pass block?
Yeah.
How is he as a receiver? How is he getting the playbook down? All those kinds of things. But I'm impressed with what I've seen.
What have you thought of the receivers, non-Terry, non-Debo division?
I think it's a little still work in progress. I mean, Luke McCaffrey always felt like he was on the verge of a big moment last year as a receiver. Never quite happened. Jalen Lane had that big catch yesterday where he goes high in the air.
Yep.
To get over a couple DBs to make the play. So I think
I like Brooks.
Lane had another good catch today too.
16.
Yeah.
I like him.
Yeah.
Long.
By 6'2", 6'3".
When I did back after they signed the UDFA's. I did a story like I ranked them. I think he was my number one guy. I mean, we just look at the basics, but I forget watching film.
6'3", they list him.
He was a 5-star recruit to Alabama. Automatically, it means something is going on there. There's some sort of skill set. Now, it didn't quite work there. He goes to Louisville, gets a 1,000-yard season last year with Tyler Shuck, the
Saints
starter
for
the Saints. He's got good size. There's some bounce to him. He's been a part of special teams groups. And to me, if I'm looking at this team, I think there's 5 receivers that are probably locks, right? Terry, Noah Brown, Debo, Jalen Lane, and McCaffrey. If there's a 6th, look, I get if you want to vet Michael Gallup or KJ Osborne, could be there, or Chris Moore. But if they're like the 6th guy, if they're really not in the top 4, I'd rather go for a young guy with upside. And this kid looks to me, of those young guys, could be that guy. I mean, look, is he maybe this year's Cam Sims? Cam Sims was a guy who was at Alabama, completely overlooked, goes undrafted, and then has a spectacular preseason, makes his team, and stuck around for a while, primarily for special teams. So he's an interesting one for sure. But again, like talking about Krosky Merritt, it's
early.
It's overhyping a fun new toy, but I'm intrigued to see him as well in the preseason.
I also wonder if they don't. The way the practice squad rules are, if they think they can keep these guys and not lose them, right? Like if you get Brooks to your practice squad, does that let you keep 4 running backs? Or does that – I'm almost curious about the tight end situation. Like Tyree Jackson is just such a big monster. I don't know that – I don't know, right? Like Cager's a dude they love. There are these guys that I find – interesting situationally, and because Debo kind of does multiple things, does that mean you have to? I don't know how it'll all work out, and I mean unfortunately the reality is like there will be injuries somewhere along the way, and that'll impact roster construction.
I'm playing around with my first 53 projection because it's after 4 days of practice. I've seen enough.
Yeah.
So and I think looking at the offense. 3 quarterbacks, 4 running backs, 6 receivers. I don't think you can keep all of that. Now, maybe you don't keep the 3rd quarterback. I would kind of always keep a 3rd QB, but okay. The 4 running backs, I think this year kind of has to be barring injury, and then that's the receiver. I wonder, maybe you only keep 5, and like you said, get Brooks to the practice squad.
One of the quarterbacks on practice squad?
I mean, Josh Johnson's not there, right? So it's bad. Basically, do you want to keep Josh Johnson or not? Hartman, I think, gets there. But yeah, receiver, you could probably keep Brooks and pick your vet, right? That you want to be there, have a couple options. So that, if an injury happens, you bump them up on game day and you're covered. So yeah, the practice squad makes it a lot easier, and it does make it like, who's the guy we can risk releasing to get to the squad? Brooks would be that type of guy, but I don't necessarily think that the other vets are like, you gotta worry that they're gonna get snagged either, because they're at the back end for a reason.
Sure are. Benny, thank you for the time. Everybody check him out. The new Substack where you find all the Standig content. Thanks, dude.
My God, thank you. Thanks for the fan. I appreciate it.
When we return, let's hear from Jaden Daniels. Had a hell of a practice today. How does Jaden Daniels, with all the hype and all the excitement, just keep his head on so straight? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Finley.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Washington Commanders practice again today at training camp without Laramie Tunsil, Von Miller, Zach Ertz, Marshawn Lattimore, and Cleveland Farrell. They did have the day off. Big news from Philadelphia, where Phillies star Bryce Harper stood nose-to-nose with Rob Manfred during a meeting between the Major League Baseball commissioner and the team last week, and said, quote, "Get the blank out of our clubhouse" if Manfred wanted to talk about the potential implementation of a salary cap. This from Jeff Passan at ESPN. Nationals play the Houston Astros tonight at 7:40 with Brad Lord facing Framber Valdez. Pittsburgh Steelers have released wide receiver Cordarrelle Patterson according to his X account. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address, 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Live, Ashburn, Virginia. Commanders training camp. All your training camp coverage brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. Landfill, we got some housekeeping to take care of. Landfill, we just sent Jeff to Popeyes. Do you think he'll be able to handle this mission?
No.
You think Jeff will mess? Now the Jeff parking pass situation actually went pretty well, but it went pretty well because Derek's on top of stuff, not necessarily Jeff.
I don't
think they went well because I have my parking pass back.
Have you guys considered how long this is going to take? It takes Jeff about 25 minutes to get to Bonchon and back, and Bonchon is in the same building as us.
But that's not no ladies walking along the street that he can try and flirt with.
Yeah, from here to where the Popeyes is, he's driving. He also, Landfill, Jeff keeps asking to use me or B's car when he goes to get lunch.
Right, because he's driving, he ain't putting miles on his car. It had 100,000 when you bought it.
Right. The mileage is driving from his house to Ashburn, not from the facility to Popeyes. It's 1.6 miles away.
Yeah, that Popeyes is close.
I think we should also make everybody aware that B-Mitch and Landfill cooked up a little scheme.
His damn name was Santana Moss, so we had to make sure we send it out to the peeps. so Mitch, what we came up with?
This
With
is
Landfill
cold-blooded. Landfill got ChatGPT to make a image of Jeff
as Santana Moss.
Fat Tana Moss. I'll show everybody on the stream.
He said who he was, so we just wanted to make sure we post correct.
Oh, that's tough. That is just tough. We talked about this before. I continue to be really impressed by Jaden Daniels, both in his on-field capabilities and his off-field demeanor. Jaden Daniels talked about just kind of being a level-headed dude and how he keeps it as such.
How are you able to compartmentalize all of that and keep it in perspective at your young age?
Yeah, I think it's just kind of.
I can't do it now.
Yeah, I think it's just the humility part, being grounded and never letting your ego, especially in the quarterback room. We always say check your egos at the door, and that's like the main thing that they heart because everybody has egos. Everybody is selfish in their own ways. As human beings, I mean that's just human nature. Right. But for us, it's like, okay, how can I just go out there and take that away from me? Push the ego out the way, and how can I be able to grow and get better? Because I still got so much to learn, and I'm striving to be a perfect player. I mean, if people were perfect players, everybody play in this league.
How much did your mindset change playing in the NFL?
It didn't. I mean, I came into this league as this overly determined, crazy person, and I think I'm still that person. And I think when I got in the league, I got a little bit more like that. But you began. I think people don't change when they get in the league per se, unless you've been a fake your whole life. You know what I mean? Like, Jaden is who he is. That's not going to change. And he's had success doing how he's been doing it. What he did last year, you think he's going to change who he is now? he's going to become more of that person, you know. And I think that same way it worked with me. Like, I was always determined, and I believe. And I think a lot of times those people that have gotten along, gotten past, gotten by not doing much, they keep doing that, and it catches them eventually.
I totally agree. I mean, one question I've gotten a lot that I just think is silly is this notion of a sophomore slump, regression, whatever you want to call it, right?
Uh-huh.
And I just think generally that stuff doesn't really happen. Now, people could twist numbers around and say he regressed if they don't, win as many games or his touchdown production is a little further down. But, like, generally to me, dudes that regress, one, injuries can always be a factor, right? But removing that, it's people that don't put the work in.
Yeah.
And I have zero thought that Jaden doesn't put the work in. He's a football terminator. It's all he's programmed to do.
See, I kind of compare him with the C.J. Stroud. Everyone that says C.J. Stroud had a sophomore slump, they're lazy. They haven't looked at what transpired around him.
Right.
If you lose both of your receivers and your offensive line is not as good, yeah, you might have a slump, but it wasn't your fault. You know what I mean? And I don't think he really necessarily had a slump. It's just that they didn't play as well as a team as they did the year before. They were still in the playoffs. I think they got a victory as well.
Yeah, they won.
So what's the slump? If he had not made the playoffs and probably fell on the flat on his face and had both of his receivers there, I can understand that. But I think that's just something people put out there, and it's not automatic. It's not 100%.
I totally agree. I think Jaden is just Jaden, and that's just who he is and how he's programmed, and I don't think it's going to change. I really don't, man. Now, I do think not having 17 could have an impact.
Yeah.
I think that's something that's real. That is not a perceived conversation.
Yeah.
Now, Lanville put the Terry situation into Chat GPT.
Chat GPT, boy, they talk a lot of stuff, boy.
Chat GPT on the Terry McLaurin situation. If the Commanders don't sign Terry McLaurin to a contract extension, the fault would primarily fall on the front office. GM Adam Peters, it's his responsibility to manage the roster and cap. Letting a top leader and consistent performer walk, especially when he still has prime years left, will be a clear front office failure. Ownership, if budget restrictions, long-term vision conflicts, or organizational dysfunction play a role. Coaching staff, scheme fit, if the offensive vision undervalues what McLaurin brings, then part of the blame goes to the staff. I don't think any of those will happen. Like, I don't know. If the Terry deal does not get done, on some level it is an organizational misstep, somewhere between misstep and failure, depending.
If you want people to believe in what you say, you can't say it and they don't live up to it.
Right, especially about this dude. I will say, though, and maintain that I am very happy Harris is not getting involved. Ownership getting involved in football decisions is how we got into this mess.
Yeah.
Ownership picked.
Yeah, but I think if an owner gets involved, every owner that gets involved doesn't end up like Dan was. I don't think this group has that in them to be like that. If they were to get involved in a sense to just get things along the way or say, look, I don't have a problem with it, that's okay. But to every time any player comes in that you liked, you had to say something. I know what you're saying. That was wrong with Dan. Believe me.
Right. And it's a great point because there's a huge point in ownership involvement. They're going to hand out, even if this thing lands lower than people think, Terry's going to get at least $50 million guaranteed, right? Like, any owner that's cutting a $50 million check is going to want to know what's going on. And it's one thing, say they get, I imagine the Harris camp is asking for updates. Hey, what's the latest? And getting updates. And if this gets to mid to late August and Harris is like, all right, man, let's pay what we need to pay and get this done, I think that's okay. I think it's more about picking favorites and trying to determine who does what and how it all shakes out. And that, I don't believe, is what the Harris group is going to do. When we come back, I want to go around the NFL. Wild story out of Pittsburgh. Got to hear some Dan Quinn audio specific to the Terry situation. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds, plus you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Bro, you know how good it feels to go home after a long day at camp and just I sit in the basement, which is the coolest part of my house, and that Rude system is just cranking. Dude, it feels so good. I take a cold shower, come out of there, sit around on the couch, air dry with the lights off.
That's a little bit TMI, dog.
Oh, which part? The cool
All
Rude
of the air
system?
dry stuff.
Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions like the DC heat. Comfort and performance perfectly balanced. You got to tell them about the cash, baby.
Oh, yeah.
You can qualify for federal tax credits up to 2 G's on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, JP, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
There you go.
Levy, you're crazy for this one. Playing slow jams, Top Gun soundtrack sex scene as an intro. I don't know what people in their car think when they hear this song and then my voice, B. That's some contradictory emotions.
Well,
right
you
there.
just talked about sitting on the couch, hair drying and stuff.
Well, I'm just trying to cool off, B.
JP, have we talked about the fact that you were sending us shirtless photos yesterday?
I was grilling and chilling, Landfill.
Right. Yeah, but you put your shirt on when you grill.
Sometimes it feels good to grill with shirtless.
With that dad bod, you might want to put your shirt on, though.
Yo, I've been kind of looking jacked lately, honestly.
I don't know what you're looking at to see if you
You
get
definitely
jacked.
did not look jacked in the photo you sent us.
You did not.
So what happened?
You look like Kramer.
What? So I was grilling up barbecue chicken, and when I pulled it out of the bag, a little bit of the barbecue got on my shirt. So I took it off.
Oh, so you had a reason to take your shirt off.
Well, I was still grilling, so I asked Lauren to take my shirt off for me, which I was wondering if that might get her singing the Top Gun soundtrack. It did not.
We know, because you sent us a picture of you by
Solo.
grill.
I don't know. Grilling with your shirt off feels like a little cavemanish. Like you feel some primalness, maybe?
No.
No?
No, we don't get that.
Okay. Well, I was vibing.
When you send it to this text thread, please put your shirt on.
I thought Landfill would like it, man. Sorry, Landfill. I guess you didn't.
Nah.
All right. Back to work. Dan Quinn is in a tough spot, man, because Dan Quinn wants Terry here. The coach's job is to win the games. Terry helps you win the games. Dan Quinn wants Terry here.
True.
But he also is part of management, and management's going through the ringer with Terry. And so, and not to mention, AP probably will not talk on the record again for a while. DQ has to talk every day. So he's in a unique situation. And DQ this morning was full Dikembe Mutombo mode. People were asking him questions. He was just swatting it away. But yesterday, whenever the first happened, so Dan Quinn was asked about kind of keeping a locker room together with a contract holdout. How do you avoid resentment?
No, I think in that space, what I've learned is give people grace in that spot. You don't know a coach, a player who's dealing with what, how it's affected you. So my number one goal is, keep the main thing, between players and coaches. So it's tricky and it's hard. So y'all want to, in those instances, like with Terry, I wanted to check in with the man, not the ball player.
Does that sound about right, B? You've been in locker rooms.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically mind your business type situation. When it's business like this is, you mind your business. If it becomes something else, then you that's when you separate and say something. But at this point, everybody's gonna deal with it at one point. And it may not be on the same scale, same level, but everybody's gonna deal with contract negotiating at a point.
I liked
You don't want nobody making comments on yours.
Wagner's line the other day was great when he was like, look, man, this is a business thing, and some business isn't your business.
Yeah.
And I think that's how players feel. One more from Quinn on the Terry situation. Just what it meant to have Terry back at the facility.
It was great, and I'm really pumped that he's here, man. He's such an awesome competitor. We had a chance to spend some time together yesterday, so yeah, it was great to see him.
I mean, pretty simple there.
Listen, man, I've sat and talked with coaches, and then I talked to the GM. The GM job is to build a team. The coach job is to get a team ready. And that coach wants you in the building, as you stated. That GM understands, I got to do this, I got to do that. And sometimes they don't see eye to eye. But these guys understand each other's job. That's what I love about Dan so much. Dan understands what has to happen. There are a lot of coaches who also make comments about stuff like this. You can't make the comment about the player, didn't expect the player to believe in you when you didn't believe in him. You wouldn't side with him, trusting him. So you're right. He's in a delicate situation. Very delicate situation.
And I think he's pretty good at it, man.
This dude is outstanding.
He's been negotiating this really well, and I think what I can appreciate just from a media standpoint is that he's willing to give you one day. Like when Terry wasn't here, he talked about it. When Terry showed up yesterday, he talked about it. When he got asked more about it today, Dikembe's zone.
Yeah.
He's swatting it away.
And he should. But just like the reporter job is to ask.
Right.
And once you see he's not answering, you got to read the room. Let it go. Because that could cause some issues down the line. To be honest with you.
For sure, man. I did want to make mention of this in case we don't get to a little later. So, Cordero Patterson has been a really good player at various points. I remember a couple years ago, Cordero torched the Skins when he was on the Falcons. So he, I guess he's, yeah, they are.
They leaving before the chicken.
Hey, Kerwin, you're leaving before the chicken gets here. So Cordero Patterson has been in the NFL 13 seasons?
Been a while.
12. So this would be his 13th year. He was a first-round pick back in 2013 out of Tennessee. He's had some crazy good seasons, just a total weapon, special teams player, all of it. But he's now 34 years old, and he found out he was with the Steelers, and he tweeted this out. Breaking news, Pittsburgh Steelers release old washed-up Cordero Patterson on his day off. It's pretty.
They say old washed up?
He said it about himself. I just think it's funny, and I love kind of the self-deprecation.
Yeah, but that dude was damn good. Last year, just a year ago, he was killing it. You know, it's I don't know.
Last year, he finished the season with 200 yards from scrimmage and a
the
touchdown.
year before, what did he do?
It was you're thinking of 3 years ago.
When he was in Atlanta.
22 in Atlanta. He went for over 800 yards from scrimmage and 8 touchdowns. And I'd have to find his return stuff because he was really good in the return game too. Yeah, man, 3 years ago as a returner, return kicks, was really good at it. So he's been a great player. I just thought it was funny the way he announced it. I mean, in his career, 4-time Pro Bowler, 4-time All-Pro, won a Super Bowl. He was on the All 2010s Hall of Fame team, which will be pretty interesting to see kind of what consideration he gets as things.
Well, my question I would ask, he said he got released on his day off. You want to practice all day, then get released? I'm serious. I used to tell him, like, I would see guys walking off the field after intense practice, like yesterday practice. Imagine that.
Yeah.
And then the guy walks over and say, Charlie, want to see you.
That's tough.
I said, yo, if y'all ever cut me, y'all better not call me after practice. I said, because I'm going to go post on this thing.
Call me before.
You better call me before or call me at my house or something, but don't get me after practice.
I get that, man. You'd be
Yeah.
hot. Now, Ian Rappaport, I thought this was hysterical. So Cordero Patterson announces he got cut on his day off. And Ian Rappaport posted a picture of Craig from Friday because Craig famously got fired from his job on his day off. And then, you ain't got no job? You got nothing to do? It's Friday.
I'm going to get you high today.
When we come back, I had a great conversation with Jeremy Reaves. You'll get to hear that right here on B. Mitch Finley.
This update brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Washington Commanders training camp continues from the Command Center with head coach Dan Quinn. The team practicing in pads today. He speaks to that importance.
You get a certain amount of them through the rest of training camp and then the same thing in season, but it's an important process for the line of scrimmages because the techniques are adjusted some with pads.
Veteran days off for Jeremy Tunsil, Von Miller, Zach Ertz, Marshawn Lattimore, and Cleveland Farrell. Pittsburgh Steelers veteran running back Cordarrelle Patterson has been released by the team. Nationals baseball against the Houston Astros tonight after a 7-2 win over the Twins, highlighted by an Alex Call hit.
That's trying to add to a 4-2 lead. Here's the pitch. Call swings, rounds it up the middle, gets a good hop over the second baseman into center field, a base hit. Garcia scores from third, Bell around third. He'll come in to score.
The Call on 106.7 The Fan. Tonight it's Brad Lord against Framber Valdez in Houston at 7:40 live here on 106.7. Philly star Bryce Harper went nose-to-nose with Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred at a meeting in the Phillies clubhouse, telling him to get out of the clubhouse when he started to talk about the salary cap. This from an ESPN report. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Okay. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Jeremy Reaves, a guy that I've known since he arrived here. I mean, just one of the great stories. Undrafted guy, earned everything he's got.
Yep.
Works his ass off. Now made a Pro Bowl, an All-Pro team. Just got a contract extension. He'll be here at least another year. I would say Revo's a true fan favorite. He worked all the way up, had that Pro Bowl, All-Pro season, then hurt his knee, worked all the way back, played every game last year. I think he easily could have been a Pro Bowler last year. Mm-hmm. Got to talk to Jeremy Reaves, truly one of my favorite people. Let's go. Always a pleasure to get to talk to Commander's star, Jeremy Reaves, man. You just got an extension. Mm-hmm. You've been doing this a long time. How's it feel?
It's a blessing, man. Anytime, you have an opportunity to just be out here and play the game that you love, grow up playing, it's a blessing. So I'm always filled with gratitude because, for an extended period of time in my career, it was very uncertain. So I always try to just treat every time I step out here like it could be my last because you never know.
There's not a lot of players that have played for all 3 team names. Mm-hmm. You're one of them. Mm-hmm. How different does everything feel now?
I mean, if you just even go back to last year, that year to the year before,
sure.
I mean, it was just night and day, right? Like, it became, for so long, I felt like a lot of guys operated like this was work. And it is your job, right? But, like, this is a game still, right? So, like, now I get to come play football, not I get to come to work, So, like, it's just a totally different environment, man. Like, it's enjoyable, it's relaxed, but also it's a sense of urgency, competitiveness. Like, everybody is competing for something, right? Competing for reps on defense, competing for special teams, competing for, certain roles and certain packages, right? Everything's a competition, and we compete in every aspect of the day. So when you have that, right, like, you wake up with the mentality of, okay, like, I have to be better than I was yesterday. You just have to keep building on that. So, man, it's an awesome, awesome feeling when you can come into a place like that.
Have you ever heard of the get to, have to theory?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And, I mean, I try to remind myself, like, I get to come work at training camp, right? Like, this is a pretty special thing. There's a lot of people in an office or something.
Right.
Did it ever feel have to?
I mean, for me,
there's been some bad end of years. It was
100%, man. I've won. There's been since I've won 3 games. A lot of I won 6 or 7.
Right.
But man, like, I'm at the end of the day, 3, 6, 0 game wins. Like, I'm doing what I always wanted to do, right? And so there was never a have to, right? Because you don't have to show up here, right? I never had to show up. I could have easily just said, I don't want to do this anymore, and I wouldn't have had a job, right? So there was never a have to aspect to it. It was always get to, because like I said before, like anytime you get to wake up and do, what you've always wanted to do, that's a blessing. That's God's gift to you, right? You can't take that for granted.
Was climbing up this hill in 100-degree heat for this interview get to or have to?
Both.
Jaden, year 2. Same kid he was when he rolled in here.
Yeah.
Is it all he's accomplished now, how bright the star is? Are you surprised just how even he keeps it all?
Yeah, because he's led the right way, right? The focal points of his life are, the things that, make him who he is, right? And first it starts off with his faith, right? When you have somebody that their compass is God, right? Like they're always, no matter where they go, they're always going to be the same person because they know where it comes from. So like what you see and what we experience and how he is and his attitude about the day and who he is, what he brings to the table here, that's just him, right? That's just the person, right? Take the player out of it, like the person and the character of the person, I think is what is the most impressive. Obviously, the kid's got talent, but his character is what I think transcends his game and what makes him an even better player. So yeah, man, he'll be the same guy he was, year 5 that he is in year 1. He'll be a little older, but yeah, that's just his genetic makeup, right? So like it's a cool thing to see from a young guy.
Totally. And we could see it. I can only imagine what it's like in that room.
Right.
Another player that has been here for all 3 team names is Terry. Obviously, business is business. Not asking you about that aspect of it, but have you talked to him? Just like the human side of this, you know?
Yeah, man. I got a chance to talk with T, man. I actually texted him not too long ago. I was just like, he was on my spirit, and I just told him, man, like, listen, bro, we love you. I love you. I understand, and just know that, like, I fully support you, bro. Like, I got your back no matter what. Because at the end of the day, right, that's our brother, man. And we love him, and we know who he is and what he brings to the table, and nothing will ever change that aspect of it, right? But we understand, like, that's that. And that's not my business to, speak on, right? So it's like, all I could do is offer my support, and tell him that, look, man, we with you all the way, brother. And we know when he gets back out here, he'll be ready to go, man. So, it's exciting time for him, exciting time for the whole team, exciting time for myself. And yeah, we're pulling for him, man. We love to.
You say it's an exciting time, like, you're such a high energy guy. How do you kind of handle the energy really high in July, but how, like, the season is still coming? Like, we're still 6 weeks away. You know what I mean? How do you kind of try to contain or build up? Like, how does that all work?
There ain't no build up. I am who I am all times of the year, right? So it's like, for me, how I'm built, right, is like, where I start is where I'm gonna finish at, if not more, right? So like, there's no build up, there is no lead to it, right? Like, my energy is my energy, right? That's part of my role for why I'm here, right? Is an energy guy, right? I bring some juice, right? Like, it's more than just what you do on the field, right? Like, being a teammate has different aspects to it. Leading, like, how are you leading, right? Energy, right? Like, the plays that you do make, right? How you communicate with people. All of that plays a role in, like, why you're here, not just what you do on the field. And so, yeah, man, like, my energy that's just how I'm, how I am, because I think when you've gone through so much in life and you experience so much of life, you've been on the opposite side of things, right? It's exciting to be out here, right? There's a different joy to it because I understand what it was to not have it. I understand what it was to be fighting for my, life every year. And I still have that mentality that I am, right? Because that's what got me here, right? And that's what's gonna keep me here. So yeah, man, like, that's just me. That's always been me. That'll always be you can go ask any coach or any teammate from back in the day, they'll tell you the same thing.
I believe it, just having watched you since you arrived.
Right.
You talked about life and experiences. First training camp with a ring on?
Yeah.
How's married life?
So technically, I'm wearing this because I don't wear things on my hands. We don't get our wedding's not officially
That's what I thought.
It's not official until March 21st next year. I don't like wearing things on my hands.
So
I'm trying to train for it. And I've gotten great at it now. Now it doesn't bother me anymore, but like at first, like, I couldn't.
It feels weird for
a while. It feels very, very weird.
I'm 11 I think, years in, and I've gotten used to it.
Cut the thing part.
I think I'm
Cut
right.
the thing.
I don't know what day it is, but I'm pretty sure we're 11 years in. It feels weird for a while, but then you do break through.
Yeah.
But are you always going to go with the
No.
that's just
So
for play?
we just got our. I got her wedding band, and I got my ring when we
You're
were
a
at
planner.
home.
You already got it. I mean, you're 8 months out.
Well, you got to think though. I'm not gonna be able to do that.
It's true. You're gonna be
like,
busy.
When we finish
you're busy till
February. Well, I was about to say, when I'm done in February,
yeah,
we get married the next month. I still got a bachelor party. I got all that I got to do. So right, like, it's gonna be a super time crunch from that. So I'm like trying to knock all the boxes off. Well, wifey knocked all the boxes off, and then when we get there, we can just focus on the wedding.
You got an invite for a big-eared blogger on that bachelor party?
Listen, man. Come on, bro. We'll talk.
Me and Tress will come.
Absolutely, because mine is strictly golf.
Like, I'm in.
I need 36.
You need a 14 handicapper just slapping it around?
Come on, man. Come on.
I'm in.
Let's do it.
It's hot out here. Where you cold tub next?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I just had a brain fart right there because I was thinking of my routine, right? Like, I do so much stuff post practice, cold tub, then I go stretch, then I go Normatec, then I go back and do mobs, and I go in the weight room. So I had a brain fart right there of like, what was next?
Last thing, first day with fans, Sunday. Excited? I mean, fans love you, and you always show them love, give your time.
100%.
How excited are you for them to be out here?
Man, I love having I call it the crew, right? I love having them out here because, right, like, I consider myself like it's a mirror image, like, right? Like, I'm them, they're me. We've all kind of went through this together, right? And they're probably our life paths and are very similar, right? Like, I've been through adversity, which everybody does, right? And I kind of grew up here with that.
Right.
So, like, we're very attached, and, like, I take that with a sense of pride because, like, the people here have been through a lot. They've experienced a lot, highs, lows, good, bad, controversy, the stuff, anything you name it. But a lot of them have remained faithful through it, right? And there's something to say about that, right? It's very commendable because it's easy to turn and run when things are tough, but, like, to go through the funk, however long it may be and still be here, like, I respect that so much, and that's why I, always show love when I can because they don't have to do this either, right? At the end of the day, like, they choose to.
Sure.
They make the daily decisions, and so I make the daily decisions. Like, if you're gonna come spend your money and spend your time out here, I'm absolutely gonna give you, whatever I possibly can because, I owe that to you.
Love it. Thank you, buddy.
Yes, sir, brother.
Appreciate it. Commanders, Jeremy Reaves, awesome guy, awesome conversation. He's an impressive young man.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Just worked his
That's
ass
the guy
off.
I talk to on a regular basis.
What's it mean for you to see a young guy like him be able to put it all together over the years and do it the right way?
I love it, man. Like, you see a guy and you understand, like, early on it's kind of hard to stick. But the guy has something, and you keep saying, okay, you want to find a way to keep a guy like that on your team. And then you start to see him making plays, and then he becomes a leader. And like I stated, like, when a guy that leads can lead anybody. And I watch Revo. He's talking to everybody on the team. Like, when I see a guy that just deal with the defense guy, if he's a defense guy, offensively, he's offense or special team, if you can't deal with everybody, you're not truly a leader. And he has shown his worth, his value, and why they keep trying to keep him around. So I love seeing it because you always tell people hard work pays off. Who's worked harder than him?
Right. It's nice when you see it.
Yeah.
Proven. Well, speaking of the hard work pays off, obviously this Terry McLaurin situation just continues to kind of linger out there. And, we've kind of discussed how nothing has really gotten public. And it's definitely, we know how frustrated Terry is, but we haven't really heard numbers. But I also think we're able to just kind of surmise the numbers have to be pretty far off. And I think a lot of folks are kind of putting the blame of that on Adam Peters and the Washington front office. But you and I both said, like, what is that other side looking for? Because there's probably, there's probably a limit to where they're willing to go and where this thing finishes. And not that it's that unusual in a negotiation for one side to be, ask for 50, maybe you get 25 kind of thing, right? It's not unusual, but when there's this type of stalemate, it is kind of clear they got to be pretty far apart, don't you think?
I would think so. Then again, no, not necessarily. I think it could be like the dynamic point. I'm still not going to think that somebody on this in this building is going to start leaking stuff at this moment. You know what I mean?
Well, Adam Schefter was just on Pat McAfee, and this is brand new news. Let's hear Schefter talking about the McLaurin situation.
It's been vast, and
Wow.
it's been vast, and so it's up to the two sides to figure out a way to bridge their differences. But I would say that DK Metcalf was the same draft class as Terry McLaurin. He got about $33 million a year. I wouldn't think that Terry is willing to take less than that, and I think he wants considerably more than that. Now, what it comes in at, we'll wind up seeing. Washington, they're not there right now, and they love and value Terry McLaurin, but they love and value him at a different price. So these two sides right now seem apart on the deal. Like, they don't seem close today.
So same draft class, and then that's where I go. Now, I understand people talking about the ages. I'm going to go with the draft class. Yes, the age may be different, but I guarantee you DK Metcalf had more wear and tear on his body in college than Terry had in this, because Terry wasn't playing all the time.
Right.
Right now, we're the same draft class, and who's outdueled who? Who's been the best overall?
And I would say, just from a straight-up age discussion, DK Metcalf's game is reliant on extreme athleticism. Terry's got undeniable speed, but Terry could route you up. Like, Terry's like just a more polished, finished player. Considerably higher, though, than DK starts to get pretty high. So DK is the fourth highest paid receiver in the NFL now.
Mm-hmm.
If you want higher or considerably higher, you're talking CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson money.
But the thing I'm looking at is, if we are the same draft class, and I'm basically better than you over this amount of time, I don't care if he's a year or two younger than me. We came out the same time, and I'm still producing better than him and at a high clip. I'm more of a polished receiver than he is. I don't know if he went considerably higher, but I think to be asking for more than DK is not out of the realm. But I think you end up somewhere around it, but I don't think he's asking for 40.
If it's 36 he wants?
I'll ask for 36, and I'll see if I can get 33, 30, 33, 5, 34.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just think that this is the thing. As one of the comments said on the thing with Schefter, Schefter has been doing this a long time. He understands what to say and what not to say when he reports something. When he say, I think, I don't take that as somebody told you something. Because when Schefter say, I know things are being asked, I know, he don't say the names of the people, but he is certain on what he's saying. When he uses I think a lot of times, I think that's a speculation aspect of it. But I would think to be asking for more than DK, yes, I can see that as a possibility.
Something I do find interesting from this Schefter nugget just dropped within the hour, I would say, via Pat McAfee. Also, shout out to Rio, is who made us aware of it, Rio Robinson. We saw it on Twitter. But here's what I want to do. I want to play exactly what Schefter said when we come back, because I do notice one factor in this that might be changing the conversation a little bit between Terry and the organization. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. Lots to talk about with the Washington Commanders in training camp. Veteran day off for Laramie Tunsil, Von Miller, Zach Ertz, Marshawn Lattimore, and Cleveland Farrell. Head coach Dan Quinn excited about Deebo Samuel.
One of the things I found out about him was I knew the competitor and that, how much fun he is to coach. He really is. And that part, you feel his energy on the field. We've moved him around into some different locations already. Been back on kickoff return as well. So trying to find and learn him as it goes through this month process.
Pittsburgh Steelers veteran running back Cordarrelle Patterson has been released. Mission critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products. We deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe, powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Update. We got a bunch of Popeyes. Update number 2. It's, 98 degrees in here, and B. Mitch is just eating red beans and rice. One of the most impressive things I've ever seen.
What's wrong with red beans and rice?
Nothing. It's just pretty hot to be eating red beans and rice.
I got a fan.
Last update. Whenever we get Popeyes in the office, whoever gets it, we all know to get spicy chicken. Jeff went out to this Popeyes and got mild chicken. I'm just saying, Jeff, that's the first time it's ever happened.
Nah, but this box.
He did get both.
I knew this box was spicy.
You can defend yourself if you want, Jeff. You're lucky B hasn't punched you.
Well, I just didn't know, and I wasn't gonna call him back because I.
Jeff,
thought
why
he
you
was gonna,
tore my receipt?
No, it ripped when I went like this. When you was cursing me out in the air, I tried to make it pop like pop. No, but it was.
Oh, you strong.
A little bit, and
you
yeah,
strong.
I'm a little bit too
you
strong.
rip a piece of paper. Wow. Ooh.
All right, so this information right now floating around, Adam Schefter on Pat McAfee talking about the divide between the Commanders and Terry McLaurin in these contract negotiations. Let's hear this again, Landfill, and then do some reacting.
It's been vast, and
Wow.
It's been vast, and so it's up to the two sides to figure out a way to bridge their differences. But I would say that DK Metcalf was the same draft class as Terry McLaurin. He got about $33 million a year. I wouldn't think that Terry is willing to take less than that, and I think he wants considerably more than that. Now, what it comes in at, we'll wind up seeing. Washington, they're not there right now, and they love and value Terry McLaurin, but they love and value him at a different price. So these two sides right now seem apart on the deal. Like, they don't seem close today.
Okay. I have a number of thoughts. I think we all have known that the two sides don't seem close. They seem apart. Schefter saying he wants considerably more than Metcalf gets really interesting.
So he thinks.
Okay. That's the top 4 paid wideouts in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And you start to get into pretty expensive territory there. DK's at 33, CeeDee Lamb at 34, Justin Jefferson at 35, Jamar Chase at 40. But what stands out to me more than anything, Brian, this is the first time we've started to hear some numbers, whether it's speculative or not. And this is the first time we've kind of heard a little bit of, hey, man, these numbers are really high. That's why maybe this isn't getting done. I wonder if this isn't the first, after a couple days of Terry signing pictures, signing autographs, taking pictures, being here. I wonder if this isn't the first, hey, man, we got a point here, too, that this is too much money.
But my question would be, if you look at what DK Metcalf got and you look at their production, is it too much money to ask for something around that?
I'm not even necessarily worried about that. I'm saying this is the first time the team, My reading of the tea leaves here lends me to believe this is the first time the team spoke with someone about the situation and gave an indication of why it's not getting done. Because the team's kind of pocketed everything.
They pocketed everything. I don't see them changing right now, though, to be honest with you, Jay. Because he said, well, it's up to these two people. Who else is it up to? That's obvious. It's up to these two people, these two groups to get it done. Nobody else can get it done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I think this is speculative, and you probably can sit there, and if you are anybody that follows this enough, if I got drafted with somebody and I think I've been a better receiver than him and he got something, I want more than him. Now, to say considerably more, we don't know what that price is.
Sure.
That could be $500,000 a year, which may end up, $1.5 to $2 million over the lifetime of that contract.
Right.
Could be $1 million per year. End up being about $3 to $4 million, whatever. But I still, I know we want something to happen, and I think every little information that come out, we try to make some sense of it. I still hear a lot of speculation.
Schefter says the two sides are not close. They are far apart. If it's true that Terry McLaurin wants DK or more money, you're talking about paying a guy to be a top 4 of the market, maybe top 3 of the market.
DK's on what, 3 or 4 year deal?
3-year extension on the current deal.
Yeah.
But if the money is real, that would put Terry in top 3 in the NFL probably. And I'm curious if folks would do it. 800-636-1067. We don't have a ton of time left, but if you want to chime in here, you're welcome to. Landfill, you've been very clear to just get this Terry deal done. What do you make of this latest Schefter report?
I still think you just get it done. It's kind of a bummer that they appear to be, reasonably far apart. So maybe this isn't something that's going to be resolved fairly quickly, but just pay him. You're saving a bunch of money because you don't really have to pay a quarterback. I think if you look around the league, a guy of Jaden's caliber, if he was, 3 years into his career, would be making like $50 million. You're paying him like 10. Give Terry some of that 40.
Yeah, you are saving money on the Jaden deal right now for sure. Mm-hmm. Jeffrey, what about you? You going north of DK to get a Terry deal done?
I don't have no problem with it, but I can tell you my emotions are on a roller coaster ride. And I'm just going to give you from the past couple of days. When Terry showed up to camp, I said, oh, my gosh, this is actually good. He's here. They probably, working on it. It's getting there. And then Kime comes out with a report that doesn't mean anything. And I was like, oh, man. But now with this, for real, this is going to sound wild to say because Adam Schefter is an insider that gets a lot of news, breaks a lot of things first. I don't know if I can trust his word on this one because, and it's not nothing to knock him, it's just that this regime has been so airtight with their business handlings. How do we even know? I think, like, when he said, I think, that's when it became speculation for me. So it's like we're just in a limbo waiting right now.
Let's let folks weigh in on the phones. Our guy Jupe is on the line. Jupe, what do you think about the latest with Schefter weighing in on McLaurin, man? You going north of DK?
Hey, listen, I'm not listening to what nobody says besides what came out of Terry's mouth. He said he's not trying to reset the market, and to me that means pay around DK's what DK got. So we're looking at 33, 34, 35. I'm fine with that. I have no problem with that. Terry means that. He is available. If you want to compare stats, numbers, all that good stuff, cool, I get it. He's not a Chase, he's not a Jefferson, but the number one thing that Terry is available outside of Chase and Jefferson. And on top of that, the number one in contested catches. And what is a wide receiver known for? Catching balls, and Terry does that. So that's all I got for y'all.
Appreciate you, Jupe. Thanks, buddy. 800-636-1067. If Terry wants to be paid like a top 3 NFL wide receiver, Are you getting that deal done? Let's go to Alex in Silver Spring. What's up, Alex?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up?
Man, I mean, B-Mitch, I mean, yeah, they came out the same draft, blah, 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 this and that, right? I mean, you can't really, like, I love Terry, but you can't really compare, okay, this guy came out the same draft. If another team is willing to break the bank and everything else on the other individual, for an example, if you want to buy a car and you don't do your due diligence and you just want to buy it because of the name or whatever, you know, I mean, that's your money. Also, you know, I don't care. My whole point, but remember, I like Terry, but it's got to work both ways. Like you guys know, it's a business at the same time.
That is a business, but you got to realize though, what happens in the NFL is that's how the market gets set by comparing what you've done against what somebody else has done. And I would have to say that DK has had better quarterbacking than Terry had up until last year, and he has still been producing. So if I'm producing with less, then you can't tell me I'm not working with other guys' work.
Appreciate the call, Alex.
It's a hard thing. I see you guys. It's a hard decision, man. I'm glad I'm not the one going to be able to make it.
I'm with you on that.
It's definitely hard, man. Let's go to Sean in Falls Church. Sean, what's up, dude? This Terry McLaurin situation heating up.
Amen to that. Here's the thing. I think ultimately that the deal gets done, they're going to pay him. But I do think that if you're going to compare him to DK Metcalf, in terms of they played pretty much the exact same amount of games, almost the exact same amount of yards. Terry's got a couple more receptions, but touchdowns-wise, DK's got a couple more. Now, quarterback play is always a question, but I would say, it really just comes down to whether I think 32, 33 is more than fine. I hope Terry accepts that. I hope the team just gets out there and they start playing, and this is something that we don't even talk about in one month.
Yep. I hope you're right.
If the deal gets signed, we ain't going to talk about it. We're going to just move forward.
Yeah, I agree with that. It is tricky, though, man. Like, he's under contract right now, and if they are this far apart, like, say it's 34, right? And they're offering 26.
That would be a problem to me.
30 does seem to be right in the middle, but maybe people don't want to meet in the middle.
Yeah.
Why don't you just meet me in the middle? I'm losing my mind just a little.
We just lost like 4,500 people listening.
Alex is in Lorton.
You just killed their ears.
Alex, what you got?
Yeah, I think 32 million is the most that I would pay for Terry. Like, he's great and everything, but anything north of that, like, literally the contract will kick when he's 31 years old. Also, I doubt if any other team in NFL will pay him 33, 34 million per year. And I think anything below 30, if 32 doesn't make him happy, anything above that, I think he's being a bit greedy. So
let me ask you a question. What makes you settle at 32? What gives you the idea of 32? Just to throw a number out there? Or you have some reason to believe that?
No, I do reason to believe. Like, we have 40 million Chase, 35 Jefferson, 34 CD Lamb. All of these are, like, more productive and younger receiver. And
those guys, yes, but the guy that you're saying he should be behind is not necessarily more productive.
No, he's not, but also, like, he's younger. I know he came to the league, but also sometimes some of the teams, they do overpay. Unfortunately, they do overpay. And that's what Commanders are trying to move away from.
If I
they
may,
don't want to overpay him.
The one thing I want to be crystal clear on, there are plenty of teams in the NFL that would pay it. They don't get the opportunity because he's not a free agent. But I think
if he was a free agent, he would have gotten more.
Yeah, the terms might be different.
34?
If he was a free agent and he was able to play one team against the other and,
and
drive this up, hell yeah. I almost wonder, and again, we I don't even know
speculating, yeah.
We're speculating, but like to work out a sign and trade, because frankly, the road we're on is troubling. Like the next step in this type of road is a trade request. Like, and for him to get traded would require a new contract, right? Like, he's not going to agree to a trade without a new deal. So to even have the trade conversation, you got to have teams that want him. And I think there's one that Washington's going to go practice against in about 10 days. Chris is in Culpeper. Chris, close us out, bro.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Great topic, like usual. I think the number is 34 million.
I thought that for a couple of weeks. DK's at what, 33? CD's at 35. CD's a little bit younger. I think he's a little bit better than Terry. I can understand that. But Terry's better than DK, and he hasn't had a quarterback since he's been in the league and has done nothing but produce fringe top 10 numbers. And then you actually get a top 10 quarterback last year, and then you see the results. Man played for Ohio State, always had a couple of guys in front of him. So he doesn't have that wear and tear. DK, they can pay for Ole Miss. I don't know. I don't know. I think at SEC school.
He did. He went to Ole Miss.
You play every single down. You get your head tore up. So you get a little bit more wear and tear. So no, I think 34 is the number. I think that would get it done. And we just need to get it signed, bring him in. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you, bud. Appreciate the call. I don't know, man. This does seem like the first
If
public.
you don't know, now you know.
The first public numbers we've gotten in this conversation.
I don't know if we necessarily got public numbers, Jay. He's probably wanting more, way more, he said. We don't know what the numbers are.
But he said then DK.
Yeah.
He made the DK comparison and said more. So even if it's $1 more, you're talking top 3 in the league. And maybe he's worth it. Also, if it's top 3 in the league right now, in a year it'll be top 8. And in 2 years, it'll be top 15.
If it's more than DK, he'll be still 3. He'll be 4, I mean.
No, CD's
You
only.
got 3 people ahead of him.
If he's getting more than DK at 33, CD's right there at 34.
Yeah, so 33-5.
Sure.
I'm just saying.
Here's what I do know. I am not sure about this Terry situation. I am certain, however, about my new garage door from Door Pro America. They did an absolutely great job replacing my old, loud, crusty-ass garage door with a really nice, quiet, silent garage door. This morning, I'm up early as hell. Lauren and the girls still sleeping. I was able to go out the garage, didn't wake anybody up. It's a total game changer. You should hit these guys up. They're really good at what they do. Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. They do it all: repairs, maintenance, new installations, garage door openers too. Do what I did. Give them a call and ask how you can save big on repairs, or check out their annual maintenance plans. Right now, you get $60 off any repair or a tune-up for just $89. Do what I did and go with the pros at Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Or visit doorproamerica.com. Make sure you tell them JP Finley sent you. All right, something else interesting here. Cortland Sutton has been a good receiver for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
Sean Payton just came out and said he thinks a Cortland Sutton extension is going to get done soon. I believe Sutton is same age. Like the DK thing, I understand there's a difference in age, but not draft class. Cortland Sutton turns 30 in October.
Okay.
Terry turns 30 in September.
Okay.
Last year, Sutton went over 1,000 yards, but he hadn't done that since 2019. Now, the quarterback play in Denver has been pretty damn terrible.
Mm-hmm.
But Sean Payton's been clear. They want to get this thing done. So if you consider, this is from our buddy Zach Kruger, who is a total P1 for the station. Last year, Terry went for 82,096 yards and 13 touchdowns. Sutton went for 81,081 yards and 8 touchdowns. I mean, this is going to be a damn near identical situation.
You think they
maybe they wait on that?
Oh man, we hope. Let's try to sign it before him. Because what if he come out with a $34 million deal, $33 million deal? What you gonna say now? You can't use no more excuses by age.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of comps with that. A lot of comps.
Now then again, on the flip side, the other side need to be worried if it comes out in the 20s.
If it lands at 27, 28, I think the folks, I think the front office here in Ashburn's like, see, told you. Like, we can get you to 28.
Yeah, but, hey. Still, a lot of the own words that were said comes back to haunt you as you look at this deal, whole situation.
Totally, man. Packed show today. I hope everybody enjoyed it. I would say we should make some bets. You know what? There's football this week, B. Hall of Fame game Thursday night.
I know, man. I was just talking to somebody out there earlier. He said, nah, man, it's too early. I was like, bruh, it's a game Thursday.
Hell, these guys have a game in...
What's the day today? The 28th?
Yeah.
Oh, I got to do something with bees on the 30th.
These guys have a game in 10 days, I think.
Yeah.
It's crazy, dude. All right, we're going to wrap up. We're not betting today. Are we betting, Landfill? All right. How you feeling about this Terry thing, Landfill?
Not great.
Well, not great. Unlike this Popeye's biscuit is great. Thank you very, very much, and sincere congratulations to Santana Moss for joining us today. Thank you to Ben Standig. Check out his new Substack. Keep listening to his podcast. Ben puts out great content. Thank you to Jeremy Reaves for giving us some time. Thank you to everybody that called in.
Yeah.
Interesting day with the first real report of where possibly the McLaurin camp is looking for dollars-wise. Big picture, man, 31, 33, 34. Get it done.
Yep.
I think that is how most fans
respectfully get it done.
Respectfully pay the man, to quote the great Santana Moss. All right, we'll be back tomorrow live from Ashburn. Hot as hell in training camp, but we're grinding, baby.
It's hot, dog.
Keep grinding, baby. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Thanks for listening. You made it this far. I owe you a Popeye's biscuit.
Good Monday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. July's 28 days old, 2025. It was hot and sweaty out at Commander's training camp. I am happy to be back in the air conditioning with my pal, Danny Rouillet, who is back, speaking of the sun, from the beach. What's up, dude?
Hey, buddy. Got a little color. Nice little 3-day weekend down there at the Outer Banks. Appreciate everybody for accommodating that. It was cool. My kids were, legitimately happy to see me, which doesn't really happen. Usually it's like I'm the bearer of bad news, like it's time for going to bed, time for brushing your teeth, time to go to school. This was cool. I got there late Thursday night, woke up Friday morning. They came running in. They couldn't believe I was there. And we had a great old time for 72 hours. It was great.
How much toe in the sand time did you get as opposed to running around doing activities?
A lot. More than you would have thought.
That's your move,
honestly.
normally.
That's my thing, man. Yeah, just I'm basically living between times where I can do that. That's what this is. I like doing the show, all that kind of stuff. I like, going to work and the Little League games and playing and their soccer things and trying to stay in shape. I'm living between times where I can be on the beach just in front of the ocean. That's my favorite.
Well, normally, you would go down for a week or something like that, and so there's plenty of time to do everything. Because you're only there for a weekend, I was figuring you got to do extra kid stuff.
Yeah.
You got to make sure you're with them. Maybe you got to take care of the baby so the wife gets a day. So I figured you go down there, you might actually not get a whole lot of beach time. It sounds like you did.
We did. Yeah, everybody made it happen. They were very gracious because it was like, hey, this is his favorite thing, and he only gets a couple days of it, which is awesome. And my kids are water boys. They love going in and, fighting the ocean and kung fu and waves and riding stuff in. It was awesome, dude.
Bobby Boucher.
Yeah.
Josh Conerly, rookie offensive tackle drafted in the first round out of Oregon, is going to be on the show with us at 3:30 today here on Grant and Danny. Caught up with him after practice today. Good conversation with him. And I really thoroughly enjoyed getting to talk to Dietrich Wise, the former New England Patriots defensive end. You'll hear from Wise at 6 o'clock today on The Fan. In that interview, right after practice, catching up with him, he refers to Bill Belichick as Darth Vader, which I found pretty funny.
That's pretty good.
He's, and you could just tell he is fired up to be out in New England. And I don't mean he was throwing shade or anything like that. That's not the case. He was there when they were good, and then he was there after that when they weren't good. But that Patriot way wears on players. There's only so much you can deal with in terms of this is how we do it here. We're going to do it differently than everybody else. You're not going to really be a personality. We don't want anyone doing anything on social media. And I think he's just breath of fresh air, new organization, happy to be out of New England and away from the man he affectionately referred to as Darth Vader.
That's pretty funny.
But make sure you're listening. Conerly 3:30, Dietrich Wise at 6. We will have a lot to cover today. We're going to talk Mackenzie Gore as a trade chip for the Nationals at 4:30. The Major League Baseball trade deadline is Thursday this week. Got some thoughts on Gore as a possible trade candidate for the Nationals. And then a lot of Commanders today. Santana Moss going to the Ring of Fame. Well-deserved. Terry McLaurin back at practice. We'll start the show there in just a moment. I do have to say I was pumped to be in Ashburn on Sunday. Man, these days are long because it feels like it was a week ago. But I guess it was just yesterday when we found out that Santana Moss was going to be named to the team's Ring of Fame and got to right away. He was walking down the sideline and dap him up and say hello and post a video of his reaction. But Danny, I'll tell you, there's an entire era and generation of fans. If you are in your mid-20s, maybe 27, 28 or younger, where Santana Moss might be the best player for a several-year span that you saw on this football team. And they weren't winning championships, and they weren't winning playoff games, and it was lean times. But guys like Tana wearing 89, helping you beat the Dallas Cowboys in dramatic fashion several times, really did make it all worthwhile.
Yeah, wasn't much winning during that time. I think 2 winning seasons when he was their leading receiver over the course of 6 or 7 years. So this era, now that we're kind of post that from 10, 15 years kind of on, is going to start to get looked at with a bit more romanticism. We're not going to remember how frustrating and awful and irritating it was and how bad the quarterback play was and, all this 5-11 season or this 4-12 season or this 6-10 group, et cetera. And some of those guys, as you mentioned, the Chris Samuels the Chris Cooley's, the Santana Mosses will be looked upon favorably. Now, Moss deserves it. I mean, you look at the all-time rankings in terms of team history, he's in that pantheon. The other guys, it's a tougher sell maybe for some of the older folks who are going, I can't remember everybody who's in the Ring of Fame, so I apologize if I'm saying someone that's already been there, but you're going, wait a minute, you're going to put him in instead of Wilbur Marshall or Dave Butts or one of these guys or instead of Jim Lachey or Mark May? So it's going to be interesting. I'm not talking about retired numbers just yet, but we're starting to get now far enough away where guys from that era are going to be honored and brought back out a little bit as kind of part of this tradition. It's not the same as it was when it was incredible, but there were some pretty good moments in there, and he was responsible for some.
You're going to be hard-pressed, though, to find players that served as a pillar holding this thing up.
Yeah.
Sturdier than Moss did.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of my favorite guys I ever covered, too, because he was 100% authentic. He was always very pleasant, like a really kind, decent, good person, but always told you exactly how he felt. And he had a way of being honest, not necessarily negative, but occasionally, if that's what was warranted, without ever being mean, without ever coming off in a way that was unlikable. Like, his authenticity to me is extremely likable. I've always loved him. But that 2005 season when he was 26 years old, which would have been, I guess, his first year in Washington under Joe Gibbs. And it was 2 weeks in when he beat the Dallas Cowboys with the 2 touchdowns with 4 minutes to go on Monday Night Football with them getting blanked. That year, he ended up going for 1,483 yards. He averaged almost 18 yards per catch, had an 84-catch year with 9 touchdowns. And that was an unbelievable season. Terry McLaurin's been in the news, and he's back at camp, and he wants a contract being paid as one of the best wide receivers in football. McLaurin's never had a season like that. Not to say that he's incapable of doing it, but 84 grabs at 17.5 per for about 1,500 yards and double-digit touchdowns.
And you got to remember that offense, too, was a slog.
Oh, it was
most of the time, it was just chip away,
run, pass on 3rd and 6.
And for the first 8-9 weeks of the year, if you remember, the entire, would you like a big play? It's probably going to 89. There wasn't much else there. It was
Brunell had to crow hop into throws. I mean, he had nothing left in his left arm. And Moss, a lot of those big plays, if you want to go back, I'll bet you it's a bubble screen where he makes a couple people miss, or a little crosser, like one of those drag routes where you see Deebo Samuel operating now. There's a lot of that kind of stuff around the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. Occasional deep shot.
Yeah, those
like
deep balls. He looked like a javelin thrower.
Right.
I mean, like 18 steps, crow hop, etc.
He had some great seasons, though. Had a 93-catch year for 1,100 yards and 6 touchdowns, much older, into his 30s in Washington in 2010 when he got to play under Kyle and Mike Shanahan, who he had a lot of fun working with. But congratulations to Santana Moss. Very, very fired up for him. Speaking of receivers, though, let's get to McLaurin. He showed up yesterday. I think the way this got reported on initially was flawed, and the way this has been talked about largely has been off. So the idea that the holdout is over is true and accurate in that a hold-in has begun. But the way it is being reported, the way I see it written about by some people is essentially Terry McLaurin's not holding out anymore. He's at the facility rehabbing, and he's got this foot and ankle problem. Okay, I guess, if you really just want to take everyone at their word. Here is what is happening. Terry McLaurin got tired of being fined $50,000 a day.
Mm-hmm.
He is not going to keep getting fined $50,000 a day. We talked about this last week, and as I said, he's not going to get fined $811,000 when he misses preseason games. That is not a smart business decision. So he decided to do what I thought he was going to do to begin with, which made a lot more sense to me anyway, and to a lot of people, and to just do the more traditional, in this CBA era, hold in. And so that is exactly what he's doing. So he has not come out as a distraction during practice, which I give him credit for. I'm assuming that's part of the deal that was struck. Everybody kind of trying to work together a little bit on this thing to say, hey, let's have some goodwill. My guess is they don't want him down on the sideline watching practice because fans are going to be yelling. And maybe if it's not an open day, both of the days he's been there have been fans. Maybe tomorrow when it's just the media, or in a couple days when it's just the media, maybe he's allowed to come out. But he has come out and talked to his agent. They've walked side by side in front of all the cameras. He has signed a bunch of autographs after practice. And they chant his name. And he has signed for a total of an hour over the last 2 days for every kid in a certain section of training camp. So he's reported, and he is there. He's a bigger distraction now to the team for sure than he was before he came back. So we could have the conversation is, what's better for the club? Probably him holding out. What's better for McLaurin, just because it's $50K a day? Probably him holding in. But this does not mean progress is being made on the contract. In fact, I've heard otherwise. It's very much a stalemate still. This is extremely simple to me, Danny. This was just the move for him to stop getting fined.
Yeah.
And so he's there now. He's boys with the team. He's buddies with all the players. He enjoys the fans. So he's doing everything other than practicing. And he's still at odds with the front office over the contract. Nothing's changed other than him showing up and so they can't keep taking money out of his checking account.
Yeah, the thing I've talked about all throughout this process is from the team's perspective. The way the CBA is written, the way the agreement is, they've got a lot of leverage here. They are sort of exercising those rights, right? They are playing hardball because they can, and there's only so many recourses a player has. Well, this is McLaurin's version of that. This is his recourse, right? Where you can hold out and get fined a bunch, or you can still kind of make your point while being there. And it's, the longer this goes, the more distracting or destructive or detrimental it is for everybody involved. But this is him playing the same game that the team is playing. So again, no faulting anybody just yet, but I think you've said it very well. It's as much a PR move as anything. Like, you can't tell me it's not purposeful, rather, is the word I'm looking for, that he and his agent are having these heart-to-hearts on the field. Can everyone see everyone's face? Can we get everybody's camera to clack away to let everyone know when it's time for me and my agent to talk? It's all very purposeful, and it's a continuation of that PR strategy of public pressure, getting everybody yelling Terry, going to Eastern Motors where your job is your credit to give a press conference where you're cutting promos for 45 minutes about how great you are. It's kind of an extension of that. There's only so many levers they can pull, and this is one.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a media circus and a dog and pony show, and that's good for business for him.
Yeah.
That's what the team is trying to avoid, essentially. And by the way, for the couple of days when he was actually holding out and he was not at the team facility, the story was going away. Not to say that it would stay away, because every few days you're still going to ask about it.
Mm-hmm.
But they were much better able to control it because it's only Dan Quinn speaking. And Dan Quinn has this way where when he's asked about it, he says, yeah, I'll tell you when I have an update. There's no update. What else are you going to do? Just hold him over the coals?
Mm-hmm.
So by Terry McLaurin being there, now he goes down to sign autographs. He comes back up. There is the ability to kind of walk alongside him and ask him some questions. And each of the last couple of days, we have done that. I had to work on my back pedal today. The quads were barking a little bit, coming uphill, backwards, trying to keep up with Terry McLaurin.
We're just taking it day by day.
Being here in the building,
No.
how does that improve the dialogue?
Just taking it day by day.
Are you going to be able to practice at some point, or how far away from being healthy are you?
Just taking it day by day.
It sounds to me like he might be taking it day by day.
Is it a day-by-day situation?
But this is where we are. It's Brian Fantana Panda Watch. I will acknowledge that right now, he and his agent are winning in the court of public opinion. And I think they're whooping butt. The player's generally going to. So they started with a 25-point lead probably. But by him showing up, by him signing autographs, I'm standing next to him the last couple of days as kids are all saying, they need to pay you. Have they paid you yet? And he's like, not yet. And everyone's telling him he's the man and how great he is. In the court of public opinion, he is absolutely winning. Now, the Commanders don't care a ton about that. And when you go toe-to-toe with the choice they've made here, when you decide to make a bed that is getting into a very public dispute over a few $1 million with the face of your franchise and the most popular player on the team, this is what you invite, and you've got to deal with it.
Yeah, there's inevitability to that part of it. You're right. In the sense that where if you're going to play hardball, which is well within your rights to do, and I'd frankly rather you do that than just overpay everybody. I know the disagreement here that anybody could have is, well, this isn't just anybody. This is this guy. Please treat him special.
This is the guy.
Yeah, but if you're going to do that, then you understand that doesn't just happen quietly. That's not happening in a vacuum. Like their teams are going through this. There are guys. I'm trying to remember the player for Detroit, the linebacker who's asking for a new contract. Is practicing, but it's a circus around there, and it's going on, knowing that if you're going to play hardball and it lingers, everyone's getting asked about it every day. Public pressure is going to be there every day. You eyes wide open on that. You're not a babe in the woods. If you're Adam Peters or Brandon Sosna or Newmark and company, you knew this kind of going in. It's almost, from their perspective, talking about McLaurin and his agent, how much of this can you take? How bothered are you going to get before anything changes on your end?
Well, he's got two levers to pull, basically. One is the holdout. The other is demand a trade. And they have had no interest yet in demanding a trade, which I've been talking about is surprising to me. Everybody takes great offense to that. They get in their fan feathers or whatever, and they get really annoyed and get angry at me. I'm not suggesting that Washington should trade him or that Terry should want to be traded. My point is, as a player, you don't really have any leverage, and one of the things you can do is ask for a trade. It doesn't mean, by the way, that you're going to be traded. It just can help facilitate things and expedite things and show how angry you really are and how serious you are about getting a new contract. Oftentimes, I would be willing to bet almost every time that anybody has ever gone this far, which is to continue to hold out without practicing a week into training camp, they also demand a trade. To me, it would probably be not very common to do all of this and to never demand a trade. Like if you're unhappy enough to not show up in an era where it costs you huge money, or to not practice in an era where most of the time guys just practice, you're willing to do that. You're also willing to demand a trade. It's like driving to the beach but not taking out your folding chair and sitting there and watching the waves for a little while. But, everyone says, oh, the holdout is over. Well, as a technicality, sure, because he's holding in. What is a holdout? A holdout means he's unwilling to play. He is unwilling to practice. He is still doing that. And we all have to play this game as if he's injured, and I've, number one priority of my entire career is never question toughness. Never say that a guy that's hurt isn't really hurt. But, we all really know.
Yeah, his ankle's fine is what I'll say that.
He's not hurt. I mean, this is not an injury. But it's this. It is infuriating to hear Dan Quinn sit there and act like he's Sam Cosmi. I mean, at his press conference the last few days, he's like, we're getting Terry treatment. He's coming along well.
It's a process. It's day to day and every day.
He's in the training room. We're working with him. And it's like, oh, my God, don't lie to my face, bro. Just smirk. Say, yeah, he'll be in the training room, and we're not stupid. Don't act like we're stupid. Terry isn't even gone. It's not like he's walking out there with a fake limp, or whenever the ankles come up in a couple of these little walk-in talks, he's completely hasn't answered it or suggested he's actually hurt. But this is his leverage. And what's scary, I think, if you're a fan is, before he showed up, my point was $50K a day is eventually going to mean something. $811,000 to miss a preseason game. He's got to show up. Mm-hmm. Well, now he has shown up, and you're doing this I'm injured thing. Well, if you're injured until you get paid, why ever stop being injured? He's there. He can't be fined. He's going to accrue a season. There is no drawback if he's serious about it that would say eventually he's got to play, other than pride or his teammates kind of coming up to him and being like, come on, bro, dude, you're killing us. But this, to me, him being there, doing the I'm hurt thing, if he was there and there was no ankle, there was no injury, I would say, okay, well, there's only a matter of time before you got to practice because you can still be fined or whatever. That's how you get out of the money. So why couldn't he do this in 2 weeks? Why couldn't he do this in a month?
Yeah, if we're still playing pretend in a few weeks and he's skipping preseason games because of it, my hand's going up here. That tide turns. Now we're pretending. You're under contract.
By the way,
let's go.
That's not like a month away. They play a preseason game in a week and a half.
Yeah,
so I think it's 9 or 10 days.
And I don't remember a case where this has happened. What you're talking about, but it is. It's a legal recourse given the CBA. It's one of these loopholes. They didn't think of this permutation. Maybe the next one they will, where someone could just pretend to be hurt for the extent of their contract and then, call everyone's bluff. Right? I guess to me, my opinion will lower significantly if that's something that he does. I'm not accusing him of doing it before he does it, so that's into that. But again, I think fan tide would turn at some point if we're still pretending to be hurt at a month from now or missing the regular season or as it might go. But I wonder what the team's recourse would be eventually. Let's say he's still out with an ankle into September and in game 1 of the regular season, game 2 of the regular season. Are we now calling in independent arbiter third-party physicians to be like, yep, clean bill of health on the ankle. It's totally fine. You could absolutely be playing football. And then we go to court on something. I mean, what sort of, where would that end?
So,
this game of pretend?
I don't think that any of that would happen. Here's how I think this is going to go. As long as they're doing the part that he's not that desperate to do, you can play this game out and say, I got an ankle. There's a date, I don't know it. He would know it. His agent, Buddy Baker, would know it. Where he probably feels like, and if I'm Buddy, his agent, I'm going, when do you need to start working so that you are able to have the best season possible with Jaden Daniels in this offense and so that you can get the contract you're looking for on the other side of this season? And however long he needs for that ramp up, he doesn't need to play in the preseason probably in his mind. That's when your ankle heals. You're able to get back on the practice field. I think the holdout is all the stuff you guys want me to do that's better for you, better for the team, even if it benefits me a little bit too. If you guys are benefiting, not going to do it. But the way I think it goes is he shows up with a week or two before the season. Maybe it's going into that final preseason game. I would even guess it's closer to the start of the season without a deal. And he just decides, okay, the game of chicken is over. I've made my point, and now I'm going to get to work and go have a banner year. Because that's the only leverage, really, when the season starts that he has, is to elevate what he's going to be worth. Position yourself to play great. I think he will do that. He's going to play in every single game. He'll be ready in week one. He'll start in week one. But at that point, the chance of getting a long-term deal done is over. Like, they have now squandered any chance of that, and he's playing his final season here sans a franchise tag, which they could tag him 1 year at $30 million if they wanted to do that. Very possible. I don't think they would tag him for 2 years because it's close to $35 million, which they don't want to pay him now. I don't know why they'd want to pay it to him a couple of years from now. But my guess is that's would be their plan. Now you're inviting this whole thing to happen again next offseason if you tag him. No mini camp, no training camp, him signing the autographs and his agent and him hanging out on the field at every practice next year. Is the juice worth the squeeze? I would say no. I'm probably not tagging him and dealing with that. But that's the ultimate alternative for them. I don't know what you think. I just think this thing goes till a couple of weeks from now when he feels like, all right, it's time to ramp it up. The ankle suddenly feels better, and then he gets ready for week one.
That's my guess too. And the inner workings are during the day, or like day to day, it gets ugly and it's annoying, and it seems like we're this is all chaos and the world's ending and every bit of it is doomsday. But then so many of these signings have happened on the eve of the regular season with a week to go, or in the middle of August or whatever. You go around the league and marquee players have signed at this point or beyond, and even weeks from now. This is a marquee player. It's going to happen at some point again, because I don't think players really have that much recourse given the way that all this stuff is written. If they'd like to change that, they should. But given the way it's written right now, you would say he's pretty stuck. Like, you got to play football to get what you want, and you're under contract to play football this year. Whenever you're ready to do that, and that's kind of where I see the team. They're walking along to that destination. They're going, "You want to come with us?"
Yeah,
down here where the nitty gritty.
It's so complicated and nuanced. But I think if this was a wedding and you had to sit on one side of the aisle, you walk in and you're either with the groom or the bride.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be sitting on the team side. I know, just based on how you talk about this on air.
Yeah,
I would be sitting on McLaurin's side. I think he's earned a payday. Now, we don't know exactly what the money he's asking for is, but we can get into that because Adam Schefter had some insight on that. We'll play that clip for you. As soon as we return, you guys will want to hear what Schefter's suggesting could be on the other side of the rainbow for McLaurin if he gets his way. But let's open up the phones at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Do you feel like this is better with him being a hold-in instead of a holdout? And how do you feel about how he's handling this so far? Showing up the last couple of days and kind of being around, but not being on the practice field. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. Training camp continued this morning out in Ashburn as the Commanders hit the field for practice number 5. It was a vet rest day for several key guys, including Zach Ertz and Marshawn Lattimore. Monday's session also marked day number 2 at Terry McLaurin's hold-in as the two sides try and come to terms on a long-term deal. ESPN NFL insider Adam Schefter joined the Pat McAfee show this afternoon and had this to say on Terry and what his camp are looking for in a deal.
DK Metcalf was the same draft class as Terry McLaurin. He got about $33 million a year. I wouldn't think that Terry is willing to take less than that, and I think he wants considerably more than that. Now, what it comes in at, we'll wind up seeing.
As the hold-in continues, time is a ticking as the Commanders play their preseason opener next Friday night in Foxborough against the Patriots. Nats baseball tonight here on The Fan. The fellas in Houston taking on the Astros, looking to keep the bats hot after scoring a combined 16 runs over the last 2 games. Brad Lord gets the start for D.C. It is a 8:10 first pitch pregame coverage. Just rolling at 7:40 as Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler bringing Nats on deck. Other Nats news, according to Mark Zuckerman of Masson.com, Dylan Cruz, who's been out the past 2 months with a strained oblique, will begin a rehab assignment with AAA Rochester. Will get his first game action tomorrow night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
We're just taking it day by day.
Being here in the building,
No.
how does that improve the dialogue?
Just taking it day by day.
Are you going to be able to practice at some point, or how far away from being healthy are you?
Just taking it day by day.
That is Terry McLaurin, who is taking it day by day.
Like, if you were to summarize with one phrase as to what he's doing and his plan, it would be?
I think he's taking it day by day.
Day by day.
There's a winning off the field ability there where you can just ask someone any question.
Yep.
You can just do a segment, and they're taking it day by day.
Other people taking multiple days at a time, not Terry.
He's Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. So the question we've got for you guys is the hold-in better than the hold-out? I'm not so sure about that. It's certainly better than Terry McLaurin because by showing up, he doesn't lose any more money, and that is why he showed up. It's not because they got closer to a contract, I don't think. It's not because he had to be there so that he could sign autographs and hang out with his buddies, although those are nice things too. $50,000 a day adds up very fast, and it's $811,000 as of next week when those preseason games start. So that's why he's there. He's got this mystery phantom injury thing now that is the ultimate out of anything he doesn't want to do. And in this case, that's practice or basically just continue to tell the team, let me know when I'm getting paid, and that's when I'll start working. But I don't think this is better. It's certainly not better for the team. And I don't think it's better for the overall negotiation necessarily because there could be some animus. Do you think Adam Peters and the people in the front office and the people over in Ashburn are excited that he and his agent are standing in the end zone every single day after practice, or that he's out there kind of working the charm with the people after every single practice? I don't think they like that very much. I think they would much rather it be that he's not there. Now, again, they've made their bed. They've got to sleep in it.
Sure.
They chose to be here. They could have paid him. They didn't. When you don't offer him market value, when you haven't paid him what the market dictates he's worth, this is what you got to deal with. But I think there's this assessment or this assumption, Danny, that if they're just closer together in proximity geographically, if they're in the same building, eventually they'll figure this out because he's going to have fun with his teammates and just want to be one of the guys. It could also work the other way, where they start to get more and more annoyed by how he's conducting himself or operating, whereas if he wasn't at the facility at all, it's like out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, neither are good. So we'll start there. Like, this is not like, nice, he's there, win. That's not the case. I think you've laid that out very well. I think it is slightly better on a binary. Again, neither are good. It's like 0 to 0.1. So I think it's a little bit better because you just mentioned it. He's around his teammates. He's going to meetings. The only thing he's not doing is physical stuff. Now, the big dog and pony show of talking to his agent, having a heart-to-heart with hands on hips, doing Danny Tanner TV dad-style stuff at the end of every practice, and then doing the pandering to the fans and giving autographs and things, getting them to get all the clips out there of going, Terry, pay Terry, they're going to pay you. That's public pressure stuff. They probably don't love that. But I would rather have him there because almost all the business of football, except for practicing, is happening. So he's going to the meetings. He's around the guys. I'd rather that kind of pull him into the sphere, reminding him every day you're not doing the stuff, you're not here with us, instead of out of sight, out of mind for him. Because again, neither is good, but this is like, again, slightly better, still bad.
But being able to live all the stuff that isn't practice, like the 90% of it that's the most enjoyable part, I think makes you less inclined to have the urgency to end it. In other words, like, I don't have a great comp, but if you got to tag along with your buddies all day long, and the only thing you didn't have to do is when they went out to cut the grass, you didn't have to go with them. But you get to have lunch with them in the cafeteria, and you get to just sit with them and talk with them, and you get to go to the movies with them, and you do everything else, all the fun stuff. You just, the most arduous, awful part, you don't get to do. And I get that there's fun to practicing for these NFL players as well. But I'm watching them out there. They're sweating. They're tired. I've talked to a couple guys that are just over it already. It's bodies leaning on each other.
Uh-huh.
You're risking injury and all this stuff. He gets to do everything else. What is his urgency? How many times through the years have players said that they don't enjoy training camp as it is? So if like he was not there at all, yeah, he would be missing the locker room conversations, the cafeteria time, the ping pong games. He gets to do all that stuff now.
Yeah,
So-
but there's a we're going through this and you're not thing that injured players don't like, and perfectly healthy players who are telling you they have an injury won't like that either.
Meaning he won't like it?
Yeah, like because everybody's going through something. You know, like if you're the guy just sort of standing there with your arms folded while everybody's working to the bone, and everybody kind of will glance at you going, hey man, you know, at a certain point, there's that I'm not part of this thing anymore. I should be out there with my guys that regular injured players have, that longing, and he's not injured. So I think that's that slight gravitational pull. Again, I'm not saying it's good. I'm looking for a silver linings playbook here in two bad options.
The juice to me is not worth the squeeze. We just went through a lot of bad things that based on him being there.
Mhm.
The good of just, you know, maybe that, that he gets to enjoy his teammates, and there's some hope that makes him more inclined to sign a contract for less than what he would have if he wasn't there, I guess. Like, that isn't overly realistic to me. Disco's in Laurel. What's up, Disco? How are you?
Guys, first of all, Grant, I was rooting for you in your quarterback challenge, man. You were almost there, man. You were looking pretty good. You got some potential.
No, I got to say, the first pass, Disco, that I threw, I think this is on one of the socials, 1067 The Fan. The first pass, I'm not going to blame the football, but if I was going to blame the football, I would say that it was underinflated, and I was a little surprised and it stuck to my hand. But I'm not going to blame the football. The second and third passes are more authentic to, I think, the passer you're getting if you sign me.
Yeah, you got to work on your footwork, brother, but then I think you're going to get there. But anyway, you know, I think Terry being there is really big for his teammates, because I think his teammates know what he means to the team. I'm also wondering why his agent is, you know, yucking it up and hamming it up in front of the camera. Is there any precedent for that? I find that to be a little bit odd. When I look at his client list, clearly Terry is could be his cash cow. But I think he is handling it the right way. I think that's authentically Terry. But I think Terry is a guy that wants to be on the field. And I will say this last thing. It's related but a little unrelated. I think I've been hearing a lot of, well, with Terry, you know, the Kansas City Chiefs don't have a number one wide receiver, and they go to Super Bowls. Well, look at Lamar Jackson and look at this team. They don't have this. I don't even want that to seep anywhere into my mentality. Why would you do that to your young quarterback? You don't have to do it the way that the Chiefs do it. You don't have to do it the way that the Ravens. You have a Terry McLaurin, and you have a potentially transcendent quarterback. Please let's not have that mindset where we just going to decide that, maybe we really don't need him. No, we do. Pay him.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, buddy.
It's part of my frustration, I guess, is you've got the money, and I am still in the mode of the more things you can do to surround Jaden Daniels with immense talent over the next few years, the better. The more decisions you can make that are Daniels friendly, if you will, that's how you should be operating. There's an added value to me in paying a receiver, overpaying a little bit if need be, to help Jaden Daniels, who's a fringe number one wide receiver. There's an added value overpaying a little bit to a guy that has done what McLaurin has done here, which I guess is why if I've got to sit somewhere at the wedding, I'd be sitting on the McLaurin side. Although, as I have said, there is plenty of nuance to it. I do want to comment really quickly on the agent thing. Agents are on the field after practice semi-regularly. There's friends and family sections. Players will have their agents stop through town on a camp tour or whatever. Or in the case of Baker, as you said, there's nothing bigger in his life right now as an agent, his business, than getting this deal done with Terry McLaurin. So I'd imagine he's going to be here for an extended period of time. But after practice today, wives, girlfriends, families, they're all out on the field. And you will see a handful of NFL agents at that time out there. It just so happens we're all taking pictures. We're all gathered around because it's the story.
Yeah.
We're just not doing it with every single agent out there. Chris in Hyattsville, what's going on?
What's up, Grant? I'm just tweeted your videos to Orlowski to get a full breakdown, so hope that comes through.
Oh, nice. That would be good.
By the way, I'm also day-to-day, but aren't we all? I would say that, listen, from a team standpoint, I want Terry on the field because the team is better and they will win games. But it's very difficult for me to have any sympathy for these multi-million-dollar athletes trying to essentially stroke their own egos by comparing each other's salaries. And I think the NFL and other sports bring it upon themselves because they've turned contract talks and contract signings into a year-round content marketing scheme. You know, it keeps the NFL relevant by constantly publishing this. But then what happens is it turns into an arms race where players are continuously trying to up their peers and be quote unquote respected by getting one more dollar than whoever it was recently paid. And Terry McLaurin has already been paid $56 million in his career. I don't think he's been disrespected by this organization at all. So it's very difficult for me to sympathize with him from that standpoint.
Appreciate you, dude. So yeah, the rhetoric that's used, I'm with you, Chris. It always rubs me the wrong way. And this isn't just you're siding with billionaires over millionaires. No, that's in a labor dispute. That's when CBA stuff happens, where I'm not on the side of the owners. This is different. This is the jersey. This is the franchise. This is the group that we're building. So again, I think Terry McLaurin deserves a raise, and he should get one. He should fight for one. He should pull every lever, use every mechanism at his disposal to try to get more money. We all should. Know your worth and try to sell yourself on it. But kind of given the climate and given the CBA, I've kind of all along returned to this one spot where I go, the team's going to win, quote unquote, right? Like the team's going to get the better of the player almost 99.9% of the time.
But you still you make the choice every day. Do I want to be like the Bengals or do I not? Does everything have to be a pain in the ass or not? And they're kind of doing it the Bengals way right now.
On this one.
Yes. This is the only one so far like this.
I would say
they're
the 49ers way. They're usually pretty good.
Kind of. We'll see. I mean, we'll see if he gets paid or not.
If he doesn't, then it is Bengals-y.
But you could, I guess, say 49ers-y potentially if you believe that a contract is coming. I don't think the 49ers were as far apart as the reports are that these two sides are on any of those negotiations, though. Like, if you remember the Nick Bosa, the Trent Williams, there wasn't this kind of acrimony. They weren't cutting promos at the car dealerships in what's outside of San Francisco.
I don't know.
Wine country?
Yeah, they were in Catalina.
But we'll see if they get a deal done. 800-636-1067 is the number. Danny, there is a position group that has been way better at practice than I thought it was going to look. I'm going to tell you what it is next. Plus, we do want to get into Santana Moss joining the Ring of Fame. We'll do it at the top of the hour. Rookie tackle Josh Conerly at 3:30. You're listening to The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Pretty fascinating wide receiver news just broke moments ago, and it's McLaurin related, I would say, tangentially. The Broncos and Cortland Sutton reached agreement on an extension. Cortland Sutton is the exact same age as Terry McLaurin. He gets 4 years and $92 million, which is $23 million per year. So the Commanders are going to go to the agent of Terry McLaurin and say, see, this is the problem. You guys want $33 million a year, very likely, or more. This player, your age at your position, coming off of a 1,000-yard year, very similar to Terry, 80 catches for 1080 and 8 touchdowns, just signed for $23 million a year. Now, the agent for McLaurin can come back and go, this is not a good comp. 2 1,000-yard seasons ever. In fact, 2 850-yard seasons ever. Injuries multiple times over where he's missed a bunch of games. McLaurin is way more productive and way more durable. So I'm not suggesting McLaurin should not do better than Cortland Sutton. That is not my point. But I will 100% say, Danny, that Cortland Sutton getting $23 million a year makes life harder on McLaurin the same age to get $10 million more per year than that.
It certainly does. Everybody can do a we said, they said kind of thing. Well, it's more touchdowns over the last 2 years than McLaurin has had, even with his outburst of 13. Yeah, but not as many years of consistent play. Well, that's extra years isn't to your benefit. You're older. Like, you could go around all day. That's why I think this is such a hard, complicated thing. If McLaurin was 27, I do think this would be done already. But he's not. It's not his fault he's not 27. It's time, and the track record of 30-plus-year-old receivers crashing back down to earth is pretty extensive. There are guys that have performed up to the levels of their deals. I mean, Henry Ellard was great here so many years ago. I'd say Devontae Adams, even though he's lost a step or two, is still very productive. But Diggs and Thielen, and you can go down the list of guys that were around Terry's age and profile, prolific, catching a bunch of balls, who just were never the same after signing a mega deal right around this age. So I understand the team's perspective on that. But yeah, I don't think this data point helps McLaurin and his agent get more money out of the team today.
No, and it's one of those things where they may downplay how similar they are, but I'll bet you if Cortland Sutton got 31 today, they would have cared. You know what I mean?
Right. That's a great way to put it.
He's the same age as Terry. He just got 31, and Terry's more productive and better and has been more durable. This is one of those where it didn't go well, so you're going to dismiss it. Again, hear me. There are 2 points here. Mm-hmm. One, McLaurin, more productive, more durable, should get more than Cortland Sutton. But also, same age. That's what the team is arguing. Look at the guys that sign around your age, like Mike Evans. They don't get anywhere near $34, $35 million a year. Do you have the Schefter clip, Darius? This was Adam Schefter on McAfee today on ESPN suggesting that McLaurin wants well over what DK got, which was 32.5. Now, I've never heard well over, and the conversations I've had with people that have some inside information on what's going on here, they've made it sound like the DK price tag is kind of where the negotiation is going to be for Terry. But he's talking about considerably more. Well, what is that? $34 million a year? $35 million a year? What are we talking about?
DK Metcalf was the same draft class as Terry McLaurin. He got about $33 million a year. I wouldn't think that Terry is willing to take less than that, and I think he wants considerably more than that. Now, what it comes in at, we'll wind up seeing. Washington, they're not there right now, and they love and value Terry McLaurin, but they love and value him at a different price.
Adam Schefter on ESPN today. I did tease it. I wanted to tell you which position groups looked a lot better, and I thought you'd be excited about this. The cornerback room has balled out these last few days, and I actually think the secondary in general has exceeded my expectations. Now, today was the first day of pads, and even if there had been a bunch of days of pads, what does that really mean? They're not playing games. I remember when people got fooled by Emmanuel Forbes in training camp early on. But I like how Trey Amos looks. We'll be on the show tomorrow. Marshawn Lattimore looks, I think he's moving way better than he was last season. Whether or not he's Marshawn Lattimore again, not sure yet. But they've got depth. A guy like Noah Igbenogany was like a number 2 corner at points last year.
Yeah.
He's basically 5th on the depth chart right now. They've added a lot there. Jonathan Jones has looked okay to me. I just think if you ask me one position group that has impressed the most, I would say corner. And generally, the secondary with Will Harris at safety, he allows them to play a little more man, does some things on the back end that I've liked with his speed. That's an area where I have taken note and been very pleased so far.
You'd rather hear that than not, for a group that was in question. So again, no parades are scheduled just yet. There are no gold jackets, no Ring of Fame announcements. But again, that's a good data point. Let me ask you this. Hard to quantify this. There's no Terry McLaurin on the field.
That's the other part.
It's a lot of Michael Gallup and Chris Moore and guys I don't really know. Does that have anything to do with it?
How could it not?
Yeah.
Now, sometimes it's Deebo Samuel,
Right.
right? But for the most part, Washington is deeper at receiver than it's been, but it's a lot of like depth guys, right? It's 3s, 4s, NFL caliber backup down the depth chart guys like Michael Gallup. They don't have dudes that are going to win one-on-one and route you up. I think that's probably a factor. But I don't just mean man coverage where they've shined. I just mean in general, there just aren't that many guys open zone. Like they've played a really tight, decent defense on the back end, I think. We will get into Santana Moss joining the Ring of Fame, but we want to hear from you next, specific to this Cortland Sutton development, this breaking news. Same age as Terry McLaurin, multi-time 1,000-yard receiver, had a very McLaurin-esque year one season ago this past year, and he just got $23 million a year, which is actually a step back, basically, from what McLaurin even made last year, and is nowhere near what he's asking for. How could that change or complicate things? We're Grant and Danny on The Fan.
Brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Training camp continued this morning out in Ashburn as the Commanders hit the field for practice number 5. It was vet rest day for several key guys, including Zach Ertz and Marshawn Lattimore. Monday session also marked day number 2 of Terry McLaurin's hold-in as the two sides try and come to terms on a long-term deal. ESPN NFL insider Adam Schefter joined the Pat McAfee show this afternoon and had this to say on Terry and what his camp is looking for in a new deal.
DK Metcalf was the same draft class as Terry McLaurin. He got about $33 million a year. I wouldn't think that Terry is willing to take less than that, and I think he wants considerably more than that. Now, what it comes in at, we'll wind up seeing.
As the hold-in continues, time is ticking as the Commanders play their preseason opener next Friday night in Foxborough against the Patriots. Other NFL news, the Broncos have come to terms on a 4-year, $92 million extension with 29-year-old wideout Cortland Sutton. Last year, Sutton played in all 17 games, eclipsing 1,000 yards for just the second time in his career. Major League Baseball news, Guardians closer Emmanuel Class has been placed on the non-disciplinary paid leave list through August 31st as part of MLB's investigation into sports gambling. He's the second Guardians pitcher to be caught up in the investigation as right-hander Luis Ortiz remains on the non-disciplinary paid leave list after originally being placed there on July 3rd after unusually gambling activity on 2 pitches he threw for balls. That according to sources from ESPN. That's baseball on tap tonight right here on The Fan. The 6-game road trip takes the fellas to H-Town as they begin a 3-game tilt with the Astros. Brad Lord gets the start for D.C. It is a 8:10 first pitch. Pregame coverage gets rolling to 7:40 right here on The Fan. This July only, get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Terry McLaurin has reported, and we're very happy about that. He'll start the training camp on PUP for his ankle. So on the business side, AP and the guys are still working hard with Terry and his rep on the business side of things. So while on PUP, just like we do with the other guys, he'll be working with the trainers, to get back as soon as he can.
I just can't with the questions about the ankle. After that, there was like, when did he hurt the ankle? How serious is the injury? How's Terry's ankle doing? And we're going to keep doing that. And you kind of have to some extent, like someone has to bite that bullet.
I just hate playing pretend on anything.
I do not have the energy.
I just don't, man.
Grant and Danny, brought to you by the law firm Condori & Murad. They will take care of your family's assets. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori & Murad, will help you to draft a will, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. I was at training camp today, and in fact, a listener had shouted over to say hello, whatever, so I went over and was talking to them. And they said, "How are Condori and Murad doing?"
Oh,
and
is that right?
They're doing well. I don't think they know anything about them other than that we talk about them all the time.
Uh-huh.
Who knows? Maybe they did business with them. And so very, very cool that someone's listening enough to know that those are our guys.
Love to see it.
I want to hit the phones here in a moment at 800-636-1067. We've got breaking wide receiver news. A receiver the exact same age as Terry, who's a multi-time 1,000-yard guy, who had the McLaurin-esque numbers one season ago this past year, the 80-catch, 1,000-yard a year. Cortland Sutton, who's been a Pro Bowler, just got $23 million a year. And while Terry's a better player, more productive, more durable, it does feel like that's a little bit damaging to his quest to do better than DK Metcalf, who's younger and makes $32.5 million. You're talking about a $10 million gap in APY average per year. And I know everyone says, well, the big number is guaranteed money. Yeah, no kidding. But the guaranteed money comes from an AAV when you start to break it all down.
Yeah, it's a great comp. And it should be much easier now, right? Where you go, here's the range. 23 is too low. I think everyone agrees to that. What we've been saying, I'm just making this up. Again, we don't really know. We've got Adam Schefter's gut feel that it's more than DK Metcalf. Like, we're not really sure what the numbers are. To credit to both the parties for not leaking that stuff out. But it's not 23 and it's not 32.5. Somewhere in the middle is where this thing probably should settle. That's a great data point. He's better than Cortland Sutton, and he there's no need for us to overpay like Pittsburgh just did for DK Metcalf, who's around as productive as you, but a couple years younger. Like, that seems like a pretty good settling point. So I don't think this is a good moment here for McLaurin and his agent.
We're live in Richmond right now on AM 910, FM 105.1. Let's go to Tyler, who is in the capital of Virginia. What's up, buddy? How are you?
What's up, Grant? How you doing, buddy?
I'm well, thank you.
Hey, at this point, if I were Terry, I would play out the existing contract and then hit free agency in 2026 and see what you can get. Because if you truly believe that you're worth $33 million, hit free agency when you have all the leverage and see what you can get.
So here's the problem with that. You're right. It's very much a possibility. Number one, he's 1 year older next year. It gets so much harder for him to get what he's looking for with every passing season. The Commanders have already decided, and to some extent the market has already decided in the case of some other guys like Mike Evans or what have you, that at that age as a wide receiver, he can't get paid at 29. How's he going to get paid at 30? I mean, it's a huge difference. He'll be on the precipice of 31 years old a year from now trying to get a deal done. So that's not the number one issue with that philosophy. Number two, what if you get hurt? You go out there and God willing, none of this happens, all right? But these are the things him and his agent are talking about. These
football,
are the things
dude.
the team's talking about. A serious injury, an Achilles, an ACL, something crazy happens. And now, like ask Cousins, happened to him in a contract year, essentially. And next thing you know, the Vikings are drafting a quarterback and whatever else is happening. Now, somehow, some way, he still got $100 million from the Falcons, which that's kind of wild to think about.
Yep.
But what if you get hurt? You can kiss ever getting a huge contract goodbye if you're Terry McLaurin at a position where you absolutely could in a sport where that happens pretty frequently. And then lastly, Danny, what if you get tagged? This notion that you could just go to market next year and get your $60 million guaranteed or whatever, maybe, or you get tagged. Now, there's a lot of worse thing that could happen than getting tagged at 1 year and $30 million. But that is probably your final payday because now you're 31 and you're signing like a 2-year deal for $40 million where only a season is guaranteed. So you're talking about like $50 million in the next couple of years if you get tagged, probably, as opposed to this contract where you can do a lot better than that over the next 3 or 4 years. So from a business standpoint, getting paid now is his shot at really having one more huge bite at the apple.
It's his best one. And again, it's from the team's perspective. Not necessarily I'm advocating for it, but this is me saying, okay, I can think along with you here, where I would go, we're not inclined to go well above the franchise tag for the next season or two, because that's an option for us. We have you this year at around 23. Next year, again, according to what smart people are writing, it's going to be around 28 or 29 for receivers. We would do that, and then you want to go into free agency at age 33? If that's what you want, God bless you on the wide receiver open market. Or you can come sit down and look at what we've got for you here.
The tag is $30 million, right, next year?
So I've read 28 or 29.
Okay.
So it could be 30.
Maybe I'm rounding up. I think he would sign for $30 million right now.
Do you?
I do. Maybe not right now. Maybe we haven't gotten to the final minute yet that it needs to get to. But I think before the season, he will would sign around $30 million a year if that's their break glass in case of emergency. What I believe is right now he's asking for 33, 34, something like that. And they're offering 26-ish, 25 change, whatever. And I think in the middle at 30 is probably where this thing should get done. If you're telling me, 27 is reasonable, I agree. 33 is an overpay, but you're willing to do that. I also agree with that. Like a few $1 million here or there before you pay your quarterback while you have the money to front load a contract should not be a sticking point and is not worth whatever all of this is, in my opinion, with quite literally the guy that's meant the most to your team over the last 7 years. Let's go to Vince and Accokeek on the Fan. Hey, Vince.
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
So, I'm a numbers guy, but I'm a numbers guy in the real world. I'm clearly not an NFL GM. In my mind, I think the 25 that you guys think the team wants to offer, I think is very doable if we add one word to the contract, which the NFL seems to be totally scared of. It's fully guaranteed. In my mind, I don't see Terry walking away from $25 million a season, fully guaranteed, whether it's 3 years or 4 years, So $75 million fully guaranteed, 4 years, $100 million fully guaranteed.
Well, Vince, the
which
team
then
would
puts
never do that.
Right, but so, and this is what I'm very confused on, basically with the cap jumping. But if the thing is, we don't want your number to be AVV at the 30s. That keeps the team well under 30. That gives Terry the money he wants, the years he wants. I don't see how that deal doesn't work. But like I said, I'm a numbers guy in my world. I'm not a GM. I think it's too complicated and it shouldn't be that hard. But that's just my thought process.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, Smoke, you're cooking there.
Yes, we see this in baseball where they have guaranteed contracts. You can get paid more for a couple of years or less over many years to spread it out. Football is very, very different. But the team would not give him 3 years of a fully guaranteed contract because they're going to want to be able to get out of a deal in 2 years, essentially. DK Metcalf's guaranteed number of $60 million is what he and his agent are hunting to do better than. The team probably doesn't want to be anywhere near that because they look at DK Metcalf $60 million in guarantees and they say, yeah, but they guaranteed a guy who has a lot more football ahead of him that money. He's 27, going to be 28 this year. He's 2 full years plus younger than Terry McLaurin. Now, McLaurin's agent, Buddy Baker, would turn around and say, didn't play his first couple years at Ohio State. He was an older rookie. Look at, and I know this is how they're viewing this. They're viewing this as, don't look at guys that got paid at his age. Look at guys that got paid in year 8, 9, and 10. I don't care what Mike Evans made, at 30, whatever.
Uh-huh.
What did he make in his 8th, 9th, and 10th seasons? Go back and find the 8th year of a wide receiver who was a true number one, who put up numbers, because they're going to say Terry's not declining. He didn't show any decline last year. And for them, it's about experience, not age. For the team, it's about age. That's all that, I don't want to say all they care about, but that is what they keep coming back to over and over again.
Uh-huh.
And McLaurin's side is going, experience. Yeah, he's old because he was an old rookie, but he does not have the mileage of those cars. He sat in, there was an old lady that drove him to the grocery store once a week for 4 years.
One of those dream scenarios on the Carfax. Yeah.
There is no odometer problem here. Shane in Virginia. What's up, man?
Listen.
Shane, what's happening?
Hey, sorry, guys. That's my boy. Hey, Commander Danny Grant. Hey,
Buddy.
Even my son's saying this is not good for Terry. And he's 5, right? Look, I think this is Terry's last year in Washington. I really do. There's no way he's going to accept anything. Hell, he's making more than that now, right? So, but do we give him $35, $36 million a year? I mean, this is a tough situation for the Commanders, even for the fans.
Let me answer that, because that one's easy. Absolutely not. I'm not paying him 35 or 36
I would agree with
million.
that. Thank you, Grant, for saying that. Yes, I am not paying him $36 million a year at 30 years old, 31 years old, when his contract starts. They start declining. I can get a third-round receiver in the league right now at a great cost. And plus, look, here's the thing. We got to start building up that defense. I keep saying it. You can score 1 million points a game, but if somebody scores 1,000,001, you get beat every time. The secondary, I agree with you, Grant. The secondary right now is looking pretty damn good. I'm actually shocked in the secondary. I saw them out there a couple of days ago. They're long, they're athletic, and that Amos is going to be dude. I'm telling you, so he's going to be a baller.
Yeah, he can play.
Appreciate you, dude.
This is where you would think their coaching should make a big impact. Dan Quinn, long
There's a track record there.
Secondary coach with the Legion of Boom and beyond. Joe Witt has done that. Many stops as well. They've got a very, very good coaching staff in that area. Just looking at the numbers, McLaurin has played 1 fewer game in his career than Cortland Sutton because Sutton's been in the league a little bit longer. McLaurin has 1,000 more yards. And so the productivity is a non-starter. Nobody would look at this. I would think Adam Peters, Lance Newmark, anybody else, would look at these two and go, well, Sutton made this, so McLaurin shouldn't make more than him. But, man, you just can't tell me that $23 million isn't a kick to the you-know-what for McLaurin and the agent. You're asking, we're told from Schefter today, for more than $33 million a year, and a guy your age at your position who's his team's number 1 wide receiver just got $23 million a year. I want to know what the guarantees are for that deal, by the way.
I do too. I'd be anxious to see that.
Because the guarantee is the most important number here. AAV is easier to talk about, deal with, and it's also where the guarantee comes from largely, or they go hand in hand essentially. But I would imagine with a guy like Sutton that he would have gotten somewhere around $40 million in guarantees. close to 2 full years of his deal guaranteed, but maybe not completely. And they could then get out of him in the 3rd year without having to pay a whole lot of money. That's what I would assume. That's very much what Washington would like to do, I'd imagine, with McLaurin because of the fear that he's about to hit a wall based on age. Let's go to Saeed in Upper Marlboro on the Fan. Saeed, we're talking McLaurin after this Sutton deal that could complicate things.
Yeah, and so I had a couple things. The first, and I'll try to be very quick. The first is, so far, Adam Peters and this group in the front office hasn't shown a single instance where information has leaked from them to anybody. They have run a very airtight situation. So I have to believe, because Adam Schefter is talking about what Terry wants, I have to believe that's 100% his opinion. That's not somebody who felt like Schefter was a guy they needed to leak information to. And then the second thing is, why isn't there, if Terry believes, and I know I'm oversimplifying this, but if Terry believes that I'm younger than in terms of my body, I take care of my body, there's nothing to worry about, why can't they then say, all right, fine, we'll sign you to X amount, let's say it's 30 million, 29 million, whatever it is, and we'll build in escalators like we do with all the other people that once they hit 30 years old, and then we will pay you incentives based on playing time, based on how healthy you are, based on your statistics, like they do for a lot of the other 30-year-old players.
Because
like,
players and agents don't like it.
I love that. Players don't.
Because because I'm Terry McLaurin, if you're not throwing me the ball in the red zone, I can't hit my touchdown escalator. I don't control it. I want to control my money. I want to control what I can make. Danny gets a lot of money every time he does an appearance. If they don't give him any appearances, doesn't matter very much, does it?
Right.
Well, we'll do this. We'll give you money every time you do this, but then we won't offer you the opportunity to do that. Like, that's great when you put the pen to paper, but that doesn't mean I don't get to dictate how many of those opportunities I get. And so, would that be perfect? My mom's always said this. This is how sports should be, like base salary for everyone, and then you hit, based on your productivity, you get money. If there were no CBAs, if there were no already negotiated in deals between unions and leagues, you could start over and do that. It would be a meritocracy.
Well, but can you imagine, though, like, a running back between the 20s then gets pulled and some, Gerald Riggs, like goal line vulture, comes in and takes his touchdown, costing the guy like $1 million in incentives? It'd be chaos. Guys would be at each other's throats.
True. Yeah. I've half expected Terry to get wheeled down to the practice field, like wheelchair style. I just saw someone send a funny picture of, looks like Kevin Nash, like in a wheelchair or something like that. Yeah. Like, what if, Terry just walked down to the field with a big, heavy limp? My kid was doing that today. I don't know why. He was like, he got into my bed at like 5 a.m. He's like, I think I broke my leg. My 4-year-old. And I'm like, what do you mean?
Did you walk from your bed to mine?
He's like, it's broken. And I'm like, well, what'd you do to it? You might have slept on it funny. He's like, well, how do you know it's not broken? I said, because you're not limping. And then he proceeded to and he got out of bed. And then he dragged his legs behind him all the way out of my room as if he was like some cat who'd been bitten by a rabid animal and lost the use of its legs.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, what's the matter, buddy? And he's like, my legs don't work.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay. Right. So I got to the point like an hour later when he was still in character where I told my wife, let's monitor his leg here, see if anything's actually wrong.
Yeah.
But Terry should have done that where he just army crawled down to the practice field or used crutches or something.
My we're at the beach, my niece lost a race, which happens.
Oh, no.
And well, yeah, which was tough. And then she said her ankle was bothering her, which is ironic because of the same day that Terry's ankle was bothering him. And I was like, which one? I didn't know this was something that she did. And before her mom was like, yeah, she kind of does that, and it's fine. Just don't worry about it. But I said, which ankle is it? And she's like, it's this one. It just really hurts. And I don't think I can run. And a few minutes later, it was the other ankle. She forgot which ankle she was bothering her. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So she's like, oh, my ankle. And it's like, which one was it again? It's like this one. Yeah. But it was the other one.
Well, I told my wife, I'm like, he's saying it's the right.
Yeah.
So if he's favoring the left, we'll know everything's fine.
Yeah.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. I hope Terry keeps good track of which foot is
Which
hurt.
ankle is it?
Do we even know for sure? Right or left? I don't even know that anyone's actually tried to corroborate that part.
It's his guaranteed money ankle?
It's the ankle that needs to sign the check, apparently.
It's the term ankle?
He needs a nice bandage with a bunch of cash in it to help that ankle get better. What is it? It's normally like a PRP injection or something.
Yeah.
An injection of cash.
It's a cash injection platelet.
Josh Conerly, rookie offensive tackle. Caught up with him at practice. You'll hear that interview next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. That's baseball tonight here on The Fan. The fellas in Houston taking on the Astros, looking to keep the bats hot after scoring a combined 16 runs over the last two games. Brad Lord gets the start for D.C. It is a 8:10 first pitch. Pregame coverage gets rolling to 7:40 right here on The Fan. Other Nats news, according to Mark Zuckerman of MASN.com, Dylan Cruz, who's been out the past 2 months with a strained oblique, will begin a rehab assignment with AAA Rochester, where he'll get his first game action tomorrow night. Major League Baseball trade deadline coming up Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern time over the weekend. The Nats getting started. They traded infielder Ahmed Rosario to the Yankees in exchange for right-handed pitcher Clayton Beeter and minor league outfielder Brom Martinez. Training camp continued this morning out in Ashburn. Practice number 5 for the Burgundy and Gold was their first fully padded practice. It also marked day number 2 of the hold-in for star wide receiver Terry McLaurin as two sides tried to come to terms on a long-term deal. Adam Schefter of ESPN joined the Pat McAfee show and had this to say about what Terry and his camp are reportedly looking for.
DK Metcalf was the same draft class as Terry McLaurin. He got about $33 million a year. I wouldn't think that Terry is willing to take less than that, and I think he wants considerably more than that. Now, what it comes in at, we'll wind up seeing.
The hold-in continues as the Commanders get geared up for their first preseason action next Friday night in Foxborough against the Patriots. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
With the 29th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Conerly, Jr., tackle, Oregon.
Pick 29, you got yourself an offensive tackle. Jaden Daniels, some protection. Laramie Tunsil on one side, Josh Conerly on the other. But will he start in week 1? We'll get into that in just a few minutes. Was able to catch up with Conerly. What a guy. I mean, he did one interview after another today and then signed autographs for a long time. It is hot. It's gross. It's sweaty on the practice field. And about an hour and 10 minutes after practice, he still hadn't gotten back into the building yet. This was the rookie tackle after today's workout.
I mean, it's great. At the end of the day, it's just football at the end of the day. But right now, I mean, I'm living the dream. So, I mean, there's nothing much to it.
Expectations compared to reality so far in terms of speed of the game, how difficult a practice is, like all these things that you wouldn't have known but guessed about. Yeah. How's that played out?
Well, shoot, I know it's hot. That's one thing that I was expecting. But in terms of things that kind of caught me off guard was how many team periods that we don't do. Because I feel like at Oregon we constantly did team periods. I mean, same amount of Indy that we had at Oregon, but a lot less practice. Because here we practice for like hour and a half, hour 45, close to 2 hours. But Oregon, it was 2 hours and a half, constantly every day. So it's a little different, not having to go for so long, but just constantly just getting it in, just getting in, getting out, and we're good.
From that standpoint. And it changes a lot year by year because it's CBA and everything. Right. Were college practices, because they're longer, harder in that sense, or you wouldn't go that far?
I wouldn't go that far, but I feel like in college it's a lot more quantity over quality, in my opinion. But here it's quality over quantity all day. So like I would say, with here you get 5 reps in a rack. You better make those 5 reps count because you don't know if you're going to get another 5, you know what I mean? So, but in college, I feel like it's kind of guaranteed in a sense, you know what I mean? But, yeah.
Seems like you've almost exclusively been on the right side, played a little bit on the left maybe, but also first, second team reps. How do you go about, like, not worrying about what team you're practicing with or what side you're on and just getting the work?
I mean, just continue to get better at wherever they put me. Even if I was guard, I could play center. I mean, no matter where I'm at, just making sure I'm getting better at that position and making sure I'm doing the best possible to put myself in a great position. So,
are you ready now already for like a preseason game just to go play another team, or do you still feel like this work, just getting the pads on today, is still like you're not over it yet to the point where you need a game?
Yeah, I mean, you can't just go one day in pads and think you're ready. You know what I mean? So I feel like it's going to take a couple more to feel 100% confident. But at the same time, I mean, I'm ready to go whenever. It don't matter. It don't matter what it is. But yeah.
First-round pick Josh Conerly on Grant and Danny. A couple of non-football things for our listeners.
Yeah.
How used to the environment, city now are you? Have you gotten to explore it all and go out and find some restaurants you like, some things you like to do?
I haven't really got to find things I like to do. I've got to get around Ashburn a little bit. Just a little bit. I haven't really found too much.
Are you a homebody generally, or do you like to go out and about?
Yeah, no, I'm usually a homebody. If I have people out here, then I'll get out and try and show them different things. But I haven't had nobody come out here and visit me yet, in terms of family. But yeah. Are you
watching like streaming? You like going to the movies? Like what kind of entertainment do you take in?
Usually a little bit of both. I've been watching a show. I've been watching shows recently. I haven't really been into movies a whole lot. But
what are you watching right now?
The Boys. It's on Prime Video. It's a pretty good show. A lot of different turns. Pretty gory. It's interesting.
Are you still on season 1?
I'm on season 3.
You're binging.
Oh yeah, I'm in it. I'm in it for sure. And I'm gonna say we in deep, but yeah.
I love that. Last thing for you, as camp progresses here, what's the number one thing you're working on? Feel like is the next area for you to just continue to try to improve your game?
Man, just be my best self. That's it. I mean, there ain't really much else to it but that.
Appreciate you.
Josh Conerly, the rookie offensive tackle at training camp with the Commanders. We had him on the show right after he was drafted. Very personable, likable guy. I've been a little bit surprised so far. I don't want this to be the lead to be that he's been bad or anything like that. But I was kind of hoping it would look so natural for him, and pretty clearly he would stand out over Andrew Wiley to the point where I would go, that's your starting right tackle. And we are not there yet, in my opinion. I would say semi-frequently in 11-on-11s. Like he's learning a lot, and he is occasionally either getting beat or figuring something out. I'm sure that he needs to do different or better. It just has not gone.
It feels mechanical at this stage, kind of like it's still like a learning.
I'll say this, like for a big athletic guy with good footwork, you would think he just doesn't seem to be quite as quick as I thought he was going to be. But I want to let it play out. I want to see him in a preseason game. They just got the pads on today. I haven't spent any time really watching one-on-one stuff because, frankly, I think that's designed for the defensive line anyway. But this is just an 11-on-11s. Just how often do you win and stalemate someone versus lose? There have been a few plays where I noticed, and I'm like, Javon Kinlaw or someone drove him into the backfield or blew up a play or did something that would have cost the team. Now, he's had some good reps too. Like he had a great rep against Von Miller where he got him turned around at one point with his length. But I was hoping a week into camp that my takeaway would be,
you can't keep this guy off the field.
He's got to start.
Right.
And I don't feel like that. The example I'll give you is like Trey Amos. Every time I watch him, I go, damn, that guy looks good. Or I think that's your starting cornerback. I'd like to see him start opposite Marshawn Lattimore. And that's all. It's not even a negative as much as it's not a positive. Like, it's not the takeaway I wanted to have after several practices. But it's early. I think it's unrealistic to expect everyone just hits the ground sprinting. And maybe there's a coach that would tell me, you're crazy. You don't know what you're watching. Like, you don't know what that drill was about. I'm always open to that possibility, too.
Sure.
I just know that after being out there every day but one so far, this second right now, I would assume Andrew Wiley would start at right tackle over him. And maybe you work him in as part of a rotation early in the year, but I don't think he has supplanted him at this point.
Yeah, so this, to me, my hope was that it would be week one. That's it.
You never think it to be obvious.
Yeah, and you never think about it again.
Yes.
Realistically, though, I don't think it's an emergency. I don't think it's a, oh my God, what the hell has happened here? If he takes a month longer and emerges as your starter in week 6 or something, you know what I mean? Like to me, like the point of him is a long-term bookend right tackle. You have the flexibility of a guy that's played multiple positions, was fine at right tackle in that spot. I'd love him to be a right guard, talking about Wiley filling in for Cosme. But there's talk of Cosme being back early in the year. So you've got options here where it's not a do or die if Conerly isn't ready from minute 1, week 1.
The other good thing is they're really protecting Laramie Tunsil, it seems like, where he's gotten multiple vet days in the last handful of days, where he didn't practice in 11s at all.
Mm-hmm.
And when that is the case, and let's face it, what do you need Laramie Tunsil to really show you? As long as he knows the offense, you're going to be all right. So when he's out, and that has been the case multiple times, that does give Conerly the chance to get those first-team reps, which I think are probably invaluable. Because if Conerly is opposite Tunsil, he might be on the second team because Wiley might be getting some of those right tackle reps or probably more of them. But the fact that they've spelled Tunsil as much as they have, and I wonder if that part of it is strategic at all, you're protecting your veteran, which Dan Quinn does very well. Bobby Wagner's a guy I have to imagine they have to beg not to practice. Today, first padded practice day, first play of 11 on 11, blows up the play, back of the line of scrimmage in the backfield, and he's thumping shoulder to shoulder with a running back, wrapping him up, driving him backwards. More often than not, though, the Von Millers, the Tunsils, they're going to be taking care of those guys, and I do think that's gotten more chances for Conerly to get out there and to run around a little bit. But the line, as they hope that it looks at the start of the season, Tunsil at left tackle, Coleman at left guard has been a mainstay, steady every day, playing left guard. They haven't moved him around. Tyler Biotish at center. Cosme's on PUP and is not going to be ready in week 1. I know Dan Quinn had this press conference where people took it to mean maybe he'll be ready. I think that's insane. Nick Allegretti likely to start at right guard. And then you'd have Wiley over Conerly for the moment at right tackle. Let's see what happens. We haven't even had a preseason game yet.
Right. Yeah. If we're in November and he hasn't taken over the gig, I'll raise my hand and ask the question.
Oh, I'd be a little bit
salty. I wonder when that is for me, where I'll kind of go, remember this? Remember this was supposed to be a thing? Like last year, I started asking Ben Standig questions before Ertz really turned it on, kind of second half, where he was, wasn't just catch and fall guy, was actually helping the team, getting some first downs, some big fourth downs, and, became kind of a clutch go-to guy. And I put my hand down about my Senate questions, but I have them again. Second-round pick. I'd just love to see something. I'd like to know. I'm not panicked by any stretch of imagination about any kind of less than stellar report about Conerly just yet.
I just got a tweet from somebody who said $34.2 million for Terry McLaurin AAV should get the deal done over a 3-year deal. Do the Commanders get to say anything about this? Or that's always my favorite thing. It's like when people call in about a trade and they're like, well, we could give them Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt and they could give us TJ Watt. Do the Steelers get to have a say here? Or is it just Washington that gets to make the trade? Because, yes, you're right. Terry would accept $34 million a year, $11 million more per year than the guy his age just got from the Broncos. I don't know if Washington's brass wants to give him that contract.
Good deal for Terry, I think, on that one.
That would be a win. Yeah. Buddy Baker, go have yourself a steak and some champagne. Let's go to Drew in Tampa listening on the always free Odyssey app. You can listen wherever you are. What's up, Drew?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I love Terry to death, but I am just frustrated by the fact that just because you're up for a new contract because your guaranteed money's run out, that all of a sudden every wide receiver gets to reset the market. Terry is a great wide receiver, but he is not the best wide receiver in the NFL. And I think sometimes we get a little Ashburn syndrome when we talk about players that we love, and Terry's certainly one of them. But you cannot give him $35 million a year. Just because the Steelers were silly enough to give DK Metcalf $33 million does not mean that our organization has to do the same. So I think you hold out. I think you keep him. He's under contract. And then, if we have to franchise him twice, do it. And then, adios, Terry. But you can't pay a guy like that top of the market dollars when he is not a game-changing wide receiver in any fashion. So
the only problem with that is, and look, I was kind of talking about Terry McLaurin as a really good receiver that we talk about as a top 5 or 7 wide receiver before it was cool. Last year, he was a game-changing wide receiver. I'm not telling you he was Jamar Chase. I'm not telling you he's Justin Jefferson, but he was unbelievable last season with the opportunities that he got. The catch and run stuff, the improvement after the catch, the touchdown totals, the playoff touchdown that he scored. I think everything else about that call actually makes a lot of sense, and I tend to subscribe to almost everything that he said.
Indeed. Yeah, the other argument in the pro-Terry camp certainly is you can take numbers like it's Madden or take numbers like it's fantasy football and assign a round value or a dollar value in an auction league for Terry McLaurin. What he means here across terrible coaches, joke organization, awful quarterbacks, as bad as it's been, he climbed through the Andy Dufresne tunnel behind Rita Hayworth, right? He did that. And he's here now in the good place, and it's time to reward him, like your best soldier, your example of what the organization is supposed to be. This is a premium being paid for the guy, not just a guy, a collection of numbers and comps. Because I'm with the caller 100%. He is not A.J. Brown or CeeDee Lamb, or you can go down the list of Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and everyone else that you mentioned. What he is, though, is kind of this special person that is the example that the new regime, across a different regime, across another regime, has come in and said, okay, we identify this guy as the example. We're going to hold up to every rookie. Would you like to make the team? Then do what he does. He's your example, so you got to pay a premium for that guy.
I also don't think the team would tag him twice, just to get into the semantics of that for a second. First year, let's say, is 28 and change. Second year is 120% of that.
33.
So it's 33 million. So you're talking about basically 61 million over 2 years. Whereas I think if you offered him 65 million over 3 years right now, he would take something like that in terms of guaranteed money, not AAV.
Mm-hmm.
But this is guaranteed money that we're talking about. Because the 2 years...
The 65 would be more than Metcalf just got.
Exactly, by $5 million.
Mm-hmm.
And now you spread that out over 3 years. You could have a little bit of dead money in the third year, and you still have the power over the player. So 2 at 61 is a way worse team deal than 3 at, I'm just making a number up, but like close to 90 where 60 is guaranteed or what have you. And you can now move that around and have less dead money in the back end. So I think if they were going to tag him, it's going to be 1 franchise tag, not 2, but we don't have to worry about that just yet. Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. I watched Happy Gilmore 2 last night. I've been waiting and excited to watch it for several evenings, and I finally got my shot. I'll give you my review coming up in a few moments on The Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This right here. This little guy? I wouldn't worry about this little guy. This is The Fan, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers today. All right, I'm going to go around the room here. No one will get it until Danny. This little guy? I wouldn't worry about this little guy. What movie, Darius? Dad, I'm coming to you first.
That's a movie.
He's not going to know it.
No chance.
I've got absolutely no file.
You're a shit, Mac.
Ryan, you will not know it.
Big Daddy.
Absolutely
Amazing.
not. Is Red Rifle in there? Did he run away?
Red
No, he's
Rifle
not gonna know.
ran away.
Danny?
That is Super Troopers. What is Super Troopers?
Just looking for Super Troopers. The amount of people that just don't watch movies around these parts. I was at lunch today trying to talk about Happy Gilmore 2. Toby just watched Happy Gilmore 1 so that he could watch Happy Gilmore 2. And then Chris Russell goes, I haven't seen the second one. I said, have you seen the first one? And he goes, well, I think I saw it. He goes, I saw it once, but it's been a lot of years. I don't really remember it. Well, I'll just sit over here by myself then.
Okay, let me fold my hands and just wait for the conversation to be over.
Everyone in America is talking about this movie right now. I can't find anybody to talk to about it at lunch. With that in mind, it is time for the double play. Danny Hute, I'm going to let you go and tell us about your beach trip before we talk a little Happy Gilmore.
I will do this very quickly. I love it. I was in the Outer Banks. A couple listeners came up while we were on the beach on Sunday.
No way.
Said that they enjoyed the show and they were surprised to see me because they thought I was on the air. And I said, no, I took Friday off. I'm not delinquent. This was all above board. I didn't just sneak away. But it was a lot of fun. It was perfect. One note, though, I love a place called Sam and Omi's. I'm actually looking for information, okay? My kids wanted to go to Sam and Omi's, which is down in Nags Head. Iconic place. It's been there forever. It's a little hole-in-the-wall seafood joint. It's usually closed on Wednesdays. We went Sunday for lunch. There was no one in the parking lot, and we're going, oh, my God, this never happens. Like, there's no reservations. You just show up and you sit down and eat, and it's amazing. But it was closed. Not like closed for the season. Not like it just said the word closed on it. Like not like we're closed forever, thanks to our customers for all the years. No indication. The website still says they're open. Sunday, during the regular business hours, it was closed. What the hell happened to Sam and Omi's? It was a big dagger of a day. Kind of ruined everybody's mood. We went to Pigman's Barbecue instead, which ended up turning out fine because my youngest son that was with me, he's not my youngest son anymore, he's 7. Anyway, he never had hush puppies before, and he was very excited about that. So it worked out all right, but what happened to Sam and Omi's? Somebody give me the information at Funny Danny.
Take my arm, but don't take Sam and Omi's.
Dude, that place is awesome. You would love it. It's a very Grant type of spot.
Really?
It's super low key.
I'm about to look at the menu.
Everybody is so friendly and nice. Seafood du jour, landlubber stuff too. It's like it is a down home. Everybody calls you sweetie or hun.
Oh, I'm all in.
Yeah, you would love this place.
You had me at hello. All right, it's time for my double play. So got a lot here for you on Happy Gilmore 2. First of all, people that are angry about this movie or talking about how terrible it is need to relax a little bit. What in the hell were you expecting? Do you need this to be an Academy Award winner? Daniel Day-Lewis isn't starring in this thing. This isn't No Country for Gilmore, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is Happy Gilmore 2. Everybody settle down. Now, the people that are saying it's the greatest movie of all time, I'd also like you to relax.
They can settle down too.
Just a little bit. Everyone can go to the same room and relax together. It is fine. It is fun. It is entertaining. Again, I'm going to go back to my wedding analogy. I got to sit on one side with the people that like the movie or the people that don't. I'm sitting with the people that like the movie. It preyed on my nostalgia. It brought me back to my childhood. It did a really good job, especially in the first act, but the first couple of acts, kind of running back Happy Gilmore 1. I thought the third act, anything involving like the maxi golf, if you've seen this movie, I thought it got sideways and wacky and way over the top and kind of, in some ways, I didn't love that at all. But overall, I thought there were so many good things in this movie that were very, very nostalgia-driven and awesome. And I'm really glad I had the 2 hours and the entertaining time to watch it, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Some highlights, without any spoilers.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, I don't know what I'm allowed to say and not allowed to say in 2025. So I'm just going to say Julie Bowen is a gorgeous woman. She is one of the most beautiful, naturally just lovely ladies that I've ever seen, and she's aging like fine wine. I hope that I'm not offending anyone. I don't know what I'm allowed to say.
The opinions of Grant Paulson do not reflect those of 106.7, the fan of the Odyssey Corporation.
I love Julie Bowen. I think she is, did I already say she's like one of the most beautiful ladies?
You said that.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do I say that again without it getting weird?
So,
or should I just move on now?
I think it is.
I did the part.
Well, people sleep on the fact that she's the original in Happy Gilmore, and then of course goes into this huge run on Modern Family.
I think people are well
I think
aware.
people didn't even realize it was her,
Really?
and now she's still throwing fastballs.
Gorgeous on Modern Family. She's such a good actress, and she's a great actress in this film. Travis Kelce, Bad Bunny, all of the people that make cameos. There's over 100 cameos of celebrities, which makes it sound like this is going to be terrible, and you kind of get which you know when you're just crowbarring people into the movie, it is what it is. But that makes it fun. Like, oh my God, it's that guy. Oh, I know that person. I love that element of this film. I've never seen more cameos. I thought they did it pretty well, actually. And then there are a few moments where this thing gets amazing. John Daly's character steals the movie, in my opinion. I thought he was hilarious. John Lovitz has a scene in this movie that made me belly laugh. I am a mark. You know this. I don't know what it is about John Lovitz. There's certain people that are just really funny to like individual people and no one else. I am a John Lovitz guy.
You're a John Lovitz guy.
I saw him walking a dog outside the radio station here in the Navy Yard one time, and I thought it was the funniest thing in the world. He had this like tiny little fluffy dog that he shouldn't have been walking, and I came running up here to tell everyone, you're not going to believe this. I was like 2 blocks away, and I just saw John Lovitz walking a dog in the Navy Yard, and I met him and talked to him, and Drab's like, yeah, he's coming on the Junkies in like 10 minutes, and I'm like, oh, well, that's way less of a celebrity in the wild sighting. But anyway, John Lovitz, man, so funny. And then Will Zalatoris. Deep cut here, but do you remember any of this where in Happy Gilmore 1, he had a cat, he was like the blonde-haired kid that he chokes?
Yeah, the young guy. Yeah.
The young kid. Will Zalatoris, an actual golfer a few years ago, broke out at like the PlayStation Open or one of these tournaments, and he looked exactly like that kid. And everyone's like, oh my God, Will Zalatoris is the Happy Gilmore golfer. And this was like a huge thing for like a year where everyone just called him Zalatoris, right? Or everyone called him the name of that
whatever the character's name was.
Character. He plays the grown-up version of that character.
That's great.
And it's just a deep cut, and it's funny. There are little things like that that are very, very good. But enjoyed myself, ate some pretzels, my healthy Copair pretzels.
There we go.
And watched it. And yes, everyone should enjoy it if you watched Happy Gilmore 1. That is my recap.
Buffalo Wings scale, please.
On a Happy Gilmore scale, which is the scale I will be using, it was, I'll give it 7.5 Happy Gilmore Wings. Like on a movie scale?
Yeah, give me the movie scale.
I can't have a same scale for Oppenheimer and Happy Gilmore.
Sure you can. How much fun? Like, did you enjoy it?
Stupid comedy scale.
Yeah.
7.5 Buffalo Wings.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like you hate it, if that's the case.
He was sitting on that.
He was.
I was trying to tune him up.
I knew what I was doing.
Yeah.
I mean, no, it's just not a particularly good movie. It's entertaining, but it's not a good movie.
Can I offer you a totally only semi-related nugget that I've been sitting on that I'm obsessed with? You mentioned Travis Kelce, who's got a cameo. So part of why he was doing this thing was to help promote Happy Gilmore 2, okay? My sons both play Roblox, and there's a game in the Roblox universe called Grow a Garden. You guys, what do you do in the game? You grow a garden. That's the nature of this game. It's got an astounding number of players, more than you could ever imagine. Periodically, they do updates, and the updates are a major deal in this universe where you can get a bone blossom or a fire flower. Some things are made up, some are real, whatever. Travis Kelce hosted an update on Saturday morning. There were 34 million concurrent players while Travis Kelce was hosting this update.
Wow.
34 million people across wherever Roblox is played hopped on to see Travis Kelce do something in this universe. What is happening? The world is so different.
It is.
That's what I have for you.
The world is crazy.
That's all I can think about.
By the way, you know who's really good in this movie is 55-year-old Julie Bowen.
Julie Bowen.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Beltway Blitz is next.
Main Street Bank, cheer local bank. Local training camp continued this morning for the Washington Commanders, the team's first fully padded practice. It also marked day number 2 of the hold-in with star wide receiver Terry McLaurin as he tries to come to terms on a new deal with the franchise. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, he joined Pat McAfee earlier this afternoon and had this to say about what Terry and his camp are reportedly looking for.
DK Metcalf was the same draft class as Terry McLaurin. He got about $33 million a year. I wouldn't think that Terry is willing to take less than that, and I think he wants considerably more than that. Now, what it comes in at, we'll wind up seeing.
The next important date in terms of the negotiation between the Commanders and Terry McLaurin is next Friday night in Foxborough as the team gets geared up for their first preseason game. Other NFL news, the Broncos have come to terms on a 4-year, $92 million extension with 29-year-old wide receiver Cortland Sutton. Last season, Sutton played in all 17 games, eclipsing 1,000 yards for just the second time in his career. And just in from Adam Schefter of ESPN, the Bucs have reworked quarterback Baker Mayfield's contract, giving him $30 million in guaranteed money for 2026, which is the final year of Mayfield's deal. Nats baseball tonight here on The Fan. The fellas in Houston taking on the Astros. Brad Lord gets the start for D.C. It is a 8:10 first pitch. Pre-game coverage is rolling right here on The Fan at 7:40. Other Nats news, according to Mark Zuckerman of Masson.com, Dylan Cruz, who has been out the past 2 months with a strained oblique, will begin a rehab assignment with AAA Rochester, where he'll get his first game action tomorrow night. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
The Grant and Danny radio program is brought to you by our good friends, the law firm of Condori and Murad. They can help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. 6 o'clock, 2 hours from now, Dietrich Wise, defensive lineman from the Commanders, who's at a very good camp, stopping the run. I really, really enjoyed my convo with him. Former Patriot, refers to Bill Belichick as Darth Vader. It's a funny interview. You'll want to hear that coming up at 6 o'clock. We are going to get to the Blitz in just a second, but I don't want to make our very important guest wait on the line. On the Rude Guest Hotline, we've got our program director, Chris Keinert, on. CK, I know you're busy, and you've got a lot going on today. How are you?
I'm well, guys. How are you guys doing?
We're good, thank you.
Very well. So just know that I would not have bothered you if this wasn't one of the craziest things I've ever heard in my life. Okay? Are you ready?
I am very, I'm curious. What's going on here?
I am too.
So,
what did Ryan do?
You would think. Chris Russell just came in studio to join us, so you know where this is going.
Oh,
okay.
Hello, CK.
By the way, what were you doing out there in the Navy? We just saw you out
just
the window.
wandering around with nothing to do.
Right, exactly.
With my shoes off.
All right, so CK, AMAC, Russell's producer, just walks over and tells us that Russell has been not wearing shoes for some reason today. That's not the crazy part. The crazy part is he walked all the way to the kitchen and walked around in the kitchen in his socks.
It's a terrible decision. It's
where does that rank on the weird Chris Russell things that you've ever heard?
I mean, honestly, it's such a long list. It's pretty low because he's one of the weirdest people maybe in the world. Certainly the weirdest person I've ever met.
I think I was once ranked the weirdest person
I think so.
Amongst the
he didn't
staff
think,
here.
By the way, Danny, this was in any way notable. The fact that at work, in the public setting, he's just tracking through the floors in his socks all the way to the kitchen.
Where were your shoes?
They were underneath my desk. My feet hurt.
Yeah.
But Chris, why is that everyone else's problem?
It's not everyone else's problem. Everyone should just ignore what I do and not pay any attention to me and just let me do my job,
Yeah,
CK.
I wonder why they can't ignore you.
But you're constantly seeking attention with weird behavior.
No, I'm not seeking anything. I mean, AMAC said I had foot juice. I didn't have any foot juice. My feet hurt. That's it. I was just trying to give them a little recovery time. Boss, it's hard slaving over hard rocks, unstable rocks at Command Land in Ashburn in 95-degree heat for 3 hours a day.
Now it's Josh Harris's fault.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Sure. So
you're going to lambaste Josh Harris over this now.
Well, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I was just kind of agreeing
CK.
with you.
I'm walking down to the practice field today. The Commanders, for people that don't know, have this brand new team president, Mark Klaus. Imagine like Jason Wright, but if he did everything correctly, right? So like this guy is just cutting promos, having like just making moves, right? And I'm walking by and I hear Russell asking if he could get shade for the media. Like a shaded tent for us to stand in to watch practice. This guy's trying to cut a deal right now with DC for a new stadium, and Reenie's trying to get a Z-shade for the media.
I figure somebody was allowed to do bits other than you, so that's been my bit since I met Mark Klaus last Monday and had a nice conversation with him at the media happy hour. I said, Mark, he said, is there anything I can do for you guys midweek through last week? I said, yeah, Mark. I said, while you're doing nothing, you can erect a shade or a covering so that we can actually see what you guys are doing here, and so we're not so hot.
And can I get a foot
laughed,
massage?
and we had fun. And yeah, can you rub my feet, please?
Now, it's not like you're wearing high heels to prom here, dude.
What a great bit that is. What a great bit.
Yeah.
Was he slapping his knee because it was so funny?
CK, relax. It was very funny. He laughed, and I've kept up the bit. Just like when Tressway greets me, he always wishes me now a Merry Christmas, and I wish him a Merry Christmas because I hate Christmas Day games, and we shouldn't be playing on Christmas Day. So that's the bit that I have with him. You guys are just jealous that people like me. And by the way, Mark Klaus, who I've known for 1 week, as he was walking away, said, "I'll see you later, Rooster."
Yeah, I get the sense Mark Klaus has listened to the radio.
He's a Rooster Mark. He's a Rooster Mark, which means he's a good man.
Well, if he sends you a gift card for like the athlete's foot, then we'll really know that he cares about you.
So number one, never say foot juice again. Let's all agree to that.
That's not my term. That's Amex.
That might be a new good nickname for him.
So we got to let CK go, but it seems to me like you don't think this is one of the weirdest things he's ever done. I think socks in the kitchen. Like imagine if you walked in to get your lunch out of the fridge and Slashy's just sliding around in the kitchen
Just
on his
shuffling
socks,
around.
like he's friggin' Tom Cruise.
You guys haven't seen what goes on in this building on the weekends and at night. I mean, you guys haven't seen.
I have. That's why I wear my shoes everywhere.
Yeah.
Nothing weirder than when you do your podcast from 1 to 4 every day. Nothing weirder than during that time.
Thanks,
Have
CK.
you seen the episode of Seinfeld where George decides to do everything the opposite of what he would normally do?
Yes.
That's what you need to do in your life moving forward. Whatever you think you should do the exact opposite moving forward.
CK, you can remove me from that podcast if you'd like. You have that power. You know that, right?
Are you daring him to? Is this
Wow.
like this is Hogan going heel here?
Wow. It just got weird.
He's
got really weird, guys. Remember doing the opposite, Chris? That's what you should do in this moment, probably. It's the opposite of what you're doing right now.
Yeah. Let's see. So you were going to ask you were daring your boss to fire you. Don't do that. Do the opposite.
Okay.
But the best thing is he dared it on your show,
right?
Instead of on his own show.
Right.
Which is again, the genius of Chris Russell is daring his boss to fire him, but on somebody else's show, so that they get the ratings credit for it.
You would have loved it. Me and Slashy today went to lunch at Manhattan Pizzeria, which was our old haunt from back when we were both on the beat. We used to go out there all the time. I haven't been there since Renee and I were breaking bread right after he stabbed everyone in the back and went over to 980.
I remember that. 6 days before training camp. Yep.
Right before training
What
camp.
shoes were you wearing that day?
Yep.
Your stabbing shoes?
Yeah, fast shoes so he could run across the hall.
All of you guys suck. I'm just going to end this like that. How about that?
Yeah, but with shoes on. We do it with shoes on, though.
See a foot juice.
Foot juice. God, I hope that doesn't stick. CK, we know
man.
you're busy. Thank
you, CK. Appreciate you taking time.
Guys. All right. See you guys.
Socks in
Love
the
the show.
break area. In the kitchen. In the kitchen.
In the
where
kitchen,
the
man.
food is, man.
Well, there's no food on the floor.
Let's hope not.
Because you absorbed it with your socks?
Did you guys see the NBA player in the hotel? What he was up to? It's pretty gross. Let's hope Rini wasn't like rubbing his socks all over anything over there.
Grant.
You know what I'm talking
Grant.
about? Yeah.
Grant. Come on.
on, Grant.
Get to the Beltway Blitz, shall we?
Blitz, for heaven's sakes.
Nate Davis. No good transition, so we'll just say he wears shoes and socks. Nate Davis has been covering training camp, the NFL, throughout the offseason. Nate, I want to go to Steelers camp for a moment. We talked a lot about Aaron Rodgers before he got there. They feel like they have a chance to win a Super Bowl. Do you agree that they're a legitimate contender?
I mean, Grant, and thanks for having me on. It feels like Friday instead of Monday listening to you guys today. But I mean, that's what you say in July. I mean, otherwise, what's the point of showing up when you got a team with that much talent? Do I think they're a Super Bowl contender? I mean, I think a lot would have to go right, not only internally with the transition to Aaron Rodgers, but I think things would have to go right around them in terms of their division and obviously elsewhere in the AFC. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe, but to me, it's probably a wildly successful season if the Steelers make it to the divisional round of the playoffs, which they haven't done in I think going on 9 years. So that sounds to me like boilerplate summer optimism, and I don't know that we're really going to see them get that far unless a lot of things break in their direction.
Nate, the Bucks are pretty formidable. I like that roster a lot. This Baker Mayfield sort of whatever stop he's on renaissance seems pretty real. But this is 3 straight years of a new offensive coordinator. I know it's all relatively similar stuff, but at a certain point, does his luck kind of run out there, and maybe he regresses some, or do you like the Bucks?
I still like the Bucks better than anybody else in the NFC South. I will say, Danny, kind of looking. I mean, some people want to tell you the Bucks are underrated because they've won the division 4 years running, and the Super Bowl before that. If you look at the last 3 years, I mean, they've won that division by an average of a game. I'm a little concerned by how are they going to look early in the season without Tristan Wirfs, and what kind of impact does that have? Because they're going to be going up those really good defenses and some really good pass rushers. I still think they're probably the cream of the crop in that division. Do I expect them to make a serious Super Bowl push? Probably not. That's the Baker Mayfield question. Good for him. The guy's really done a nice job relaunching his career. Like you said, hasn't had the benefit of a lot of continuity in terms of coaching throughout his career. But I can see another division title in their future. I'm not sure it's going to be more than another 9 or 10 win season and maybe one and done in the playoffs. But they're a solid team, and if Tristan Wirfs makes a drastic recovery, maybe they are a team that wins a playoff game and goes a little deeper than I think.
Hey, what do you make of this Christian Wilkins fallout with the Raiders? Initially, everyone was blown away by them getting rid of him over rehab disagreements. Now Adam Schefter's reporting that a playful kiss between him on the forehead of a teammate was this big problem, and the teammate got angry, and it led to maybe the ousting. Like, what is going on?
I mean, I don't want to speculate on the particular incident that got Adam Schefter reported today, but clearly it's one of those where there's smoke, there's fire situations. This isn't a guy that Pete Carroll and John Spytek brought in. Christian has a unique, playful personality, but I could see where if it became kind of an oil and water type of deal with the new regime, and then given the other stuff going on with his foot and the divergent opinions of how to handle it, I think they just decided to cut their losses, and not only that, obviously they're trying to recoup their losses, but in terms of what we heard today from ESPN, nothing to add to that one.
Yeah, speaking of cutting their losses, the Titans parted company with Treylon Burks. I'm old enough to remember when it didn't matter. They traded A.J. Brown away. They found the heir apparent. My goodness, has that not worked?
No, it has not. But, I'm almost surprised he lasted, as long there as he did. Was a guy that came into the league with potential and size and all the physical attributes you want to see, but clearly needed some polish. I'm not sure that the things that have gone on in that organization have necessarily helped him get to the next part, but like you said, Dan, he kind of came in under a dark cloud. Mike Vrabel said they weren't going to trade AJ Brown, and then they were compelled to, and then Mike Vrabel leaves, and not a lot of functionality in that organization for a couple of years. But I'm sure that's a pick that the organization, people that are there now would like to have back, even though they weren't the ones that made it.
Nate, we appreciate you, buddy. It is great having you on as always. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
Thanks, Nate.
You got it. That is the latest on the NFL. Let's localize the convo. David Harrison joins us now. You can check him out as one of the beat reporters over at SI for the Commanders, and I've been out at practice with David over the last several days. Danny, nobody's using AI better right now. He's like talking play-by-play into his recorder on every practice rep, and then he goes back and it translates everything for him onto the documents, and then he can sort it out by play. Like, show me what Jaden Daniels did. He is ahead of the time.
That's pretty cool.
David, you're like an AI savant.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's probably in the Asian gene somewhere, I'm sure.
Well, you're on it. I'm impressed. It's very good. The rest of us are like writing things down and trying to read our writing later.
Trying to remember that play.
Who has stood out to you so far? Give me a couple of names of players that you think have had good camps.
Yeah, there's a few, right? But I think Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, the running back, obviously is one who's getting a lot of love, and I know the fans were really excited about him, after he was drafted, and we've all kind of been keeping an eye on him. I think he's just, as much as he can at this phase of the offseason or the preseason, without having full-blown competition out there and everything. I think he's done everything you could ask him to do, and even, one day of pads showed some power and showed some willingness to really just kind of hit the hole and hit the line and then, find a way to get through. And, one rep got real skinny. I mean, he popped out the hole, and I didn't realize there was a gap there for him to pop through, to be honest with you. And then another one, I saw Eddie Goldman. Oh, I'm butchering his name, but free agent who's been brought in to plug the holes and stop the run, and he's holding on for dear life to the rookie's jersey, and the rookie's just kind of pulling him along like a weighted sled, and that was just really impressive lower body strength from Ja'Cory.
Any chance that he leads the team in carries this year?
I don't think so. I mean, I've heard some people say that they think he might. He's got a chance to be the starter by the time the end of the year comes and all that. And I know a lot of people are kind of. It feels a lot like when Brian Robinson, came into the league and third-round pick, and by the end of training camp, he was a starting running back. I just think that with the way this team wants to run, and with what Brian has kind of already done, and Austin Eckler is an established vet. While the story of true competition across the board is certainly there, I just think that some people kind of start a little bit ahead of the curve, and I think Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler have enough of a head start that they're going to be the primary duo entering the year. Now, of course, things can happen, and then people go out and things like that. But I think it would take a pretty amazing preseason for Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt to be able to kind of climb the depth chart enough to do something like that without an injury happening in front of him.
David Harrison with us, SI covering the Commanders. What do you make of Terry's 2 days holding in now since showing up? He goes down, he signs a lot of autograph. He's done like walk and talk, quick answers with the media on his way back into the building. He was way less of a distraction clearly before he showed up. Do you think this is going to be a daily routine where he's very visible? And how long until that starts wearing on Commanders brass?
I mean, I think that, Terry's always wanted to reach out to fans, and Terry's always wanted to kind of emulate some of his favorite players. Right? He told the stories all the time of himself being a kid and going and seeing players and getting autographs and how cool that was and everything else. So he's always wanted to be that type of a pro. So I think, if there's fans there, then, yeah, I think that's going to be a continuing trend. If there's not fans there, I would probably expect that, we probably wouldn't see him out there. I think that's really what it's all about, is going out there to see the fans. And, look, if there's a hidden benefit to people talking about him being out there more and then more fans, trying to put pressure on the front office to get a deal done, then, certainly him and his agent will appreciate that. But I think throughout this entire thing, I don't think, Adam Peters, any type of pressure that even us or, the fans are trying to put on him is really going to be felt in the front office, because I don't think Josh Harris is putting any pressure or putting, a whole lot of, weight into what we all think they should do. I think that Josh has enough pro sports experience as an owner to understand kind of how these things go, and he's going to let Adam do his job. So I don't necessarily think it really I think they would probably rather the comments not be made, right? Like, go out there and sign the autographs and absolutely interact with the fans. The team has done a good job of continuing to say, we love Terry, we want him here, and all these things, and that's part of the reason everybody loves him. So that I don't think they have any issue with. I think, but the comments of, my beef isn't with the fans. And, well, if you're saying your beef isn't with somebody, then it means you have beef with someone, and I think they'd rather not have those comments out there in the public.
David, thank you.
David, thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, brother. This is David Harrison, and that is your Beltway Blitz. Terry McLaurin continuing to hold in. A wide receiver his age, Cortland Sutton, gets $23 million per year from the Broncos earlier today. Adam Schefter this afternoon was on ESPN and suggested McLaurin and his agent are asking for well more than what DK Metcalf got, which was $32.5 million per year. So that's a $10 million gap between a less productive, less durable player, albeit, but a guy his age who got 23, and what McLaurin might be asking for. How long can he be holding in, signing the autographs, doing a little bit of media here and there, but not practicing before there is a tide that turns as we get closer to the season? And fans that are mostly on his side right now, maybe that support dwindles, and maybe they cross over toward the team side of things. I want to get into that next with Danny on the Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. That's baseball on tap tonight right here on The Fan. The fellas in Houston taking on the Astros, looking to keep the bats hot after scoring 16 runs over their past 2 games. Brad Lord on the bump for D.C. It is a 8:10 first pitch pregame coverage. It's rolling at 7:40 right here on The Fan. Other Nats news, according to Mark Zuckerman of Masson, Dylan Cruz, who's been out the past 2 months with a strained oblique, will begin a rehab assignment with AAA Rochester, where he'll get his first game action tomorrow night. Elsewhere around Major League Baseball, Guardians closer Emmanuel Class has been placed on the non-disciplinary paid leave list through August 31st as a part of Major League Baseball's investigation into sports gambling. He's the second Guardians pitcher to be caught up in the investigation, as right-hander Luis Ortiz remains on the non-disciplinary paid leave list after originally being placed there on July 3rd after unusual gambling activity on 2 pitches that he threw for balls. The Washington Commanders were back out on the practice field this morning, their first fully padded practice of training camp, and marked day number 2 of Terry McLaurin's holdout as he tries to come to terms on a new deal with the club. ESPN insider Adam Schefter joined Pat McAfee earlier this afternoon and had this to say about what Terry and his camp are rumored to be looking for.
DK Metcalf was the same draft class as Terry McLaurin. He got about $33 million a year. I wouldn't think that Terry is willing to take less than that, and I think he wants considerably more than that. Now, what it comes in at, we'll wind up seeing.
We'll see how long the holdout continues as Washington plays its preseason opener next Friday night in Foxborough against the Patriots. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. A Darius Dameron, Ryan Clary, Ben Strober production today. Thank you for listening to the program. We will be with you until 6:30 in 2 hours. I do want to get into the possibility of the Nats trading Mackenzie Gore at some point. That is a little pet project of mine. Talked about a lot of Nats trade rumors, Mackenzie Gore sweepstakes, and others on the new Bustin' Loose baseball pod that dropped. You can listen to that when we are done. But we'll get into that during this show as well today. Terry McLaurin is story number 1, and there's developments. So we've got to break those down with the Cortland Sutton contract today and him getting $23 million a year. But here's what I wanted to pivot to. And here's the question I want to pose to people at 800-636-1067 on the listener line, Danny. I believe that Terry is absolutely winning the court of public opinion right now.
No doubt.
And he gets a massive head start. He's favored by 19 points or whatever going in.
Yeah.
Because it's the player against the team. And most of the time, fans don't have Adam Peters' jersey. They don't have Josh Harris's jersey. They're not getting random Commanders gear if it's the same price next to a McLaurin kit, right? They want the Terry McLaurin jersey because he's their favorite player. And so, as long as you don't screw it up, you're probably going to get fan support, and he has not with the work that he's put in and all the things he's done over the years. But how long does he get the benefit of the doubt and the fan backing? Does that go in perpetuity? No matter however long he holds out or holds in, however long he's not on the practice field, that he just keeps walking down, signing some autographs, doing the occasional Q&A where he goes, yeah, we'll see what happens. No real progress yet. Nothing to report. In a week, we're still on his side. No problem. In 2 weeks, we're still on his side. No problem. What about in 3 weeks? What about in a month? What about when now preseason games have been played? What about the start of the regular season? I would imagine there's got to be a point where something shifts.
Yeah, this is what I've been kind of bringing up periodically for the last couple of weeks. Right now, I am very much in favor of every player in the league. I mean this. Every player in the league trying to get what you can get. I get that. You don't have guaranteed money. Your CBA is different than the other sports. This is a violent 100% injury rate sport. I mean, my friend from high school, Pat Washington, played in the league for a few seasons as a fullback, and as soon as the team he played for could fill his role more cheaply, they said, thanks, goodbye. We'll get rid of you before you end up having to cost us on the back end with a pension. I've seen guys spit up and shoot out. Like, that is a thing. So I understand and respect guys trying to get as much as they can. Do that. There's going to be a time where I'm going to look at my watch and go, okay, man, you made your point. You're under contract for this year. You're now ruining my thing. You're now having a detrimental effect on the football season, the football team that I care about. I will root for this team when you're gone. I need you now to come back and play football. Again, you made your point. We're not there yet. There will be a time when that happens, though, for me.
With each autograph, though, with each individual interaction,
buying himself some more time,
with
maybe.
each picture. I mean, there is some politicking going on. And I really don't mean this to say that he's doing that on purpose or it's nefarious or it's calculated. I don't think it is with him. But I have watched him sign hundreds of autographs the last few days. You know who I don't think's going to be calling in to say, get your butt on the practice field and play because the team's right and you're wrong? The person who's got their picture with him on the background of their phone right now from yesterday. You know, the person who just got their football sign from Terry McLaurin. I think you can further engender yourself to the fan base and buy some goodwill, and I think he's successfully and effectively going to do that if he continues to sign all the autographs every single day after practice. And it's the work that he's put in for years in that regard. We know who this guy is. We know what he's about. We've seen him act like the ultimate professional, and he signed those autographs every single day for years and years and years, and he's handled himself in the media so well. Like, none of that is new because he wants a contract. But I just think there will be a turning point. I think that as soon as it starts to really negatively affect the team, like, here's how I'm going to do it. We'll have these fun little games sometimes where you go, how much money would you need to do that?
Uh-huh.
And you'll say to me, like, what about $100? And I'll say, definitely. Like, but you wouldn't do it for 75.
Yeah, I was like, you would do it for 83.
But so you work back from the number.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to work back from, it is obvious if he's not there in week one, fans will turn on him. If he's not there, I think the week that they start preparing for the regular season, fans will be angry. Not everybody, but you're going to start to see cracks, especially when you hear things come out like today, where Schefter says he wants considerably more than DK Metcalf got. Metcalf, same draft year.
Uh-huh.
Similarly productive player, younger. Now, I do think he's had a better career than Metcalf and probably should make a little more money if they're the same age, but they're not. So it takes one report, too. It takes one time hearing McLaurin's asking for $36 million. I think that would change it. If we found out, because he said considerably more than 32 and change.
Uh-huh.
Well, what does that mean? I guess 500,000 could be considerably more. That's a lot for me.
Same
if it's
here,
33 million, that's an okay ask, I think. 35 million is insane. That's what Justin Jefferson makes. That's ridiculous. You shouldn't be making 35 million.
Right.
37, 39, 40 million. Like, if I'm talking to the agent, I would say to him, hey, there's no way you guys are asking for 40 million. You're not trying to reset the market. And remember, McLaurin has said point blank, I'm not trying to reset the market. He's made that very clear in multiple press conferences now. When he's spoken, he is not trying to reset the market. Well, if that's true, then it means he's in the 33, 33.5 range probably, which is not what Schefter said today. So he didn't get that, I don't think, from McLaurin and his agent. But the team hasn't said anything publicly either.
So there you have it, right? So, yeah, the inescapable truth of the way that this CBA is, and I know I sound like a broken record, and I'm sure I've annoyed everybody, but there isn't that much recourse for players. You can do what he's doing right now. It's within the rules. You can pretend to have an ankle injury. You can go to every film session. You can go to every meeting and then be like, I can't, my ankle skip when it's time to go out and actually practice. We could do this charade for a little while. At a certain point, football season is here, the one you're under contract for. Regardless of your future status, you owe us, football team, football fans, a season. We all agreed to that first one in good faith. We can't come to terms on this new one. I'm sorry about that, but you owe us for this year. I'm not there, and I've got weeks before I get there. But if this continues, I will get there. So I think that's kind of at the back of my mind with all these sorts of discussions, and I think the team knows that. They're willing to take some short-term lumps in the court of public opinion, and they are right now. The team's getting beat up a little bit, right? The org's getting beat up a little bit because Terry is so popular. I think that's normal.
They've really dealt with controversy.
Yeah, and I think that's normal. Eventually, though, it's like, okay, dude, Jane Daniels is special. We got something good going here. Everybody loves everybody, and you're kind of gumming up the works.
I give them a lot of credit for how they've handled this publicly, for the record.
Me too.
By high-roading this thing to the highest order. Like, there has been no negotiating. When Peter spoke, it was all positive. When Dan Quinn has spoken, it's all been positive. You know, they have not taken the bait, so to speak, when McLaurin kind of challenged them on some things publicly. Now, I do think that they don't sometimes do a good enough job getting their word out there to just educate the media, to then educate the fans on how they're thinking about things and what they're doing. And I've thought that all of last year as well. That's not a problem when you're winning. It's not a problem when things are going well. But they have had no interest in really. It's not even leaking as much as explaining their thinking, and I get the sense they're not doing that right now either. Everything coming out on this is basically from the player side, and I think this is an example of where they could do themselves some good if they actually got their word out there. How do you do that? You leak it to Schefter, and it's not people here leak and it's some terrible thing. No, but there is just an explanation of why you're doing what you're doing that sometimes educates your fan base and allows them to see things through the lens that you're looking through.
Because right now, one side of the story is coming out. You ever had that with a couple that's not doing so hot, and you hear about how terrible the spouse is, and that's all you hear?
And their philosophy, and 99% of the time, I think this is the right way to do it. Put your eyes on the ground, your nose down to the grindstone, and just work and get the job done. And I think that that's smart. But this is one of those times where it does backfire a little bit. If somebody's telling their side and you're not in any way educating us on why you see it your way. Because I see Terry McLaurin not being paid market value after a run with this team where he's deserving of a payday and money. And it makes you look worse. Greg's in Reston on Grant and Danny. What's up, Greg?
Hey, what's up, gents? I think that the next time he holds any sort of press conference expressing frustration will be kind of the time I lose my patience. I think you only have a couple more practices with fans out there. I think if he keeps giving you guys the day-by-day answer, that'll start to run thin. Then you have preseason games, so the story will shift to that highlight. And I think that as long as he just keeps it quiet from here on out, it's going to go under the radar a little bit. And I think the other thing that I'm really like people aren't realizing is you have Payne, Tunsil, Luvu, Biotish, Armstrong, Lattimore all going into their lame duck years next year. And whether you think any of those guys are going to get an extension or not, they're going to leave behind roster holes. We know Ron left us nothing. We know this team is built on one-year deals all over the place. And I feel like people need to understand that we are threading a needle here, that Jaden microwaved this process. We brought in all these vents. We have a 5-person draft class coming in next year, and they have to hold on this. They have to be careful. They can't pay the good guy tax everybody wants because we're in a really unique situation, and they're really trying to thread this needle to combine everything at one time. So I love Terry. I just think that they got to hold, and I think that as long as they keep it quiet, and hopefully they'll get to that 32, 33 million deal, and then they have to stop it there.
Smart call.
Appreciate you, dude.
Yeah, I just don't think they're anywhere close to 32 or 33.
I don't get the sense they are either.
My hunch is if they were offering 32 or 33, they probably have gotten a deal done. Maybe not exactly at that number, but if they were there now, they'd be on the verge of a deal, which is very, very different than right now, where basically they're seemingly offering him, best we can tell, what he made last year without much of a raise after a career year in his last chance to get a bite at the apple. But it's a really, really smart phone call. 800-636-1067. I like the phrase he used, too. Like, my patience would run out.
That's what it is for me.
Fan-wise, what is your patience for this situation? And I know how this works, and this is the market, and I am pro-player in so many ways, generally. But he's made $52 million, and he's scheduled to make $20+ million this year. And, you're hoofing it out to the practice, and he's going, nah, I'm good. Like, how much longer, because he's Terry, and we love him, and he's our sweet prince, do you kind of play this game? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Training camp continuing in Ashburn. No Terry McLaurin on the practice field. His holdout has become a hold in. Each of the last couple days after practice, he's made his way down to the field. He has signed some autographs. He's kind of been around. Media's gathered around and walked off the practice field with him, and he gives short, quick, terse answers. But while a distraction, it hasn't really carried over into practice, and I give him credit for that. I don't know if that's an agreement he's got with the team, that they don't want him walking the sideline or coming out on the field.
Right.
Then you got fans chanting your name and pay him in the middle of a workout.
Sure, yeah, guys are trying to do some kind of drill, and it's Terry chants. That ain't good.
I don't think that would even go over well with the players that are bleeding and sweating and going through their workouts on the field. But I don't think anything he's done is going to rub players the wrong way per se, but I'm quite sure the front office will get irritated pretty quickly, and this is the bed that they've got to sleep in that they helped to make because there's been no deal done at this point. But the question for you guys is, how much patience do you have for this situation? Are you with Terry until the end? He deserves his money. As long as he holds out, you're pro Terry McLaurin? Or is there a line in the sand that you would draw where you go, you know what? I respect everything that you've done to get paid. But now this is about 2025, not beyond.
Yep.
Because this whole holdout is about 26 and beyond.
Mm-hmm.
The 25 season's being prepared for right now. You have contract left that you have been paid well for this year by this team, and you need to live up to your contract. There's got to be a point, I think, when a lot of fans start to think that way. When is that? Let's go to Reese in St. Mary's on Grant and Danny. Hello, Reese. How are you?
Hey, what's up, buddy? How y'all doing?
Hey, dude.
All right, I think I'm being up. Alfred Morris did it, being quiet. He didn't get paid.
You're breaking up real bad. I'm going to throw you on hold. Let's go to Mark, who's in Largo on G&D. What's up, Mark? How are you?
Hey, guys. Look, I've talked to everybody about this for the last week and a half, and I had to wait to talk to you guys because I have an exclusive of what I think they should do.
Let's hear it.
I think they should trade Terry.
Whoa.
And I'm going to tell you why. I love Terry, and I hope he stayed here. But Adam Peters has totally screwed this up. Danny. And I'm going to tell you why I say that, Danny. If you were me and Danny, if this was you, wouldn't you sign Terry McLaurin 6 months ago? I would have. Because I would have saw the receiver market and how it's going to explode. Trade him to New England. See if you can get a first or a third, which I doubt, maybe a second and a fourth. But here's the thing. This doesn't let Adam Peters off the hook. Because now you got to turn around and get that same money you were going to give to Terry. You got to give it to Debo. Because you can't let both of them walk out of here after this year.
Mark, you think they're going to pay Debo next year if they don't pay Terry this year? He's going to be older then than McLaurin is now.
How old is Debo?
Debo is 29. He's the same age as Terry.
Okay, but you could offer him the same amount for what he has because his stats don't live up to even DK Metcalf. So I understand, but he does do more. But this is going to be I'm telling you, with the players, this is going to be a bad scar on Adam Peters. Now the media and the fans may think otherwise, but this is going to be a bad look. And I love Adam. I do. Yes, I love Adam Peters. I think he's a great GM. He just made a mistake.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Dude. Yeah, so it takes two to tango. We don't know what was offered when. We don't know if Mark could be right. If, let's say, the phone never dialed out Ashburn and nobody from the team reached out to the agent at all about signing Terry McLaurin at any point this offseason, right? Not knowing where the market was going to go. If that's the case, then yeah, but it also may not be incentivized for the agent and the player to go, sure, let's be the first ones in the queue to sign, just in case we sign for way less than the next guy does. So that we're now the baseline for other players and with this kind of experience level and production. So anybody else that wants a contract, we can now be used in Garrett Wilson's negotiations, or we're used in DK Metcalf's negotiations. They don't want to do that. So, but that's the thing we don't know. We don't know who said what to whom when. But in general, if they were sitting on their hands, then maybe they let this thing screw up. To me, though, it's too late to trade him because I need help this year. Well, if you can find a situation where there's another receiver coming back, maybe, but I don't think that sweet spot exists.
You're also not paying Debo, I don't think, if you're not willing to pay McLaurin. McLaurin has not missed a game in 4 years. Mm-hmm. He is the epitome of durability. Debo Samuel has done zippy in this organization. In other words, Terry, you can make the case, and I have many times, should overpay a little bit based on what he means to the outfit and what he means to the program and what he's done for you in some of your bleakest hours. Debo's services rendered were not even for you.
Right.
He's got no deposits in the bank, number one. McLaurin's got a lot. But on top of that, he misses time. He's an injury risk. Even though when he plays and he doesn't miss time, he's banged up. So, yes, he's a better weapon at times. He's been an all-pro. Terry McLaurin has not. But he'll be a year older than Terry is right now trying to get paid. There's no chance that they give him what Terry's looking for. Now, might he sign at that point because the market's dictated based on a bunch of Sutton-like deals for $25 million a year, and they want to give him, $3 and $75 with $50 million guaranteed? Maybe he'd take that. McLaurin clearly is not willing to take that. If Debo was, then yeah, perhaps. There's something to be said too for he's a Peters guy. Peters had him in San Francisco, brought him here. Terry McLaurin is not a Peters guy. Peters inherited Terry McLaurin. He just happened to be here when he got here. 800-636-1067 is the number. How much patience are fans going to have? Do you agree? I want to hit this too. Right now with the premise that McLaurin's kicking their butt in the court of public opinion.
100%.
Is that just because he's a player? Or is that because of how him and his agent are operating? It might just be that when you're a player taking on a team, you're going to win no matter what when you're as popular and fan-friendly as McLaurin. We'll get to that next on The Fan.
We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team of Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders were back out on the practice field this morning for their first fully padded practice of NFL training camp. It was a veteran rest day for several key guys, including Zach Ertz and Marshawn Lattimore. No Terry McLaurin in attendance today as it marked day number 2 of McLaurin's hold-in. ESPN's Adam Schefter joined the Pat McAfee show and had this to say about what Terry and his camp are rumored to be looking for.
DK Metcalf was the same draft class as Terry McLaurin. He got about $33 million a year. I wouldn't think that Terry is willing to take less than that, and I think he wants considerably more than that. Now, what it comes in at, we'll wind up seeing.
Other NFL news, the Broncos have come to terms on a 4-year, $92 million extension with 29-year-old wide receiver Courtland Sutton. Coming just into the fan, Adam Schefter of ESPN reporting that the Bucs have reworked quarterback Baker Mayfield's deal, giving him $30 million guaranteed for next year, which is the final year of Mayfield's contract. And that's baseball on tap tonight here on the Fan. The fellas in Houston taking on the Astros. Brad Lord gets the start for D.C. It is a 8:10 first pitch pregame coverage. Gets rolling at 7:40. Other Nats news, according to Mark Zuckerman of Masson, Dylan Cruz, who's been out the past 2 months with a strained oblique, will begin a rehab assignment with AAA Rochester. Will he get his first game action tomorrow night? Want to know the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to a Power Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call needed. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Said I'd provide some updates to you when I had them. So I do have an update. Terry McLaurin has reported, and we're very happy about that. He'll start the training camp on PUP for his ankle. So on the business side, AP and the guys are still working hard with Terry and his rep on the business side of things. So while on PUP, just like we do with the other guys, he'll be working with the trainers, to get back.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of this show wants to know. That's the law firm Kandori & Murad. They're going to help you to draft a will, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Terry McLaurin, hold in day 2. Can you believe we're still here? July 28th. McLaurin and the Commanders, who have had this harmonious, wonderful relationship for years, it's gotten very acrimonious, Danny.
It's gotten to this point, and the previous iteration of this, the Ron Rivera and the Marty Party, it didn't get to this point. And I thought that they were kind of screwing it up. It was similar to, I guess, a call that Mark had, I think, before the break, where I said they're letting all the other receivers go in order, and they probably should have been out front of this thing. I thought they were botching it. They weren't it. They got it done. It was all harmonious. He went to, only skipped a couple brief things in the offseason calendar, but it didn't get to the point where he was missing training camp time. They got it done in advance of that. This is a much more hard line taken by the team, and my main interest is to find out that motivation. They haven't told anybody anything, and I want to know what's their reasoning, what's their cause. Is it they don't believe in the player the same way? Is it we're just not going to do this with anybody? I would love to know the thinking here from the organization.
I think there's probably a lot of answers to that.
Yeah.
One of them is they clearly do not think McLaurin is as elite as a lot of fans do. Another thing is they know the aging at the wide receiver position is a reality that is almost impossible to fight back against. That is a losing battle. And I think there's a sneaky element to, I think they know where they're going offensively in the grand scheme of things right now, is to not be wide receiver dominant. Doesn't mean you don't need good wide receivers, and if you have one, you should keep it. That's why I want to keep Terry around. But see the Ravens with Lamar Jackson, a running quarterback. When you've got a quarterback that runs as much as Jaden Daniels is going to, you take the passing attempts and you drop them off significantly because pass plays can become scrambles and runs way more often. And now you're divvying those throws up to a bunch of receivers, including tight ends and running backs. And so you just don't need to necessarily pay the same amount to a wide receiver one, maybe. See what Baltimore's done for years and years and years. And that might be part of their philosophy. Josh Allen in Buffalo, similarly, they've moved on from Diggs and Gabriel, and they've kind of gone that route with more Khalil Shakur type guys who they pay a little bit, but they're not paying the huge money to. And I wonder if that might be part of the philosophy. We'll get to the phones in a second. 800-636-1067. Danny, what's your direct answer to the question? When will your tone shift on McLaurin? And I'm asking you this knowing you're already kind of pro-team in the debate.
But it's I'm pro-team with a – go ahead, Terry. Do your thing, buddy. Like, I have no animus. That shifts the second preseason game. On that Monday nighter against Cincinnati, I believe it's the 18th of August. If we're still doing whatever this is, it's a pretend ankle or whatever kind of the song and dance is, I'm now going, all right, dude, this is now turned into a temper tantrum. You've made your point. You've done everything you possibly could. You're now hurting the football team. I need you on the field for the reps. I need you on the field with your teammates. I need you to be part of this thing. Please be in. Everyone else is bought in. And the reason we loved you for so many years is because you bought in at a time when it was harder. Now it should be easier to buy in because it's good. You have a good coach. You have a good quarterback. You have a good offensive coordinator that stayed remarkably. You have a good front office. You have a good owner. The facilities are better. Everything is what you fought for is here. I'm sorry the future isn't what you want it to be. This year can be really, really special. Please don't get in the way of that. That's when I will turn. Second preseason game.
I'm going to go even further than that. I'm going to go right after the final preseason game, that week of August 25th, basically. So the final cut-down day, I'm guessing, is going to be around Sunday the 31st, a week before the opener.
Mm-hmm.
Monday, you're at work with 53 guys all on the practice field. The first. That's a hit-the-wall time for me. He needs to be practicing, or I'm going to be really, really shifting how I feel about this whole thing. Because now, it was cute and fun while it lasted, while you were trying to get what you needed, but you've now gone too far. But I'm going to say the previous week, sometime end of the week, 28th, 29th, Thursday, Friday, before the opener, 10 or so days out so you can get into football shape. That's the line I'll draw. Let's go to Tris, who's in Richmond, listening in the capital of Virginia. You can listen on AM 910, FM 105.1. What's up?
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
First of all, thank you for taking my first call a couple weeks ago. And welcoming me. I got 3 points I want to say really fast. You guys are talking about JD5, Terry. So I was going to make that my third point, but I will make it first just to kind of make it seamless. He went from holding out to holding in. I think that's a bit of a concession. He wants to be thrown to by Jaden. I mean, I think that's kind of something of a concession. He wants $30 million money and probably 3 years. I think he's going to get 2 years, but not 3. And then he's going to regroup after that. So the other point is I'm really tired of Jaden being compared to Lamar. I don't think he's a comp to Lamar. I think he's a comp to Mahomes. He's already, after his first year, a better passer than Lamar. Like he's a target passer. He does run like Lamar, but he also runs like Mahomes. He runs better than Mahomes.
Well, not really. I mean, Patrick Mahomes ran for 300 yards last year. Daniels ran for 900. There were two guys over 630. It was Lamar at 915 and Jaden at 891. They're the only guys in the league that run as often as they do or as effectively as they do. So it's a pretty clear comp. Now, I don't think anybody's suggesting they're the same guy. And to your point, everybody would acknowledge that he's a better passer than Lamar. What's that?
Didn't Jaden run for more than 800 yards?
Yeah,
almost 900.
891, yeah.
Yeah, so, like, I'm just saying that I just feel like that it's a dismissal of Jaden's ability to comp him. Like, I'm not saying that Lamar Jackson sucks, but Lamar Jackson, the majority of his value is his running ability. He's a good passer, but he's not as good a passer as Jaden Daniels.
Right. I don't think, again, when people, thanks for the call. I don't think when people are comping the two of them, they're suggesting that they're equal in every part of their game. Lamar, by the way, had a 36 touchdown season as a passer where he led the NFL in passing. So it's not like that. And last year, by the way,
he had 41 for God's sakes.
41 touchdowns, which is, there are a lot of guys that are Hall of Famers that have never thrown for 40 touchdowns in a season. So it's not like he can't throw the ball. But I would agree. I think Jaden Daniels is more accurate. I think he's a more natural passer from the pocket. I would take him throwing the football already, sight unseen from what I've seen, over Lamar. But the comp, I think this is fairly easy to get, and people understand this. The top 2 running quarterbacks in the NFL are Lamar Jackson and Jaden Daniels. If someone hears that and they think it's a slight against the passing, I'm not really sure what to tell you. These are 2 different conversations. It's like saying, Danny, you're a really funny guy. And he goes, yeah, but I'm a serious radio person. I'm like, yeah, but you're a funny comedian. He's like, but I know sports too. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just trying to give you a compliment.
Right.
Like those 2 guys run at a number of attempts and at a yardage that nobody else in the league does. And they scare the daylights out of defenses in a comparable way, in a way that nobody else really does. Guys that run a lot like Kyler or Hurts or Allen or Richardson, just looking at the rushing yards last year, even Caleb Williams, Bo Nix, Drake May, Baker Mayfield, those are more scramblers, a lot of them. Some of them run in power. But Lamar and Jaden Daniels, they do it in a very, very different, electrifying way.
I would say so. I mean, Jalen Hurts has a similar number of rush attempts, but everybody knows that ain't the same as what Lamar Jackson and Jaden Daniels are doing, right? He's more goal line carry, 4th and 1. Now, athletic guy can run a little bit, but not to the same degree those other guys. I think it's okay. Yeah, you're right. There's this stigma with it, where you say a guy that's an athletic, effective running quarterback, we somehow have to pretend that means he doesn't know which hand to throw with.
Well, I remember when I covered Griffin, it killed him when people would comp him to like Kaepernick in that 2012 season and other guys. And I remember a text one time where he told me, like, I don't know if he had heard on the radio or if it was a conversation we'd had, but he said, hey, the comp I want, I want people to use as Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers.
And he's like, I don't like the comp to Russell Wilson. Or I don't even remember who it was, but it was a running quarterback of that era. And he's like, I didn't like that. Like, the comp, I think I resemble Aaron Rodgers. And it seems like it grates. I've never heard Jaden take any issue with that. I'll bet you if you say, hey, you remind me a lot of Lamar Jackson, he'd be like, dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, the multi-time MVP.
that guy should have won a 3rd MVP award this year.
Yeah.
Potentially. So I don't think he would take offense, but I have seen that Commanders fans do. Sometimes that I don't get that necessarily. But back to the topic at hand and Terry McLaurin. It's a good phone call, Tris. We appreciate it. Let's go to Dickie in Arlington. Dickie, what's up?
How we doing, boys?
What's up, man?
At first, I thought, they're going to pay them. It's just, the game that they play. I'm starting to get a little annoyed, and today was kind of the backbreaker for me. I'm one of the biggest Terry McLaurin fans in the world. I know you guys are too. He is not a top 7, 8 wide receiver in the NFL. I mean, 10's debatable. So the fact that this report comes out that he wants more money than DK Metcalf, CD Lamb, I think that's ridiculous. At this point, we have a team to build around. This isn't the old Commanders, Redskins, Washington football team, whatever you want to talk about. We have a team now that we need to build about, and all these couple $1 million, they start to add up. That's the difference between Von Miller, Austin Eckler, all these veterans that want to come win a ring with Jaden Daniels. You can't get them now because Terry McLaurin wants $34 million. I'm sorry, Terry, but there's this, and you got George Pickens, who's a free agent next year. There's 20 options you got.
Appreciate you, dude.
I'll say no to George Pickens, but I respect.
But yeah, the point stands.
I
think.
The point.
Yeah.
By the way, just comparing the two, DK Metcalf in his career has averaged 76 catches for 1,100 yards and 8 touchdowns. McLaurin has averaged 80 catches for 1,118 yards and 7 touchdowns. So he's averaged 10 more yards basically per season, and McLaurin has. He's averaged a little bit less in terms of touchdowns and a little bit more, like 3 or 4 catches more in terms of catches. But, I mean, that's very negligible. For guys that came in together, it's almost the exact same productivity, and that's McLaurin having been a little bit more durable. Like Metcalf missed 2 games last year, a game the year before. So if you play those 3 games, not to hold McLaurin's durability against him, maybe the numbers are a little bit more in his favor. And the big key again is Metcalf is 27 years old right now. McLaurin is 29, and McLaurin actually turns 30 before Metcalf turns 28.
And that outlier touchdown season for McLaurin really changed some of those career averages too.
True. But the touchdowns, like, as much as I don't go overboard with how, like, being pro touchdown for him last year, I don't hold those against him either because those are so dependent largely.
Oh, totally. I didn't mean, he probably should have averaged around 7 for his career, and he finally got there with a violent regression in the opposite direction.
But I just find it interesting that is a really good comp. is McLaurin has been every bit as productive. And so if they were the exact same age, it would be so easy. I think you take the Metcalf contract, you add $100,000 or,
like Stingley Sauce Gardner did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You add 0.2 and you go, where do I sign? It would be the easiest work Buddy Baker, the agent for McLaurin's ever done. But because of the 2-year age gap, that is a significant difference. And the team is advocating and arguing that. And I'm sure the agent is going, we don't care. Because as I told you earlier, McLaurin's camp is saying experience, not age. Years 8, 9, and 10. Look it up. What did this guy get paid in year 8, 9, and 10? What did this guy? That's what they want to know. Same as DK Metcalf, by the way. What did he get years 8, 9, and 10? It's not about age to them. Let's go to Ron in D.C. What's up, Ron?
What's going on? How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
All right. Well, this is a situation. We've been down for that for like what 20 years. We've been messed up since like 92, 93. You know what I'm saying? We done had a bad owner. We done ran through we done ran through a couple coaches. I mean, I think it's time for a change. You know what I'm saying? I think we should pay. I think we should pay Terry. I mean, at the same time, I think he should wait, but I think we should pay him. I mean, he's the top guy. You know what I'm saying? In here, he's the top guy. I don't have no problem with paying him. But
you're saying because you think he's going to sustain this level of play for 2 or 3 years, or just based on the fact that he was so good for so long, he's earned it?
I think he was so good for so long, he earned it, and he's been there through all the struggles. You know what I'm saying? We done think about it. We had a coach that didn't even know how to coach.
Which one? I actually don't know who you're talking about. There could be so many
options. It's a good phone call. Thank you. You get in trouble doing that. You might get one of those, and they are in position financially, and with Daniels not on the books for huge money yet, that if they want to give out one of those contracts, I think they can. McLaurin would be the guy to give it to, probably. Yep. Camp coverage on the Fan. I was out at training camp today. You'll hear my interview with Dietrich Wise on Grant and Danny coming up at 6 o'clock. All of our camp coverage is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenryWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. We do have our poll of the day right now on the 106.7 The Fan Twitter account. It is McLaurin related. Our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll every day is always a lot of fun. Local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades, best-in-class service and experience. If you're moving, check out Metropolitan Moving and Storage.
Terry McLaurin has reported to camp to turn his holdout into a hold-in. At what point do fans become concerned that the hold-in is detrimental to the team? Your answers: days, weeks, start of the regular season, or never. Days, 26%. Weeks, 35%. Start of the season, 22%, and never 15%. So, long way of saying, the most popular answer is weeks. That's the kind of the, one of the more longer term answers, preseason games, et cetera. But the long and short of it is, it tells you the sentiment is still very much pro Terry. When you start adding up, days and weeks, start of the regular season, 70-some, 80-some% of the people going, it's not on him at this point. And I think that's probably the most popular for a reason.
Nick, listening in Richmond, former training camp home of the Commanders. What's up, Nick?
Hey, yeah, just kind of wanted to discuss, you were talking about the negligible differences between Terry and DK. And, I was looking into it. DK has like 9% lower percentage, catch rate. And his tipped ball percentages that turn into turnovers is one of the highest in the leagues for a wideout. So I don't really understand why Terry is considered lesser of a wide receiver when he had a career high catch percentages. And he's been with us for so long, they just got to pay the man. And one other thing, you guys' show, I just have to say.
Appreciate the call.
Oh, that's a good bit. I bet you that was on purpose. Do you think he did? You think he did that on purpose?
I mean, 1,000%. Are you kidding?
What's he going to say? Is it good?
There was a guy a long time ago who called in, I thought, to compliment you or something, and his phone dropped out or there was some bit like that that he might be throwing it back to. Or maybe he wanted us to just sit here waiting to know what could he have possibly said. The only thing I'll say about Metcalf comparing him to McLaurin is he does not get held down nearly as often as McLaurin. I mentioned this on Friday's show. You were out. Terry McLaurin had the same number of games under 25 yards this year as he had over 100. He had 5 games over 100, which DK only had 3. This is just this past season that I'm looking up. But Terry had 5 games under 25 yards. Metcalf only had 2 such games. And, his bad games were mostly 53 yards on 3 catches. One of the reasons his catch percentage is way lower is I would venture to guess he runs deeper routes if you look at ADOT.
Yeah, so this year ADOT was actually comparable, but over their careers, DK Metcalf's much more of a deep threat, or has been.
I would imagine it's substantial too. If you dug into it some years, where the depth of target is very, very different. Terry is running a lot of the crossers, the drags, the bubbles, the stuff at the line of scrimmage. And so, yeah, the catch percentage should theoretically be higher. But I'm not even here to sit here and argue that McLaurin's not a better player than Metcalf. I would rather have McLaurin for one season this coming year than Metcalf.
I would too.
The problem is, who would you rather have? Who would you rather sign a 4-year deal with right now, this moment? 27-year-old DK Metcalf or 29-year-old Terry McLaurin? And that's the issue. That's what the Steelers answered. And that's what Washington is, in their own way, answering as we speak. Speaking of guys that may not be in D.C. for the long haul, I do want to get into the possibility that the Nats trade their ace pitcher, Mackenzie Gore. Could the fan base withstand that after the Juan Soto deal and losing so many stars, Rendon, Harper, among them, Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber? Now you finally got a really good front-of-the-rotation pitcher. If they were to deal him at the deadline this year with a couple years of control left, could that be the straw that broke some fans' back? We'll get into that on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. I bet you didn't know it, but your current ride is worth more now than ever. And my guys over at Ted Britt Ford want to show you just how much. Seriously, bring it on in, get a top dollar trade-in offer, and put that value towards something brand spanking new. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, you get Ted Britt for life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage. New, pre-owned, doesn't matter. Every vehicle with less than 100,000 miles. They want to take care of you. What does Ted Britt for life mean? It's a great question. Peace of mind for life, powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspection, and so much more. And while you're out buying, how about some of this selection? Unbelievable at Ted Britt Ford. A new Bronco from Ted Britt. Score over $3,500 off a new Bronco Wild Track with no payments for 90 days. Or a little Explorer XLT, Explorer ST, close to $3,000 off the MSP, and no payments again for 90 days. Bottom line is this. They want to take care of you. It's the best buying experience I ever had. Go see them at Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax and Chantilly. Click away at tedbritt.com, and when you do, tell them Danny sent you.
The sports update is brought to you by our friends at Melwood. Training camp continued this morning out in Ashburn as the Commanders hit the field for practice number 5, the first in full pads. Terry McLaurin, the no-show, as he continues to work for a new deal with the team. Adam Schefter of ESPN had this to say on the Pat McAfee show about what Terry's camp is reportedly asking for.
DK Metcalf was the same draft class as Terry McLaurin. He got about $33 million a year. I wouldn't think that Terry is willing to take less than that, and I think he wants considerably more than that. Now, what it comes in at, we'll wind up seeing.
Other NFL news, defensive tackle Christian Wilkins, who was cut by the Raiders late last week, kissed a fellow player on the head, and the teammate took offense to it. That, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. The incident, not the sole reason Wilkins was cut. He had been recovering from a Jones fracture, which he suffered in his left foot last October. But because of how Wilkins treated the rehab from the injury, the Raiders got to void the remaining $35.2 million of guaranteed money left on his contract. And that's baseball on tap tonight here on The Fan. The fellas in Houston taking on the Astros. It is a 8:10 first pitch. Pregame coverage gets started at 7:40. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Now the windup, the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a breaking ball. That's 13 strikeouts, a new Nationals opening day record for Mackenzie Gore. He'll depart the mound to a standing ovation on the first base side. 6 one-hit shutout innings for Gore against the Phillies.
Only 6 pitchers in Major League Baseball have more strikeouts than Mackenzie Gore of the Nationals this season, who was an all-star. He's got a 3.5 ERA, and he is cruising toward what could be his first 200 strikeout season of his career. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. The trade deadline in Major League Baseball is coming up on Thursday. The Nats have already made a trade. It was a good trade, by the way. They flipped Ahmed Rosario, their backup infielder who hits lefties well off the bench, to the New York Yankees for a 26-year-old pitcher named Clayton Beeter, who's a former second-round pick, who has really good stuff. Throws 96 miles an hour with a good breaking ball. He's in AAA as a reliever right now. He's a former starter. But he's a guy that in the minor leagues has had huge strikeout numbers. He just walks too many guys. And if you could fix that, you could actually add, at worst, a really good major league reliever, and at best, maybe a guy you could slide back in to the rotation. But, Danny, it's exactly what they should be doing.
100%.
Rosario's a free agent to be. He's on your bench. This is a lost season. So you flip him for a lottery ticket teenager in the Dominican Summer League who's hitting the cover off the ball, and a 26-year-old big league ready reliever, and you're going to see Beeter this year. So, the more of that, the better. And some of the other guys they could trade that aren't bolted down, that are free agents to be, include Josh Bell, Mike Soroka. They could dip into that pool if they want to. They also have a veteran that is under contract for next year that is tradable in Nathaniel Lowe, and they'll shop him and possibly move him. But what I'm more interested in, Danny, because we know Kyle Finnegan, we know Josh Bell,
yep.
And I would even throw Soroka into that mix. They're very tradable, and there's no reason not to. There's not much of an argument not to trade those guys. What about Mackenzie Gore? And I was on with the Junkies this morning from training camp, and even on the sideline, talking about Terry McLaurin and the Commanders. They brought up Gore a few days ahead of the deadline because it's not just about him, is it?
Right.
This is so much.
In a vacuum, you could have a great sports conversation about it.
Totally.
This ain't a vacuum.
So much bigger than that, though.
Mm-hmm.
He is this lefty that they got in the Juan Soto deal. And the whole point of the Juan Soto deal was to reboot the organization for your next wave. And if you're not keeping the guys that you got when you traded Soto for those guys, someone could say, and David Aldridge did to me today on the sideline at practice, then what in the heck is the point? What are you doing if you can't keep the guys you get for Soto? But in the case of Gore, he's turned into a top 10 pitcher in the division, a top 20 pitcher in the league probably. He is an all-star. He had an unbelievable year. He's got really high upside. He's not a true ace, but he's a number 1 for you and a number 2 probably for a World Series caliber team. And there's going to be a lot of people that would want him. And if you traded him right now, they get 3 postseasons out of him. They get this playoffs plus 2 more full years before he hits free agency. If the Nats keep him, they would have that ability to have him for the rest of this season and 2 seasons after that. But it doesn't look like they're close to being a playoff team next year. You might get one postseason out of him if you start spending money right away and everything goes well in his final year. And so the idea for me is to flip him now to get the most return possible. If he wasn't advised by Scott Boras, I wouldn't say this. If I didn't think he was leaving immediately in free agency as soon as he hits the market, I wouldn't say this. But I do think he's going to. And I think you get 33% more on your return now than if you wait until this offseason and you trade him with 2 postseasons left instead of 3. And so it's simple. I'm getting the best package possible. I don't care if it's in the division or not. I'll trade him to whoever wants him for the most that I can get back. And I think that would be a really good haul of prospects, including maybe a close to big league ready, high-end pitching prospect. And I think they should do it. It's painful. But the complicated part that I brought up, that it's not just about him.
Right.
The fans that watch
how many kicks?
Rendon and Soto and Harper and Schwarber and Turner and, so, I think I named them all, but whoever else walk out the door. Now you're going, you got to be kidding me. The next group we're doing this with as well, and you're going to lose some people that are going to the ballpark and paying for season tickets.
Yeah, you are Pirates, Royals, Marlins, Rays without the success of the Rays. Yeah, I mean, it's not just in a vacuum, because from a baseball sense, the team isn't close. What I would do in a very, very basic way is, what's my target year? When am I going to be good? If I have players that aren't going to be here when my target year arrives, I'm trading them. You guys would hate me as a GM, but so that would include Nathaniel Lowe. That includes guys that are even beyond this year, because I can get something. My target year is not this year, and it's not next year. It's probably 2027. If I've got guys that won't be here for that, no matter how good and young and fun and ascending they are, I know Mackenzie Gore's not resigning, the same way I knew Juan Soto wasn't resigning, so I'm getting what I can. The best time to trade Mackenzie Gore, never. The second best time is right now. So, yeah, that's something that I would do. But knowing what this fan base has already gone through with the rep that I've established as this organization, and none of that is Mike DeBartolo's fault, by the way, specifically. I mean, you turn in the report to his superiors, and they can accept it, reject it, whatever. But the way the organization is going and has gone, it looks like it's just another move about frugality. It doesn't appear to be a baseball move. It is a good baseball move, but how many of those can you take that doesn't end up you retaining somebody, right? A good baseball move sometimes is signing Daniel Murphy or acquiring a player that would start on a first division team and not hope that Paul DeYoung fetches something at the trade deadline as you rejuvenate his career from the bargain bin DVD section. So, to me, this from a baseball perspective is 100% right on. Just knowing what this fan base has gone through, though, I don't know how they could do it.
So I think you have to do the right thing, and you got to let the chips fall where they may. And you got to count on the fan base to respond when you win. And this helps you to win sooner. I think you always have to make the right decision, whether it's Terry McLaurin with Adam Peters right now, and people think you're wrong, and they're screaming at you as you're walking in the practice field, and they're telling you what they would do and how they should do it, and we're talking on talk radio. We don't have all the information. We don't know what they know, right? And in this case, from a baseball standpoint, I think it's no different. You've got to make the best decision for your org. They know internally how good of a chance they have to keep Mackenzie Gore in a couple of years. My opinion is, from what I've heard, it's very, very slim. And if that is the case, then to me, this is a no-brainer. Will season tickets drop off? Yes. Will some of the people that are super plugged into the Nats swear them off? Absolutely. But if you flip, I'm just making this up, but Mackenzie Gore to the Mets, and you get Jonah Tong back, their top pitching prospect, in a deal with Jet Williams and a couple of guys, then when Tong is Gore in a couple of seasons, people are going to watch him. Nobody's going to never come back to the team if you're competitive and you're winning. So you always have to do the thing that gives you the best chance to win. And I think in this case, this is it. I would trade him. I would trade him sooner rather than later. It's more likely, in my opinion, that you move him this offseason with 2 years left of control, and you'll still do well at that time. But I would try to trade him right here and right now at this moment. By the way, breaking Nats news, and this is an absolute gut punch. Did you see this?
I just saw it.
Travis Sakura, who is the team's top pitching prospect and who is maybe the best pitcher in minor league baseball, one of the best overall prospects in the game, is in need of Tommy John surgery. He got hurt and left to start a couple of weeks ago, had not pitched since. The team had said it was very minor. I'd reached out to him and talked to him briefly, and he was hoping that it wasn't a big deal and he'd be right back on the mound. But after more imaging and whatever tests have been done, the team has informed the media today that Travis Sakura, the number one prospect for the Nationals and one of the best prospects in baseball, will have Tommy John surgery, which is a full year, which means he's not back on a mound until at best, at the end of next baseball season. And then you got to wait the whole off season to get him back. So you're looking at like 2027, where you start him maybe and get him to Double-A in the first half, and he gets to the big leagues later that year, but now you're on an innings restriction. So really, the TJ thing costs you 2 full years of development.
Not that there's a good time for this, but this is especially that. Once you get this far along in the season, you're now basically saying next year is a wash. All it is at the end of the year, you're starting to play some long toss and rehabbing. You're not game ready. This is a development stunter. He'll still be great. I believe in it, but just you've added so much time to the timeline.
I mean, you look at
it stinks.
And it's clockwork for the most part until it's not. Look at Cade Cavalli.
Yeah.
I mean, Cade Cavalli had his best outing at spring training now 3 springs ago.
It's 3 years ago, man.
When he just came out, was lights out, looked like a number one starter, got hurt at the end of a 6-inning masterpiece, and he hasn't pitched in the big leagues but one time in his entire career still, because he's never gotten back. And he's in AAA, and he's getting close, and he's coming off a good outing. He's dealing with some mental stuff, I think, with the recovery as well, but that's all part of it. And the scar tissue that happens, is that a pain? Is that an injury? Is something going on?
Question everything, man.
But I'm crestfallen. I mean, it's a kick to the shin. It's a bat to the face. It's the worst. One of the most exciting things about this organization, if you want to rank 1 to 100, like literally in my top 3 is Travis Sakura's upside and the fact that they may have had a legitimate ace starting pitcher in their system for the first time since Strasburg. And he now needs TJ. Now, Harleen Susana got hurt earlier this year and avoided it. He's back on the mound, but he's had arm issues this year. That's the other of their top flame-throwing pitching prospects that throw 100 miles an hour. But this year can end whenever it's ready to.
Yeah.
I mean, what an absolute disaster it's been. Rizzo fired, Davey fired.
James Wood slumping out of the lineup tonight. Like, take me away.
look behind us in the wake of wreckage this year. It is unbelievable. Thank God for James Wood. Thank God for him and the season he's had. What else is there? Dylan Cruz has missed more games than he's played in now with his oblique. He's been out forever. He's finally starting a rehab, but he got off to a slow start and then hit 3 homers in 5 games or whatever and immediately hurt his oblique and went out. Like, just a fiasco.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Really fun year.
Good God.
Yuck.
We've got no food. We've got no jobs. Our pets' heads are falling off.
Pretty bird.
Travis Sakura, TJ. Oh, Nats fans. There aren't many fan bases that have it worse than you right now. This here, in this moment. Oh, by the way, like ownership group that's just checked out, not taking care of you. Come on, man. This is brutal. But all the more reason, honestly, where the system with Sakura is pretty meh again.
Yep.
Without him, it's bad or not good enough. It's all the more reason why a Gore trade to help replenish things makes even more sense to me when you're as far away as they are. And I think they're closer than it appears in the moment, but that's if they spend. If you go get a power bat, if you get an infielder, if you get a starting pitcher, then maybe you could be in the 83-win mix or whatever. Does anyone think they're going to do that?
I do not. Yeah, so to me, they're very far. And I look at I always come back to, what's my target year where I think, you know what, pieces line up, we're going to be pretty good. It ain't this year, certainly. We've got some data points on that.
Yeah.
And it ain't next year, given the spending limitations that are self-imposed. Maybe in 27, which is why I'm saying
there's a work stoppage that year. Oh, by the way.
Well, yeah, and so that's why I'm saying I'm not looking for anything over the next couple of seasons. I'm looking then, and Gore doesn't fit into those plans.
Wild. All right, let's get you some non-Terry McLaurin camp headlines from Ashburn, where the Commanders are training. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. I'm going to finish the show. I'm contractually obligated to finish the show. And Grant McLaurin will not just sit in that chair next to Danny and watch him work, okay? But just know, I don't want to finish the show.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go home and feel bad for myself.
You want to do a little wallowing?
I want to eat something I'm not allowed to eat right now. Travis Sikora, the number one Nats prospect, whose minor league games I watch on MLB.TV like he's freaking the ace of the big league staff. Tommy John surgery, man. Could something go wrong this year for the Nationals?
Yes.
Then it did.
Uh-huh.
Name a thing that would have helped them. It didn't happen. Unless it has to do with James Wood, it didn't work out this year. God, does it suck to be a Nationals fan in this moment. Oh, what a gigantic pain in the ass. You know why high school right-handers have never gone first overall in the draft, by the way? Because if you're a high school right-hander who throws 100, you just bake in Tommy John and miss in 18 months. So it was going to happen. It was inevitable. We all know, eyes wide open. Do you have a power righty you drafted out of high school who pumps 100? Then he's going to have TJ at some point.
It's going to happen.
Let's just get it out of the way.
God.
And let's come back in 18 months and see where we're at.
See, if this had happened, I don't know, the timetable wouldn't make exact sense. But if this had happened like a year ago, it's not as devastating. But what he did is he went mountain climber style with a jetpack on, like Iron Man, like shooting up the draft, up the board there, where he became the number one prospect, not only for the Nationals, but one of the top ones in all of baseball. Not just some guy where this happened early and now you got all this time. You got that little tantalizing little dangle. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, look at this. Look at this guy that might be here in 2026 as part of the rotation. Look at this dude that's shoving on everybody. That's just destroying and dominating hitters at the minor league levels as a 20-year-old. Nope, you get nothing.
All I want to say to Nats fans is I'm sorry. This is not fun. The few, the proud, the elite of us that keep showing up, that keep going out there, that keep watching games, that keep turning on the Nats. I was actually talking to a DA about this, David Aldridge of The Athletic, and, of course, Hall of Fame Turner Sports broadcaster at training camp today, and we were just talking about the Nats and baseball. He's like, the thing about baseball is the time commitment that you make. And his reference was essentially that a team needs to reward you with a competitive product in sports to make it worth your while. But in baseball, they really need to because it takes so much time. So how many games have the Nationals played this year?
105, I think.
Are they at that many?
Yeah.
Sounds about right. So I would say of 105, I've probably watched all 9 innings of at least 95 of those games. And I'm just it's a conservative guess, but I've watched some of probably 102 of those games or whatever. But if I just round it to 100 and say I've watched, 9 innings, 2.5 hours of baseball, basically, it's 250 hours of my life that I've committed to the horrendous 2025 Washington Nationals. 250 hours, Danny. That is 10 and a half days.
That's a lot of days.
Of my life.
Mm-hmm.
Just watching a bad baseball team run into outs, not be able to field ground balls, do really stupid little league worthy stuff just over and over again. What am I doing with my life? Why am I doing this?
Yeah. Everybody has these moments as a fan, right? Where with the football team, we're like, go, well, maybe if it, for so many years, if it works and maybe if Dallas implodes and okay, I could kind of see this. And then there's a big game and they lose by 40. And you just go, what am I doing? What is the point of all this? How could I possibly, for a single second, think a Dan Snyder, Bruce Allen, or Vinny Serrato production, or this leftover piece of hot trash that we're trying out at quarterback is going to possibly make a difference for anything sustainable? I am wasting my time. This one feels a little bit time-wasting. You know what I mean? Where it's like, what have you done but pour yourself into the franchise and going to these games and tracking the minors and watching MLB TV on grainy footage like it's a Zapruder film.
And for what?
For what?
My nightly tweet of who's doing what in the minor leagues.
Just a wiffle ball bat to the junk, dude.
I mean, what a stupid waste of time.
Yeah.
Fatso loser I am. Like, seriously, what a loser
I can't tell
I
how many
am.
times I've been there, dude.
You are one pathetic loser.
No offense.
I care about this team?
I know, dude.
Why?
I know. This is. I'm not going to talk you out of this one either. You need to wallow in this one. All right, because I'm telling you, the only way out of this thing is to just...
Not an exaggeration.
No, I know, dude.
No fewer than 30 times today, I've looked at my phone to see how much further until first pitch. 8:10 tonight, they're in Houston against the Astros. I can't wait to get home. I got to get the kids to bed in time to be on the couch so I can set up just so, get my little Coke Zero out and sit there and watch the game. What am I doing?
What are you doing?
Why am I excited to watch this team lose to the Astros tonight? And if they win against the Astros, who cares about that either?
Yeah, did that help anything?
What am I doing? But it was okay because I got Travis Sakura coming. I got James Wood.
It'll be fun. I always like watching them in Houston. I have some good memories. That is fun for me. I'm going to be watching that.
You wish you were in that press box eating that ice cream sundae that you ate. That was the size of a small village.
Yeah. Well, you remember the move was I got the cookie witch I went outside the press box to an actual stand. I got the chocolate chip cookie ice cream cookie chip witch thing. Then went back into the press box and topped it with other stuff to the point of Dave Jagler's disgust.
He's talking about a World Series, people. 2019 World Series. If you spend, you can win, people.
How long ago was that? I know the number of years, but think about how long ago that was.
I was going to tell you we're coming up on about 6 years ago.
But you understand what I'm saying? I get the number.
7 years ago.
But this was so many lifetimes ago.
I'll tell you what it was. It was a Travis Sakura, Tommy John ago.
Yeah.
Certainly was.
Yep.
It was a Mike Rizzo firing ago.
Yeah.
It was a Davey Martinez dismissal ago. It was a Dylan Cruz never-ending oblique ago.
I'm sitting there going, I hope they let Juan Soto play after he's been able, riding a bicycle at home because he's in isolation because of this, pandemic thing.
It was a bunch of draft picks that didn't pan out ago.
Well, I know they only had one good month in 2021 because Kyle Schwarber turned into Babe Ruth, but this will turn around.
It was an Elijah Green can't hit his weight in single A ball ago.
Oof. That's still.
All I want
still going
is a competitive, entertaining, worthwhile baseball team.
You're just going to have to wait a little.
I've been waiting.
Yeah. And even then, I can't guarantee you with the current state of things.
They got to trade Mackenzie Gore, man.
Do you really think interim GM and everything they'll do
GM thing, I don't. First of all, I think Mike DeBartolo is going to be the GM long term.
I do too.
Start with that. Second, he knows more about the system than anybody else.
Well, of course he does. But will they let him do that?
Yes, because he's been here the whole time. He was on the phone with Rizzo with the Padres on the Soto deal. When Mike ran the show, his worker bee was DeBartolo and Shalaba. So Rizzo would be like, hey, what do we think of this guy? And they would pull up the file and say, here's what we think of this guy.
Mm-hmm.
So if you would let Rizzo make the deal, there's no reason not to let DeBartolo make the deal, in my opinion. But I don't think they're going to make the trade because it would involve 6 people that are important getting on the same page about something important.
This is my point.
And you got to kick that can down the road a little further, probably. Yeah. Off season, I could see them doing it. But I'll be steamed up if they trade him for a package of 3 or 4 players. And by the way, I love Mackenzie Gore. My guy. If they trade him for a good package and they get a silly pitching prospect that was just in the futures game back, I'm right back in.
That's all it takes.
I'm fired back up.
Just one little carrot in front of my guy.
Let's fuel the tank. Let's go. What a shabingus.
Yeah.
Just a disaster. Travis Sakura, Tommy John. Breaking news on the Fan. Dietrich Wise. Really enjoyed my conversation with him. This will put me back in a good mood.
There we go.
You guys will get to hear that convo after he came off the practice field all sweaty. Next on Grant and Danny.
We're brought to you by PVI Offers Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Training camp continued this morning out in Ashburn as the Commanders hit the field for practice number 5, the first one in full pads. Terry McLaurin to no-show as he continues to work towards a new deal with the club. Adam Schefter of ESPN had this to say on the Pat McAfee show this afternoon about just exactly what Terry McLaurin's camp is asking for.
DK Metcalf was the same draft class as Terry McLaurin. He got about $33 million a year. I wouldn't think that Terry is willing to take less than that, and I think he wants considerably more than that. Now, what it comes in at, we'll wind up seeing.
We have breaking Nats news here into the Fan as well. According to Andrew Golden of the Washington Post, the team's top pitching prospect, Travis Sakura, has suffered a torn UCL and is scheduled to undergo UCL reconstruction surgery in 2 weeks. A huge blow, as Sakura is a top 100 prospect who had a 1.79 ERA and 79 punch-outs in 45 and a third innings in the minors. The team will look to pick up the pieces tonight in Houston as they begin a 3-game series against the Astros. Brad Lord gets the start for D.C. It is a 8:10 first pitch. Pregame coverage gets rolling at 7:40. NBA news, the Chicago Bulls and their head coach Billy Donovan have agreed to terms on a multi-year contract extension. That, according to Shams Charania of ESPN. Looking to upgrade your office game at PVI. We'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan talking Commanders training camp quite a bit today. Our camp coverage is presented by the Fan's friends, Paul Henry's window installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. The show, well, you know who makes that possible. Our friends, Condori and Murrah. They will take care of all of your needs. Last will and testament, living trust, medical power of attorney. You need an attorney, they're your guys. Schedule a consultation. KMLawyers.com. Tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's KMLawyers.com. There was a play today in practice down on the sideline. I was watching. It was a gun run. Daniels gives to his left. Eckler makes a nice little L cut, approaching the line of scrimmage to get up the field, and he gets completely swallowed up by Dietrich Wise, number 91 at training camp, who is a longtime New England Patriot. The reason they brought him over, Danny, was to help stop the run. There was a time, in fact, where he was rushing the quarterback at a high level, and who knows? Maybe he still can. But I do think seeing him in practice a couple times the last few days, setting the edge, being really stout against the run, he's going to be able to help them get better in an area where they were awful last year, and that is trying to get Saquon Barkley back under the 100-yard mark in a game.
You could see their priority. Now, I don't know that it's how I would have done it, but this was they had 2 items on their to-do list this offseason, basically. Offensive line changes and improvements, and we want to get beefier on the defensive front.
Well, what does Dan Quinn say? It's a line of scrimmage league.
Yeah, and there you have it. I mean, that was clearly, they shirked the high-priced pass rusher, the marquee huge name on the defensive line. I mean, their biggest addition is Javon Kinlaw, who they certainly paid like a frontline player. But that was the idea, right? It's a lot of big, beefy dudes as part of a rotation, and maybe that's the strategy. Go hockey line shift style to try to curb the running game to sort of earn the right to be able to pin your ears back and rush the passer.
Wise, coming off the practice field today, looking back at his time in New England, part of the conversation I had with the new commander.
Man, it's really cool. Different energy, different area. Kind of get a new vibe. Been in the league for a long time, so I'm always used to one team, being in a new area. Coach is always talking about competition, brotherhood. He's bringing in great players that's changing the atmosphere. Listening to Bobby Wags talk, Von Miller talk, Ryan Kerrigan tap, Sharif, Coach Witt, all them guys' knowledge of the game. And it's just cool and refreshing to just hear a lot of different perspectives on how to get things done.
Along those lines, I don't even mean it from the perspective of better or worse, but just different, like something new, as if you have any of us get a new job. Is there just some kind of fresh energy and a recharge into the batteries that could come with that?
Well, I would say just they speak in a different way, in the sense of how to get players to go, get them motivated. But at the end of the day, it's still football. You still got to put your hat and hands on somebody as a D lineman. Still got to cover your guys as a DB. So the knowledge is still the same. It's just how the delivery is, and that's interesting. Hearing one for such a long time, going over to another, and it's real cool to see that different perspective on how to lead men.
I think a lot of times people like to look at either numbers or video and say, oh, this is what a guy is now. Sometimes you're being asked to do different things year in, year out.
Yeah.
Like at this point, a lot of people think you're going to be tough against the run, maybe on passing downs. You're not as on the field as much. Like, do you even see it that way, or do you still see yourself as being able to do both and whatever you need?
I can do whatever coach asks me to do. I can play inside, play outside, I can play 3 technique, shade, 6, 9. I can play in the pass, I can play in the run. So whatever they need me at, that's where I'm going to play. My whole career, I played in a 3-4, 4-4-3, so I played that 3, playing 2-gap. Here's a little bit different, less 2-gap, but depending on what situation it is. So whatever coach asks me to do, I can do.
So that's a rarity in terms of that versatility. Were you just blessed with that coming out, or is that something over years you learned in a way of survival and just making yourself useful?
Learn a lot from the Darth Vader himself. He taught me a lot about
affectionately,
this.
right?
Yeah, most definitely, honestly. He taught me a lot about how to play every single position on the field. Having guys come back like Vince Warford, having guys come back like Willie McGinnis. Those type of guys always come back and just teach knowledge on how to play different positions. So hearing that, how he coached all them guys, I learned a lot on how to play it. So coming here, it's all about just fine tuning. You can always fine tune stuff. You never cut your knowledge off. You know what I'm saying? So Sharif is one of the best that I've seen on film when it comes to playing that inside position. You already know Ryan Kerrigan's a dope. So he betted that position. Now we got Adivine, and then the knowledge that Tap has, he's played every spot on the field from linebacker to D lineman. So it's a wealth of knowledge in the room. So I just shut up and listen, because those guys play a lot more balls than I did. So even though I played 9 years, they guys played a high level too. So I'm in there, I'm bouncing ideas off each other. How you see this play, how you see that play. That's it.
Dietrich Wise and the Commanders. To that point, you got 2 Hall of Famers you're working with every day, and Bobby Wags and now Von Miller. You're not new to playing with great players in New England, but 2 Hall of Famers in the same room. What's it been like just rubbing elbows with those guys?
Listening to all of their knowledge has been very, I've been very grateful to be in the room with them. Just listen to how they see the game, how they prepare, and how they maneuver every single day is phenomenal. So,
lastly, non-football, what makes you go? Like, what kind of things do you care about when you're not practicing, training, playing?
My family, number one.
How many kids you got?
I have 2 kids, a 2-year-old and a 1-month-old. So
wow. I have a 2-year-old and a 2-week-old. I have a 4.
There you go.
But you're in it. I already know. Your wife is the MVP, though.
Yeah, she definitely is. Yeah. Definitely is. So I do all this so that they can have a better life, and whatever that they want to do, they have the opportunity of doing. And then just creating a legacy for myself that's respected around the league. Guys who play against me know who I am, what I'm about, and I felt very honored to be called here because they know who I am too. So my main goal is just to keep that going, be that powerful player that I'm always in.
Appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
There you go, Dietrich Wise, the new defensive lineman. You tell why I came away really liking him. I thoroughly enjoyed that conversation.
Yeah, what a likable guy. It was tough to make out the fans in the background, though. Were they chanting something?
Yeah, exactly.
Did they have something on their mind?
That's the other takeaway
Yeah.
is that's what the last 2 days of training camp have been after practice.
Uh-huh.
Just a bunch of people chanting Terry and pay him and whatever else anytime he's around. There is, I would say, a shot clock before that gets annoying to everybody else. And I'm talking about his teammates. Now,
Sure,
I
yeah.
don't think that they want him necessarily to just report and sign a contract right now. They want him to get his. They know he's earned it. They're pro him, not the team. But in the same way we talked earlier about eventually fans are going to grow tired of this, I don't know, man. If I'm out there just sweating and bleeding and I'm coming off the field and every day it's chanting and he's doing the thing where he comes out and he's being seen, I don't know. That might rub some guys wrong
It might
eventually.
wear thin. But stick aside, you could see why they wanted Dietrich Wise.
Yes.
That's perfectly plainly obvious. The role, what he's about, the team guy, this is solid and fun, spectacular. And whatever role I've got, that New England style will be adapted here. If my role is to play 24% of the plays, I will give you the best 24% of the plays I can muster. If it's more than that, less than that, whatever, you try to win your role and do your job really well. That they're sort of adopting a culture like that with some great buy-in. I mean, you think of some of the dudes that have been rewarded over here a couple times over, guys like Jeremy Reaves, who have cut across a couple of regimes. This is not the most glamorous thing. Be the first guy down on teams every time, right? And he's embraced that, and there's a reason why everyone loves the guy. I mean, that's that kind of same thing that came through, obviously, in your short conversation with him.
I loved him calling Belichick Darth Vader. He's like Darth Vader himself. And I'm sure there's some, I've heard Julian Edelman say that, so I bet Patriots players, in an affectionate enough way, I'm sure, but I bet that's kind of how they refer to him. But I thought that was really, really funny. But that is a Belichick staple, by the way.
Yeah.
That versatility. You're going to be able to play inside and outside. You're going to be able to stop the run and rush the quarterback. You're going to be able to play 2-tech, 3-tech, 5-tech. Whatever I ask you to do, you better be able to do it or you're not going to be on my team. This is the guy that gave us Julian Edelman, the wide receiver in the corner. This is the guy that gave us Troy Brown in the slot and Troy Brown in the nickel. This is the guy that put Aaron Hernandez, just so awkward to say his name out loud, in the backfield as a running back. Remember when he was a tight end? Like, how many tight ends play tailback in the NFL? Aaron Hernandez did. You remember the name Adelius Thomas?
Yeah, linebacker?
Ish. Yeah. With the Ravens, he broke out, and then the Patriots paid him. He went there, and he played defensive end, edge, safety, corner. He was one of the most versatile. It was this Swiss Army knife bit where Bill Belichick basically did a thing like Buster Posey at Florida State where he played all 9 positions, where Belichick was like, we're going to line you up for a snap at every single spot. But that's the way the Belichick defense kind of operates. You need to be able to do some of that stuff. And I think Dietrich Wise being able to play all of the roles up front is going to make him important enough that he's going to play a lot more than people think. I'm also not convinced he can't rush the passer anymore. He was a super efficient pass rusher a few years ago. I know he's older now. I'm not saying he's going to be good, but I'll bet you he has like 5.5 sacks this year.
Yeah, and that's what he did the last couple seasons. I mean, I think they're Voltroning this pass rush. And what I mean is, there's no TJ Watt, there's no Trey Hendrickson, and I think they're okay with that. It's, we're going to try to get to a respectable team total of consistent pressure with a bunch of guys staying in rush lanes, a bunch of stunts, a bunch of games, a bunch of sort of team rushes, as opposed to just saying, we got 4 guys, we're going to just, have each one of these dudes get upfield like those Giants teams that went to the Super Bowl or the Panthers team that got to the Super Bowl and almost won it. We're not going to be able to do that with just winning with 4. We've got to have a whole bunch of guys who can give you their best, like waves crashing on the shore. It's a strategy. I mean, if you can't go get a superstar, you'd probably rather have one. It's easier to have Nick Bosa in his prime. And you just figure out, well, that's where half of my sacks are coming from. They don't have that. They're going to have to do a bunch of different things, and I think they're okay with that.
All right, let's spin you around the NFL, get you the latest on what happened at training camp and other stops today outside of Ashburn where the Commanders are training. We'll start with the Denver Broncos, who had agreed to a 4-year extension with wide receiver Courtland Sutton. This is relevant to Terry McLaurin because Sutton is also 29 years old, his team's #1 wide receiver. And like Washington, Denver's got a second-year quarterback coming off of a playoff appearance they're trying to build around. Interestingly, Sutton got only $23 million as an AAV. Still have not seen the guaranteed money yet. Generally, that means it's a little lower than anticipated because the agent's not putting it out there right away. He got 4 years and $92 million. This is not a perfect comp. In fact, it might not even be a very good comp. Terry McLaurin's more productive. Terry McLaurin is more durable. They're probably not comparable because the Broncos tried to trade Courtland Sutton several times. In fact, 2 or 3 times I can remember where he was on the trade block. And he's only been a 1,000-yard guy 2 out of 7 seasons, whereas McLaurin has done that essentially every single year he's been in the NFL. But you understand the comp, same age, $23 million. McLaurin supposedly asking for 33 or more. That's a massive Grand Canyon. That is why there is no deal yet in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, the relevant data points can't be agreed upon. That's always when you know it's a major challenge, right? When everybody's talking past each other, one side's going the age, the other side's going, no, it's not. The other side's going, well, what about this production? Yeah, but the age. Nobody's agreeing to even the same baseline of facts about what's relevant. Like the team side is absolutely going, I'm sure they've had these kind of conversations, but with the agent, look at this comp where this guy's got more touchdowns over the last couple of years and similar yards per game totals to your guy. He just signed for less down here. We want to pay him more than that, but not that much more. Whereas the agent's going, look at all these guys that have been less productive.
The agent is saying, no, the comp is DK Metcalf. The comp is Brandon Ayuk. The comp is, the Jefferson Chase, not that he's on that level, but like money.
Right.
And him being slotted below that. And the team is going, the comp is Mike Evans. The comp is Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, battling realtors going, the comp is this condo. No, the comp is this 7-bedroom mansion. We can't even agree on what a comp is.
Justin Fields was back at practice today. You were at the beach on Friday, so you missed the hysteria surrounding him dislocating his toe at Jets camp. But he didn't miss any time. He is back. He participated in team drills. They limited him in a few things today, but they said that was part of the plan for a vet day anyway. But Justin Fields, dislocated toe, it got stepped on, full participant in some 11-on-11 work today, on track to play in the preseason to be ready for the regular year. He is the New York Jets starting quarterback. Who's got more starting quarterback lives than Justin Fields, by the way?
Yeah, seriously. He's on the Russell Wilson train where it's a new team every year and a half, it seems like. But yeah, I mean, he'll probably go wherever Russell Wilson goes next. He may go to the Giants at some point. I don't quite get the Jets plan here. I mean, if your idea is to fully convert and go, let's have run around playmaking type quarterback, then you would have adjusted, I think, some of the offensive designs and plans and personnel. You probably would have found Greg Roman and hired him to do it. I don't know, man. I like Fields fine, but to me, he's the quintessential really good Marcus Mariota tier of backup where I would hate to see him coming into a game where he's going to go play make some and sort of do backyard football. He could beat you doing that once or twice. Not for a full season. We've seen that.
Scary and sad here. Deion Sanders revealed today.
Yeah, wow.
He had bladder cancer. The Hall of Fame corner, head coach at Colorado of the college program that he's helped to turn around over the last couple of seasons, acknowledged that he's been dealing with this behind the scenes. Health issues, doctors disclosing that he had bladder cancer, underwent a full bladder removal. Deion's doctors also said he has been cured of cancer now. He talked about the number of surgeries he's had since 2021. Deion Sanders has had 14 operations.
Amazing.
And by the way, I'm a believer in there's no such thing as a minor operation. Like when you get put under,
it's an operation,
someone
man.
cuts into you.
Yeah.
But those are not the little ones either most of the time. I believe he's had like toes amputated. He's had all kinds of stuff with his foot. Now his bladder removed. I mean, this is one thing after another. So fingers crossed, cancer gone, that he gets back on the mend.
Yeah, hoping he's okay. And it just, again, I'm not trying to be flippant about it, but someone who's going through that and we didn't know, there have been a couple folks that jump to mind where you go, how did we not notice that he lost all this weight? Or was he lethargic ever? Never seemed to be, right? Just seemed to be constantly full of vim and vigor and energy and excitement and the enthusiasm for what he's doing, whether you like him or not. Brash as all heck, but you just go, his public persona never suffered, even with what he was going through. It's pretty amazing.
This Christian Wilkins dismissal by the Raiders is getting weirder by the day. So they signed him to a massive contract. They cut him, and they're going to pay him huge money if they don't basically get out of the contract for cause. And it seemed like that's what they were angling for by saying that they were at odds with him over his rehab, that he wasn't rehabbing the way they wanted him to. Well, there was a report today by Adam Schefter that one of his Raiders teammates filed an HR complaint over him kissing the player on the head in a playful manner. Schefter today suggesting, I'll read from this here, the incident happened last week in a team meeting room. One source said that the interaction was playful. The teammate nevertheless objected, filing a report with the team's HR department. Feels like one of those things where if this is really exactly what happened and we have the whole story here, that Christian Wilkins playfully kissed a guy on the forehead, he really hated it and went to HR, and somehow it helped lead to him getting off the team. My guess is you already weren't buddies with a lot of guys in that locker room. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If someone you're semi-close with at work does something, you probably just handle it with them where you're like, all right, bro, that's too much. Like, I don't want you to do that again. To go to HR, like get a guy in trouble is a little bit different. I would say that means you don't rock with that guy.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty fair way to categorize it. An NFL locker room, not that I've ever been in one as an NFL player, but the locker room in general, when you get to, beyond high school or whatever, that's not really an HR type of place. Do you know what I mean? Like regular office places, absolutely, you do that. You got HR for the guardrails and ways to help folks, govern the interactions with each other. Totally reasonable. That's fine. And can you think of an NFL player going to HR? Like that's insane to me. Right. I mean, even back in the day with like the Richie Incognito bullying stuff, it's not as if they're filing an HR report. It's like you tell the coach. It's just a different animal. It's not the same type of workplace. When I was like a government contractor, that we had some pretty strict HR type stuff and compliance things all the time. Rightfully so. I get that. This is not the same place where guys are like snapping towels off each other's tuchuses, right? You know what I mean?
Remember Traylon Burks as the next big thing at wide receiver?
Of course.
Came
Arkansas zone, yeah.
First round pick. He was supposed to have been the heir apparent to A.J. Brown in Tennessee, the 25-year-old, the 18th overall pick in 2022. Well, he supposedly got off to a good start at camp. That's what his quarterback, Cam Ward, was saying. Then he suffered a serious injury this week. Now he's been waived by the Tennessee Titans with an injury designation. Fractured collarbone suffered in practice over the weekend. He's going to revert to injured reserve if he clears waivers and will then likely be released with an injury settlement at some point. The fact that he was drafted in the top 20 is obviously a bust. But then the reason, maybe not the whole reason, but one of the reasons they felt good about trading A.J. Brown, if you remember, was because they basically said,
that's right,
we need this guy on the field making catches. We need to clear the path. Limited to 22 games in his first 2 seasons, tore his ACL in the 5th game of the 2024 campaign, 53 grabs for sub 700 yards when he's been healthy enough to play in his career, and now he's on the outs.
What a disaster. Again, I was in love that someone with that physical stature, big, in 6'2", 230-pound receiver, chiseled out of stone, said, who cares he's not polished just yet? We'll figure it out. No one ever figured it out. I feel terrible for the guy, by the way, that trying to do the right thing, broken collarbone, fairly well, out the door. Shows you how merciless it is. But, man, did that not work out at all in Tennessee. They've been a disaster since then.
There is your training camp update from around the NFL. All of our camp coverage on the Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Danny, it is time for the leadoff. Let's get ready for Nats baseball. Yay! Travis Sikora news today.
Yeah.
Just an absolute bummer. If you just joined us, the top prospect for the Nats getting Tommy John surgery. Danny, the leadoff's brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
One of those even-Steven on paper pitching matchups. Brad Lord versus Framber Valdez. No James Wood in the lineup either because he's slumping. So, anyway, have fun. C.J. Abrams leading off playing shortstop. Alex Collin right field batting second. Josh Bell, your DH, hitting third. He's batting fourth. He's playing first. Nathaniel Lowe. Batting fifth at second base. Paul DeYoung. Batting sixth in left field, Dalen Lyle. Batting seventh at third base, Brady House. Batting eighth doing the catching, Riley Adams. And batting ninth in center field, Jacob Young.
Was the Paul DeYoung part a bother, or what?
I got past the Josh Bell hitting third, even though he's been hitting well lately.
Josh Bell's hitting over 300 with a 900 ops for 50 games.
Yeah, he's been ripping the ball. Paul DeYoung hit. Yeah, it was that one.
Okay,
that's the one.
Yeah, I mean Bell has been really good.
He's been tearing the cover off the ball.
That's your best player right now.
Right now,
Josh Bell. James Wood will be as soon as he gets out of this slump, and tonight's going to be the night. I'm calling it now. James Wood goes deep tonight.
Pinch hitting or something?
Yeah, off the bench.
Okay.
Here's what we're going to do. Save the audio. 8th inning, James Wood, Bolt this evening. Play it to open the show tomorrow with the highlight of Dave Jagler saying he's going to hit a home run. For Daniel, I'm Grant saying so long. Thanks to our producers behind the scene. Got overtime coming your way next right here on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.